check 1, 2.
Yes,
Mic check
I'm
1, 2.
here. Guys,
A very good morning to one and all as we see the umpires Zaid Bassarat and Patrick Gustad making their way out into the middle to get play started on day 2 of this nicely poised third round encounter between Barbados and the Leeward Islands. The situation as it stands right now, Barbados will resume at 294 for 8 as they got a big boost yesterday from their captain Shane Dorridge, who will resume on 116 not out, and with him is Camry Boyce, who is on 8 not out. Barbados doing exceedingly well, and after being rocked early and often, they were at one stage at 57 for 4, but they turned that around quickly, and certainly Kevin Wickham with 41 did his part. 22 from Dominic Drakes and Jonathan Drakes also contributed, and then Shem Holder with a gutsy 43 really just nosed the Bajans in front. Shane Dorridge, though, was the glue with 116 from 191 balls with 9 fours and a 6, and of course his 100 came up of 149 deliveries with those same 9 fours and a 6. His 8 first class 100, probably one of his better ones, certainly one of his more important ones as well. So that's the situation here. 88 overs bowled, and Barbados no doubt will be hoping to come back. Shino Berridge 1 for 27. He didn't bowl too badly. Archibald 1 for 66 from his 16. But the man of the moment, Rakeem Cornwall, 6 for 50 with his off spinners, and certainly was the standout for the Leeward Islands. You could see him there nicely positioned at slip. Kofi James chipped in, as well as did Devon Thomas with the second new ball to help the cause, because quite a number of players, including Jeremiah Louis, seemed to be struggling. He was off the field. Rakeem Cornwall also went off, and Hayden Walsh, who bowled just 6 overs on 1 ball, and the reason why you have that 1 ball is because he damaged his shoulder bowling seam up, and might have done something to the shoulder and may actually not be able to bowl the rest of the game, although he may bat, and I'm not quite sure if he will field, especially if he can't throw the ball properly, but it's left to be seen. As it is right now, the Leeward Islands will be thinking to wrap this up as early as possible. As I say good morning once again to Joel Manning, and Joel, a nice prospect for play on day 2 here. And there's a ball that is not too far from the leg stump, actually. You could just see the ball just deviating off the pitch, going with the action of the bowler. He's fairly open-chested, and then he just kind of angles the ball in. And no doubt one of the bowlers that I'm sure Skipper Hamilton will be looking to, Mr. Berridge.
Good morning, Ruskin. Good morning to all of our viewers out there around the Caribbean and around the world. Certainly an interesting prospect at the start of day 2 here at the Queen's Park Oval.
That's a beauty of an appeal. This could be close. Not out, says the umpire. And that was certainly one that was worth a shout. In fact, he just seemed to jump into line when the ball deviated. I don't think he really played a shot at the ball. The bat just seemed to be thereabouts. But the movement might have done him in there. If anything, height, because he was jumping, and the height might have saved him on that occasion.
I reckon it was height indeed. Shane Dorridge off the ground. Yes, he's not a tall man, but from the naked eye, I would have to say he was off the ground when that ball impacted him. I also realised that it maybe hit him above that knee roll as well, so I also saw the umpire gesturing for that height also.
Berridge will try once more. And this time it's worked away nicely. And a good looking shot just to get the juices flowing again for Shane Dorridge. He tucks on a couple more. And Barbados off and running this morning.
Off and running. I had a chance to talk with him before the start of this match, a quick pre-interview. kind of get his thoughts on the position that they're at, especially after having won the toss. And he said, well, he's happy, he's satisfied. Well, not really satisfied, but he's happy with the 116 that he got on day one. But in terms of points, Barbados Pride were looking for those extra batting points.
Again, turning it, and this time he goes and all the way down to the man at fine leg. And I thought he probably wanted to play it a little bit squarer, but he got it all the way to fine leg. Had he gotten it into that gap between the mid wicket and the man at fine leg, he probably would have been able to pick up another run at least. And but we were discussing the bonus point system. Now originally, I know the ruling was after 110 overs, the first 110 overs of each first innings, you would get like between 200 and 250 or 249, you'll get one. Between 250 and 299, you'll get two. And every subsequent 50, you will get another point, with 5 the maximum. Anything over 400. This is another appeal for an LBW. Again, this time he might have been struck outside the off stump. Hamilton is not happy. He's just standing there wondering what we have to do to get an LBW decision. But it was really worth the shout again.
Sheeno Berridge starting well this morning. That one probably, yes, indeed, striking him. Maybe
Probably
umpire's
well,
call
just
on that
clipping the
particular
top of the
occasion.
tail.
But it was certainly a better shout than the one for Shane Dowrich. And it could have gone either way, that particular one, you would have to say.
So Berridge will try again. This time he's right up to Boyce, but Boyce was treating it with respect. 297 for 8 at the end of the over.
Well, Ruskin, I just want to jump back to talking about those bonus points. I was happy that you started off because I was a little winded, given I had to run to get those bonus points for us.
It's not the run, it's the climbing of the steps.
But in terms of those points now, they'll be awarded for the first 110 overs of each of first innings and retained whatever the result of the match is. So a maximum of 5 batting points available, and between 250 to 299 runs, 2 points are available. 300 to 349, 3 points. 350 to 399, 4 points. And 400 to 449, 5 points are available. So within the first 110 overs, Barbados Pride have batted 89 thus far. So they have 2 batting points here at 297. Shane Dowrich mentioned getting that extra batting point, which tells me that they're looking at between 300 to 349. So just 3 runs away from that additional batting point there.
Yeah, because I think it's from 200 to 249 you get the first point, and then from 250 to 399 you get 2 points. You get the second point.
Oh, well, they don't have that.
It should be 200 to 249 you get 1, and then you get 2 when you get from 250 to 299, and then you get the third point from 300 to 349, or something to that effect. Yep. So now you're looking at the, I'm not sure what there's this the wicket they're looking at. I know they were fixing the side screen, the little black tarpaulin. In fact, they're still working on it, and so it might just be just outside the sight, or they might actually be right in the sight of the batsman when he stands. When he goes in his stands, and there are a number of people walking around there, so that might be a little bit disconcerting for a batsman because it's right in your peripheral vision. Even if you look up to see the bowler rushing in, you're seeing somebody in a blue shirt, a man in a grey shirt, somebody is flipping the tarpaulins, but they continue and driving powerfully down the ground. Hit it more or less into the ground, Shane Dowrich, but he'll get a single. And they inch on by 1 more. So they're 298 now for 8. And so the cutoff is 299. So should they get to 299, they'll get that third bonus point. Or the second bonus point, actually, at that point.
Yeah, I do have the second one already. because it looks like it was a slight adjustment, because from what I'm reading here from the official playing conditions, there's no provision for that 1 point before 250.
Gets in and is dropped. He might have just gotten a touch on it, but it would have been a fine take. He went high up like a goalkeeper, and it might have just brushed the fingers at second slip there. And, well, he took some good catches yesterday. On this occasion, Powell couldn't pull that one down.
Yeah, that one flying off the edge of Kamari Boyce. What it does is bring up that 300 for the Barbados Pride. So 302 now for 8. So that additional batting point that we're talking about is now in the kitty for them. So 3 batting points for the Barbados Pride. And in talking to Shane Doris, he also talked about the fact that they're looking to bat once. So now that that point is in hand, how much do they think they need to have to only bat once in this match? An interesting question there for you, Ruskin.
Well, bat as long as you want. That's because if you're going to bat once in the game, then just bat and bat and bat, and force the Leeward Islands to try to get the 2 remaining wickets. And if you could get to 400, then so be it. But the reality is they'll have to get to that 400 from 110 overs in order to get that extra bonus point, that extra batting point, that 5th batting point. That's going to take some doing, because you're already at 89 overs at the moment. So you have 21 overs thereabouts to do that. Another delivery outside the off stump there, and Louis Bending is back here now. He looks refreshed though. Come yesterday he was struggling, but he looks to be almost, as we say, bad mind. He's come back here this morning looking to put in some effort here now.
They would have certainly enjoyed that rest last night. And you did mention the fact that he looked a little winded in the afternoon session. I recall Sheen O'Berge as well at one stage, hands in Kimbo.
That's another delivery that is a bit short, way too short, and it went high over the head. Remember, this is still a relatively new ball, and so they don't want to waste it. If anything, you want to find that corridor and create some pressure.
Yeah, that ball just on the cusp of 10 overs all now, and I would like to think that they would.
And again, just spraying it down the leg side. No pressure at all on Boyce. And if anybody, that's the man you want to attack with deliveries that prove difficult to play. 3-2 at the end of the over.
Yeah, I was about to say, as we see that scorecard, Raheem Cornwall, the main destroyer, picking up 6, and the other wickets going to the 2 seamers. But I would like to think that they would have learned their lesson from yesterday and how they went about using that new ball on day 1. We just mentioned the fact that the ball is just 10 overs all now. You're looking at just 2 wickets to wrap it up. They too can pick up the extra bowling point as well for bowling out Barbados Pride within the 110 overs, and I think that should be at the forefront of their mind, knowing that coming on, I would say maybe till about over number 12 or so is when they found their rhythm, got into stride. How do we do that a lot earlier today? How do we hit those limbs, hit those lines? The ball is moving. There's something for them early on. How do we get these guys out this morning and have a chance to have a full day to bat?
Well, Burridge certainly started well with about 3 appeals in that first over. He is again bowling a nice in-ducker. That is played well in the end by Dorridge, but he exposes Boyce for at least a couple deliveries, you would think.
And this is exactly what the Leeward Islands must take advantage of here now. 5 deliveries. The man batting at number 9.
Yep.
Get the field in. Hit those lines, hit those lengths. Give yourself the best chance of taking a wicket.
And that's another beauty of a delivery. That one really took off, and you could see it taking about shoulder height over his left shoulder there by Hamilton. Another pretty good delivery coming from Burridge.
Pretty good indeed. I think that type of delivery, I could see Jamar Hamilton behind the stumps clapping there. Yes, he deserved the clap because it was bang on the money in terms of what they were looking to bowl this morning. If they have the best chance of taking these 2 wickets, it's those type of deliveries that will do it for them and Chino Berridge.
That one is about just on the stump. It is out, says the umpire this time. And in fact, this one kept a little bit low, but it was pretty much what we saw in the over before, where he was just off stump coming in. And on those occasions, it was either a little too high or maybe just a beaten leg stump. This time, I don't think the batsman had too much to complain about. Of course, the bowler might have been aided and abetted there by the wicket because that one really kept low. He didn't have much of a chance of playing that one.
Yeah, it was relatively full there from Chino Berridge. Traps on the crease was Kamari Boyce and sent on his way, dead for all his money. So wicket number 9 goes down. Leeward Islands will be smiling given that it's early in the morning. They get the number 11 to the crease. Barbados Pride 303 now for 9.
And that's just what the doctor ordered for the Leeward Islands, as they wanted to get to see the back of the remaining wickets, and they've gotten 1 so far, and so that is pretty much it. Gone for 12, and I'm sure he will be a little bit disappointed, but Jaya McAllister is the new batsman.
With McAllister now at the crease, you could expect a few swings because he is not one to just stand up and prod at the other end. He sometimes sees himself as a big hitter. Not sure how often it comes off, but I can guarantee you he's going to have himself swing unless the instructions at the other end were, please hold up this end, Jair McAllister.
But that's when you do that, you confuse him, you know. What you should tell him is, look, see how many we could get. Yeah, you know, and that way he might very well stick around for a while, trying to do exactly that. See how many we can get, you know. But the thing is, he may want to do the bulk of the scoring, forgetting that the man at the other end is the informed man.
I think one thing going in his favour, though, is that as a new ball. If it comes off the edge, it's going to fly, given what he might do.
And they've strengthened that cordon now. He's right up in the block hole, and that one, somehow he squeezes that out through mid-wicket, and he's going to get a boundary. Well, it's not the classic on-drive. He didn't flick it through the onside. It ended up through the onside, and I'm not even sure how the bat came down, because it certainly started in a very unusual fashion, and then somehow the ball ended up where it ended up.
Well, what I can tell you is that Jair McAllister, if he would have an interview with that shot, would tell you he intended to do just that. He's going to tell you that he opened up that front leg, he targeted that mid-wicket region, and he collected exactly what he was hoping for on that occasion.
Fortune favors the brave. Here he goes again, and it's more runs, another boundary. Well, all of a sudden, he has just come out here and decided, look, I'm going to fight fire with fire. And no mucking around here. I am just going to get the job done.
Leeward Islands will have to go into one-day mode here in terms of potentially what they're looking to bowl to McAllister. If you're just going to put it there on a length, he's going to have a swing at it. And all those swings will go to leg as well.
Yeah, if it goes anywhere else, it's an edge. If it goes anywhere on the offside, it's because it hit the edge of the bat. But once he middles it and he gets it off that angle that he's swinging, it's going to go predominantly leg side.
Well, they have opted to reinforce that deep mid-wicket boundary now.
So the man they had at cover has been put to mid-wicket. The man at mid-wicket has gone to deep mid-wicket. And so there are 2 slips and a gully, a backward point and a mid-off. This time it's a slow delivery down the leg side, and Hamilton can't bring it in his 4 buys.
Well, I did say they will have to opt maybe to going to somewhat of an ODI type strategy in terms of bowling. They opted there for pace off. Good in terms of taking that pace off, because should it have been lined up correctly, Jerry McAllister could have been through his swing fairly early. However, it was not lined up, and it kind of tells you the story of how things went for the Leewards. Barbados Pride now 315 for 9.
McAllister is quickly on to 8. And this partnership is 12. All of his own doing. Well, aided and abetted by Berridge's leg side delivery there that eluded the keeper and went to the boundary. But they all count. That's the important thing here now. And I think, too, they now have to get their tactics right, because what they were doing, they were giving the single to Dorich early. And as we saw, it paid off for them because they were able to get the wicket, in the 3rd delivery of the last over or so. Now they're trying a similar strategy. Everybody is deep other than the slip cordon. Everybody else is fairly deep. What does Dorich do? He too is going after it, and he might get a boundary here. It's close, and it stopped. Brilliantly done in the end with his boot. But that was threatening the boundary rope there for a moment, and I thought it was going to actually get over the line. And, well, would you believe at the end of it all, I think like Hayden Walsh was able to just get his boot down in time and stopped it. Now, we still don't know if he could throw the ball because he didn't have to throw it on that occasion. He just stopped it. He went over the line, and his teammate finished the fielding for him.
Well, Shane Dorich opting now for a new bat, probably doing some damage there on that particular occasion. But Hayden Walsh Jr. actually could be a little fortunate there in terms of how he put down his foot on that one.
He almost stepped on the ball.
Pretty much there, could have spiked it, gone over, done something to the ankle. So he will know that he got away with one there. But in terms of the strategy of still offering Dorich the single, because I thought that they should have probably had that man on the cover boundary as well, because obviously, yes, McAllister is going after the ball, but at the end of the day, he's a number 11 for a reason. Back your skills as a bowler, probably get the ball a lot fuller as well, because in terms of that swing from McAllister, if you get it right up there, that type of a Yorker length, hence why I said go back to that, limited over type strategy in the death overs. If you go to that, you're almost guaranteed maybe to be successful against McAllister. So you still have that option there. So yes, give Dorich that single, still bowl the majority of the balls at McAllister, but change your approach. Don't just put the ball on a length, go back to thinking cricket.
But everybody's spread out, just the 2 slip fielders. And that one runs off the edge, and he sent him back. So he decided against taking the single, and instead is going to stay on strike.
Well, it tells you that Shane Dorich is still looking at more runs in this game. 317
for 9 now. Now Dorich himself is on 123. His best is 131. So I think he too might be thinking that maybe a couple boundaries could get him past that. Driven into the deep. He's going to take the single this time. And again, you can see Hayden Walsh. This time he underarms the ball with his left hand to his teammate to throw the ball in for him. So clearly there is an issue with that shoulder, and he doesn't want to take the chance to throw with it. But I'm wondering if it makes sense having him out there, because your natural instinct, once you pick up the ball, is to try to get it back to the wicketkeeper. So it's going to be interesting to see how he sort of maneuvers his body when he's trying to throw the ball. Look at him run there. Even while he's running, you can see him sort of favoring that right shoulder. He's not swinging it as freely as before.
Yeah, I think the thing about guys like Hayden Walsh Jr., even with injuries, they still enjoy being in the field and throwing their body around. So you might tell yourself that he might want to maybe come to maybe a slip position, but somebody like Hayden, he wants to be out there. He wants to be in the action and still getting around and, doing his work for his team.
We'll see what they do. They're trying to set that field to the onside. Now, I suppose the line to bowl at McAllister has to be outside the off stump. Anything on the stump, he looks like he's going to clear his leg and go with it. And he's edging over the keeper's head and down to the boundary for 4 runs.
And I talked about the fact that with that new ball, anything that comes off the edge of Jeremy McAllister's bat will fly away. On that particular occasion. That one just short from Jeremiah Louis. And to be fair, there were only 2 places that ball would go: over the keeper's head, as it did just now, possibly into the stands. I think that they're missing the trick here with McAllister. I think that if you go full, if you go Yorker length, you probably have a better chance of taking that wicket, because short like that, the ball potentially could fly anywhere.
As it did just now, over the keeper's head. And he goes again, and this one is going to go. The man is getting under it, and the catch is taken. Well, they're asking him to fetch it from just outside the off stump. He did, but he succeeded only in skying it. He goes for 12 as the innings comes to a close at 322 for 9. Well, 322 all out, rather. And that's after 91 overs and 4 balls. So a pretty good recovery. 124 not out is Shane Dorridge. And what a classy innings that has been. And I think it's good that he remained not out in the end. And Louis has a wicket.
Well, they
finally
proved me wrong there.
He got a wicket.
They proved me wrong in terms of thinking to still go with that short ball. But what happened there too is that just a little wider also of that off stump on that particular occasion. Jeremy McAllister just finding it into the safe hands of the man down at deep square leg on the boundary. So 322 all out, having won the toss yesterday, having been 53 for 3. I think that Barbados pride would tell himself that they've done well to get here and put themselves in what you can almost say is a fairly commanding position. However, you can't judge until both sides have had a chance to bat on this wicket. So we'll see how the Leeward Islands, how they go about it. They do have some talent in that batting lineup. A couple guys actually in the break had a chance to play some of the cricket. The Leeward Islands cricket board, they put on some matches in the break. A couple of them got some runs, so it'll be interesting to see if they can take those runs from those practice games, or I guess they're actually a bit more than practice games, but take the runs from that game and bring them here to Queen's Park Oval and get us close to, or even get past that 322 put on the board by the Barbados Pride.
Well, Burridge ended up with 2 for 39 from his 14 overs, and Louis finally got a wicket, 1 for 55 from his 15 overs and 4 deliveries. So the Barbados innings finally comes to an end at 322. Remember, they started yesterday after they won the toss and opted to bat, closed at 294 for 8, and now the tail wagged a little bit. 322, the final score out of 91 overs and 5 deliveries. So that is where we are now. It means that the Leeward Islands will have a little bit of a task on their hands, and based on the strength of the Barbados bowling attack and what we've seen from this wicket now, I think it's fair to say, to some degree, I don't think the Leeward Islands bowlers utilized this wicket as well as they could have. And I want to believe if the Barbadian bowlers learned from their mistakes, put the ball on the good lines and at a good length and at the pace that some of them have, I want to believe that this 322 could prove to be a very, very good total in the end. An even better total than it looks right now.
I might actually slide onto the side of agreeing with you there, because yesterday we did talk a lot about the fact that the Leeward Island guys, they didn't necessarily use that new ball in that morning period quite well. I see the batting scorecard there. Just run through it very quickly again. Zachary McCaskey, he got 26. Shane Mosley 4. Jonathan Drakes 22. Jonathan Carter, he was gone without scoring And Barbados Pride at that stage were 53 for 3. Shane Dulwich, though, he was a standout. 124 not out off 200 deliveries. Kevin Wickham, this is his second match in the first class cricket. He got 41, a partnership of 92 between himself and his skipper. Shamar Springer didn't do much. He got 4. Dominic Drakes got 22. Shem Holder, sorry. He swung his bat a bit, got some runs. His highest first class score of 43. Kamari Boyce got 12. And then Jeremy McAllister, 12 in the end. He swung his bat. So 322 all out the Barbados Pride. But as Ruskin was saying, as we head over to that bowling card now, Shino Barge, 2 wickets from his 14 overs, 2 for 39. Jeremiah Louis, he got none. Colin Archibald picked up the sole wicket, 1 for 66. Raheem Cornwall, though, he was his standout, 6 for 50 from his 24 overs. Hayden Walsh just bowled his 6 overs. Kofi James bowled 12, and Devon Thomas just his 3 overs, and neither of them taking a wicket. So 322 once again for the Barbados Pride. And it certainly will be an interesting contest, especially given that the Barbados Pride do have a few bowlers that we'll be looking out for, and the likes of the same Jeremy McAllister, who proved to work up a bit of pace across the rounds over in Antigua. They've also brought Dominic Drake, the left-arm seamer, into the game as well. And then Shamar Springer, he is ever handy with the ball. He's picked up some wickets as well in this year's tournament. He's actually picked up 6 wickets so far across those 2 games. So we're saying that we can't necessarily judge a game until both sides have a go at it. Leeward Islands, well, they'll be looking to get a good start with Monson Hodge and Kieran Powell. Casey Carty isn't here. He's away on West Indies duties, so someone will have to step up and fill that role. Casey Carty standing out with a 95 in round 2. Someone from Leeward Island Hurricanes will be hoping to get that 95 plus more. Jamar Hamilton, he's gone fairly well, got 40 in the first innings versus Jamaica. Hasn't done much since then. He'll be hoping that as skipper he can put his foot down. They've included Devon Thomas here as well, and he'll be hoping to get some runs. So there's batting for the Leeward Islands, there's bowling for the Barbados Pride. There's a contest on our hands here at the Queen's Park Oval, day 2 of round 3 of the West Indies Championship.
Welcome back here to very sunny Queen's Park Oval as we're just getting set now for the Leeward Islands reply. If you're now joining us, the Barbados were bowled out for 322, and that man, Shane Dorridge, not out on 124. He lost to Boyce this morning, LBW Berridge for 12, and McAllister, he went caught Berridge off the bowling of Louis picking up his first wicket also for 12, and it was 322 all out. Cornwall, he ended up with 6 for 50, Berridge 2 for 39, Louis 1 for 55, and Archibald 1 for 66. So we're getting ready here for Barbados. It's going to be Dominic Drakes to Monson Hodge. And there's 3 slips and a gully going down there. Then there's a point mid-off. So that's 6 men on the offside. Then on the onside, it's a wideish mid-on, forward short leg, and a man down at fine leg. So Hodge with his partner at the non-strikers end, Kieran Powell. So this is an opening partnership that we've seen over the years, and they've done pretty well for the Leeward Islands. I'm Colin Murray alongside Ian Wilson. Ian, 322, tall order, but the pitch is in good condition. We've got nice sunny weather. You'll have to say it's good for batting at the moment.
Yes, of course. And Monson Hodge and Kieran Powell, they both have a lot of experience. Powell having played 137 first-class matches. Hodge has 86 first-class matches. Matches.
Yeah, get it
matches,
right.
Matches.
And that's not 3 plumes, right?
And that's not 3 plumes. Right. So together they have over 200 matches, and they will be doing. They will be looking for all of the experience to come up trumps. Hodge with his 400s, and Powell, he has a bit more. He has 800s, 3 of them being test match 100s. So they have a lot of experience.
And Powell, as you mentioned, 3 test centuries. Hodge hasn't represented the West Indies, but he's been knocking on the door, and he's been around for a long, long time, as you said. But I think maybe just, he lacks that consistency to maybe go through a season and get a few hundreds and that type of thing, so that even though he's done well for the Leewards, he's just hasn't been able to just bridge that gap and go from this to getting into the test team.
Yeah, and this is one of the issues that plague a lot of our batsmen in the Caribbean. After this delivery from Drakes, he leaves outside the off stump, and that is the issue that we have in the Caribbean. That's why not much of our batters are averaging 40 in first class cricket. Yeah. They're averaging 35 at best, 36 20s. For instance, Hodges averaging 28.72. Powell is averaging 29.63. Yeah. So they are subpar averages because of the inconsistency.
Yeah, that should be up into the 30s, the late 30s, sort of hitting into nearly 40.
Into the 40s. Because you would want to see players who are averaging in first-class cricket in their 40s and 50s. Because, of course, if you can't average 40 in first-class cricket, what do we expect them to do in test cricket?
Yeah. Well, Dominic Drakes hasn't really got his line all that right as yet. He's just too wide of the off stump. I think he needs to get a little closer to that off stump. And Hodge is very comfortable leaving those deliveries alone, judging the pace and the bounce of the pitch at the moment. So Drakes hasn't been able to find that line. He's got 3 slips and a gully, so he may feel that he needs to go outside the line of the off stump, but he needs to concentrate on that off stump direct. That's a little better, but too much on the leg stump now. So he's gone from one extreme to the next, and Hodge is off the mark with that comfortable single off the last ball of the over. So the Leeward Islands having to get to 322. They are off and running, 1 without loss.
And a decent opening over from Drakes, another international bowler for the West Indies. Drakes having played a few T20s for the West Indies. This is his 3rd first-class match.
I'm glad to see him playing in this level. Ian, because he's a good up and coming young player, and I don't want him to be pigeonholed into T20 cricket and ODI cricket. And I'm happy that he's playing this 40. I made the point yesterday that I saw him a few years ago. He had come to Queen's Park, was playing on his second team with Joshua De Silva, and he was showing a lot of promise there. I think he was only maybe about 18 at the time, and his dad Vasper Drakes wanted him to come and get some experience at club level here, and he's matured so nicely because I've been following his progress, and he's matured nicely, and I'm happy to see him at this level now playing the 4-day game. That's badly lined from McAllister, who's going to pick just a single for Hodge, but the first ball from McAllister. First time I'm having a look at McAllister, Ian, but his first delivery seems to be a little bit pacey. But when you're pacey, the first thing you got to do is get your line right. And then they always said, once you get your line right, the pace will come.
Yes, and that is what a lot of fast bowlers have to learn. They have to understand. You have to line it up first. In the bowlers of old, Ambrose Walsh, they would bowl their looseners. Their first couple deliveries would not be pacey, just to make sure they line it up, and then the pace would come after. So
Powell is going to take strike for the first time. Kieran Powell, very elegant looking left-hander, who gives the ball a pretty good whack when he gets hold of it.
It's good to see some of these fast bowlers for Barbados given their chances, seeing that Jason Holder is out on West Indies duty, Kemar Roach is out on West Indies duty. Of course, Hakeem Jordan getting his opportunity, did not play in South Africa, but being a member of the touring party.
Yeah, I like that idea actually with Hakeem Jordan. Let him be among the Kemar Roach and Holder and Shannon Gabriel, Alzari Joseph, and I'm sure he would benefit from just being around them. And I think they must have tried the same thing with Athanaze. I have a different view to the batsmen, to the bowlers. I think, get the batsmen stuck in, let them play. The bowlers, yeah, you can bide your time a little bit with them, let them learn, let them look at the greater fast bowlers or the better fast bowlers that have been around for a little while. The batsmen, I have a different view to the batsmen. I don't like to just see them. I don't like to just see them being called up and left on the sidelines.
Especially with this team and the struggling,
the struggle of the batting.
Strugglers of the batting, especially in the middle order. You would have thought that Athanaze would have gotten a game, especially with the second test, having the first test debacle. But left to be seen. We still have India to come.
Yeah. Again, I would have liked to have seen a little bit more Test cricket, but there's so much T20 and franchise cricket all over the world that Test cricket is suffering a little bit. I think South Africa, in one of the interviews, they were saying they don't have Test cricket until sometime end of the year.
Yeah, they're even worse than us.
Yeah.
He's driving
runs
back
here for Hodge. Yep. Took a difficult bounce in front of McAllister and went high over his head. But a good, you could see Hodge playing very straight. And haven't seen very much. Let's have a look at that again from McAllister, pitching it up. Well, went straight back over his head, didn't it? I thought it hit into the turf first.
It did.
Yeah. I thought it did, yeah. But went straight back over the head of McAllister. By the time he put his hand up, the ball had already gone. Oh, that's a good shout. He's gone. I thought that was a good shout. It seemed to have come back at Hodge. Kept a little slightly low as well, but it came back on him on the right-hander, and he was late in coming down. And the appeal went up, and from the time he was hit, I thought, well, he could be in trouble. And he goes LBW for McAllister for 6. And the Leeward Islands suffer an early setback here. They are 7 for 1.
And that one was a pretty quick delivery. He's bowling with pace already, Jai McAllister.
It is a ball coming back at him, and he seemed to be just going across the line slightly. and it beat him for pace as well. You're right, Ian. Beat him for pace and hit him low down, and he didn't stand much of a chance. And McAllister picks up his first wicket, so he would be happy. Didn't think he was getting his line right. He seemed to be all over the place at trying to get that extra pace, but this one he got it right. He pitched it up to him, came back at Hodge, and he's back into the pavilion. So 7 for 1, setback for the Leeward Islands.
And looking at a score of 320 set by Barbados, 7 for 1 isn't a good showing. Doesn't lead to a good day for the Leeward Islands, but they have some batting to come, especially when you look at Wicket of Cornwall, who would be coming in at 6 or 7 later down in the middle order.
And Devon Thomas, don't forget, Devon Thomas is back into the team and coming out from his international duty, and I thought he did well in the games he had playing at the international level, so I'll be looking forward to seeing him.
Yes, Devon Thomas is another one I thought could have got a game in South Africa as well. Did not feature in the game. Did not feature in the 2 matches. As we see Dominic Drakes coming for his second over. This one is down the leg side, flicked away. They will go for 4.
Yep.
Very fine.
Badly lined again, so that you present a ball like that to Powell, he's going to take advantage. And Dominic Drake said, again, not getting his line right. You know, he needs to settle down.
The new batsman in the meantime, Akeem Saunders,
yep.
having played 19 matches before this one. Just the 100 and the 150 with an average of 19.5.
Just some news coming out of Guyana. We'll give you that after this delivery. That seemed to have straightened on Powell, seemed to be heading down the leg side and just straightened slightly on him.
So he's getting some movement.
Yeah. So 101 all out. Jamaica. Let's just have a look at that delivery, pitching and just straightening on him.
Not a bad ball, actually.
There was no shout. Well, Drake turned around, but no real convincing
Didn't
appeal.
get any support from the fielders.
Justin Graves has picked up 6 for 34. So he is suddenly picking up wickets. Yorker length there from Drakes. So he's much better line from him. Yeah, Justin Graves 6 for 34 from 10.3. Lewis picked up 2, and Ryan John also picked up 2. So those were the wicket takers. But Justin Graves, he's been having quite a good season for the Windward Islands.
Yes, good effort from the Windward Islands. But that ball before this one, I thought it was a really, really good shot. If he had more support from the fielders, it would have been a very good shot.
Yeah, because it seemed to was heading down leg side and just straightened on him. And maybe the height.
Could have been the height.
Yeah.
But it was perfectly lined.
Yeah, he's much better last couple of deliveries now from Drakes. He's settled down much better. Got a lot of time for this young man. You know, I think he's. Maybe if he can just add a yard or so of pace, it could be a handful. He's not a bad lower order batsman as well. Dorich takes that very low down. So the pitch continues to play very well. No real alarms for the batsmen. Got to work hard to pick up your wickets on this surface.
The Barbados Pride still have players to come in next week. Players returning from West Indies duty: Craig Brathwaite, the captain. They have Kimo Roach, Akeem Jordan.
Again, I think every time he tries, at the end of the over, so it's 11 for 1. But it gives me the impression every time Dominic Driggs tries to quicken his pace, he loses his line. And that one, seemed to me that he was going for a faster delivery to Powell, and unfortunately just slipped it down the leg side.
So he should do well just to bowl within himself. Don't try to bowl too quickly.
Try to get some movement off the pitch and in the air, and he can certainly be a handful. But we're going to see Saunders. We're going to see Saunders for the first time taking strike against McAllister.
Yes, so Saunders coming out from St. Kitts. Just 19 first-class matches coming into this match.
And understand Trinidad and Tobago are 26 without loss against the Ghana total of 324. That's a good delivery from McAllister, and Saunders handled it well. Yorker-like delivery, and there was Saunders having to come down on it quickly. Came off the bottom of the bat, but he wouldn't care where it came off. He just had to get down quickly to that Yorker-length delivery from McAllister, who's settling down nicely. So the Leeward Islands have already lost a wicket. They're 1 for 1. So wickets tumbling all over. Well, wickets tumbling in that game in Guyana. It's a good delivery. He's played at it. He gets the edge. And Saunders stands there in amazement. But he is the only one, because the Leeward Islands, the Barbados players felt very confident that the Leeward Islands batsman got an edge. He stood up there for a long, long while. But from the time the ball went towards wicketkeeper Dorridge, the appeal went up. And all the players were jubilant. But Saunders, he stood there for a while. Let's have a look at it, Ian. He gives the impression that he didn't get a touch. But umpire Gustav and the Barbados players were absolutely convinced that he got some bat onto that. Well, we're just waiting to... So it's 11 for 2 now. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and they're in a spot of trouble, and McAllister has picked up both wickets. And let's see, and Devon Thomas now is coming to join Kieran Powell, and you have to say these are the two most experienced players at the crease, and a lot will depend on these two.
Yes, of course, and you want Devon Thomas and Kieran Powell to stay as long as possible today. Devon Thomas coming in 100 first class matches before this one, 5,092 runs. He has a top score of 172. They would love for him to top that today, so he would want to stay as long with Kieran Powell. The Leewards on the back foot early, 6 for 2. Akeem Saunders, a duck this morning.
Very disappointing. He stood there for a while when he was given out, so probably indicating or thinking that, look, I didn't play it. But the umpire was convinced, and so were the Barbados players, because immediately they went up when the ball went into the gloves of...
So McAllister, who is doing quite well, is highly regarded back in Barbados. He's at a Wanderers club, the club of Jason Holder, Craig Brathwaite, Raymond Reefer, and Shane Mosley. Also former players Dennis Atkinson, Ian Bradshaw, Pedro Collins, Kirk Edwards, Milton Small, Professor Edwards. So it's a highly rated club, and he's representing a long list of legendary players.
So 12 for 2 at the moment. As McAllister, he would be very buoyant at the moment, picking up the 2 wickets to fall. So he's got 2 for 6 from 1.4.
So McAllister is fitting in perfectly with the absence of the West Indies bowlers, and another shouting.
Seemed to be pitching outside the leg, and he was looking to work it through that vacant. Well, there's a man at deep backward square leg, and just one man in front of the bat at a wideish mid-on. You could see Powell trying to work that through mid-wicket, but McAllister just losing his line. There are 3 sips and a gully, so you would think he would want to go just outside that line of the off stump, moving the ball away from the left-handed Powell, maybe across his body. And that's not the line he would want. Getting some pace, but he does apologize. You see him putting his hand up to say, okay, I know I got it wrong. And it's the end of the over from McAllister's successful over, in which he picked up the wicket of Akeem Saunders, and it's now 12 for 2.
McAllister generating some pace. Don't have a speed gun, but what do you reckon his clocking time will be?
That's difficult. I really wouldn't like to guess that. But
It's pretty pacey.
Yeah, and the pitch isn't really helping. So it's but he is generating some pace. He is generating some pace, there's no doubt. There's Drakes, and Thomas is off and running. Don't think it's going to get to the boundary. No, it won't. So it's just a couple of runs. So Devon Thomas I like his approach to batting. The only thing with him at times, he gets a little too carried away. But he's got an array of shots. We talked yesterday about shot selection, and I think that is his biggest problem. He's got all the shots. There's no doubt about it. But he's got to pick the right balls in which to execute them.
Dominic Drakes.
That's a good delivery.
Good ball coming back into him, and he was watchful.
Well, he had to adjust, didn't he? He looked to seemingly at first going to play it through the offside, maybe towards a mid-off, and then it just nipped back at him, and he was quickly adjusting his position and played that ball out on the onside.
That's the benefit of keeping your eyes on the ball, watching the ball, even at the last moment, especially to the bowlers who tend to get some late movement.
It's a little too wide of the off stump and not tempting Thomas, which is good because that's it. That when you think of Devon Thomas and you look at some of the dismissals you've had in the past, those type of balls he tend to go after, and so it's early days yet, so he's just playing himself in, which is good. Nice sunny conditions here again at the Queen's Park Oval.
So Dominic Drakes from the Alexandra School in Barbados, that would have produced, and another ball outside the off stump, they would have produced Corey Collymore and Kima Roach. So also representing a bit of legacy there from the Alexandra School. Of course, the son of Vasbert Drakes, former West Indies all-rounder.
Vasbert actually and started to do a lot of coaching when he left the game. Actually came to Queen's Park as well and did some coaching here at Queen's Park. So he's given back to the game.
Even at one time, he was the coach of the West Indies
That's
women
right.
team. So he's an experienced coach, knowledgeable coach.
So the Leeward Islands here Remember, trying to get to 322.
Trying to get a 322 and already a 14 for 2 doesn't make a good reading for the Leewards team, but with Devon Thomas and
Powell.
Powell,
Yeah, they're the main stay of this team, the main batting. That's another good delivery from Drakes. That's much better. And angling the ball into Thomas, and he played it well. Give him credit, because at the last moment he was coming down on it again and then just worked it to the right of mid-on and picked up a single. So the end of the over from Drakes, he has completed his third over, none for 8, and it's 15 for 2.
excellent late movement. That ball was a beautiful ball from Drakes. Moved very late, and it was well played in the end by Devon Thomas.
What I like to see Drakes doing now, Ian, is just taking that ball across the body of Thomas. You know, just getting that late movement and getting it away from him. So, you know, starting maybe middle stump and just getting across the body. Open him up a little bit. Let him look to maybe thinking he can play it through the onside, and let that ball just leaving him. And that's the beauty with some of the left arm seamers. Here's McAllister. That's another good delivery. Yeah, that's the beauty with some of the left arm seamers. They're able to take that ball across the body of a right hander and all of a sudden bring one back. And that's the thing with the left arm seamers. That's their weapon.
And it's always excellent if you can, and always an advantage if you can get to move the ball both ways.
A little too wide of the off stump, McAllister.
Yes, it doesn't
He's a big man, isn't he?
Yes,
McAllister. He's broad, tall, all the makings of a good fast bowler. I had a colleague when I worked a few years ago, Ian, and he was from Guaya, 6 foot plenty, 200 and maybe 50. And he played basketball. I said to him, boy, you should be a fast bowler. Of course, he said to me, and he said he eats fish and he eats all the good things. I said, well, even more now I think you should be a fast bowler. He was 6'6", and, you know, it was amazing with him.
Yes, I think West Indies, we don't have much tall fast bowlers like Courtney Walsh, Ambrose, Joel Garner, Wes Hall in the past.
Even Mikey Holden was tall. And, remember seeing Michael Holding at the Oval in London, and what was a truly dead wicket. It's a good shot. That's a lovely shot. That's going to run away. Pitched up to Devon Thomas, and he just pushed it, basically. Used the pace of McAllister, and it races across the outfield down to a long off for 4. What a good shot from Thomas. That was a game in which Vivian Richards made 291, and Dennis Amos, the opener for England, he scored a double as well. And West Indies got to 500 in the first innings. England got to 400, and there was still a result in the game. And Mikey Holden picked up some 15 wickets or something of that, or 13 wickets in the match. And Andy Roberts got 1. It was absolutely an amazing display from Mikey Holden. And of the 15 wickets or so that he picked up, I would think 13 went either bowled or LBW. And trust me, it was a dead, flat pitch.
Dead flat pitch. A destructive spell of bowling from Mike Hewlin. And of course, right here at the Oval, we can remember the 6 for 24 from Curtly Ambrose against England in 1994.
Yeah.
The 7 for 1 spell in Australia.
That's a good shot. Too short from McAllister.
There's no one down there.
Thomas is able to just, again, open the face of the bat. It was short, it was wide of the off stump, and all he did was to get on that back foot, open the face, guided it down to third man. So it's 23 now for 2 after that McAllister over. He's completed 3 overs, 2 for 14. And Ian, I'm taking my leave on Ruskin Mark. that gentleman that hails from the west is going to join you.
So as we welcome back Ruskin Marcus, 23 for 2 after 6 overs.
Thank you very much, Ian. And not to mention that Colin also lives in the west. We won't tell anybody. You know, he will have you believe he's from the east. You know where wise men come from.
So Dominic Drix will continue, conceding 8 runs in the last over.
And I think he's been thereabouts. He hasn't been as consistent as he probably would like to be. But again, you look at his bowling action, and there's a little, I don't want to say a sling in it, but when he delivers, he's not like...
He's not 100. He's
top,
not 100% straight.
Right up on top. So he does have a little bit, and that probably could account for
the little swing.
The lack of consistency sometimes with his bowling. But in essence, he's still a quality player, and at this level, he could be a handful. And again, he's pitching up, and I don't mind him pitching up because if he can get any kind of movement at all, he will create problems.
And he is getting some movement. So Devon Thomas playing some good deliveries, being very watchful, and now as he's getting the ball to the left-hander, his natural movement will be getting the ball to move away from Kieran Powell. But what we were saying before, if he can get the ball to come back into Kieran Powell, being a left-hander, that will be a very good ball to have.
It is, but it's almost it's ironic that he cannot bowl that delivery as well. That's a good delivery because that was really veering in on the pads there, and you could see Powell kind of hitting across his pad, around the pad. And although he made good contact, he was living dangerously there because he had planted that right foot and then had to bring the bat around the pad. And you could see him rehearsing. And now they've withdrawn the man at square leg and put him to a deep square leg, slightly behind the square. So he's looking over the umpire's left shoulder. And so is he going to go for the short ball, or is he going to pitch up on the pads and ask him to flick? He has a tendency to fall over and play across his pad. And that's a beauty. That one hit the outside edge. He's out, corner the wicket.
Good delivery from Dominic Drix. He gets his first wicket today. And this is not what Leewards would want. Kieran Powell being dismissed for 5. When it is that they need a partnership between himself and Devon Thomas, he departs at 23 for 3. Not what the doctor ordered, but a very good delivery from Dominic Drix.
And again, it's the consistency of line. You know, a little adjustment in his length. He was pitching up a couple of the other deliveries. This time, he just pulled it back a little bit more, allowed the ball to pitch and move, and it just sort of kissed the outside edge on the way through to be taken by Shane Dowrich. So another brilliant delivery and another crucial blow struck here by Barbados.
Dowrich already having a very good game, 121 not out. Now 2 dismissals already. 2 dismissals of the 3. 2 catches. Got the catch of Akeem Saunders for no score, and now the catch of Kieran Powell.
Kofi James is a new batsman.
A young 25-year-old. To Kofi James, hailing from Antigua, where many of the legends of the West Indies would have come out from. He just 3 matches coming into this match with a high score of 23 and an average of 16.75. So definitely they would want him to better his high score and up the average a bit. He's already batting already at 23 in the 7th over, and he's batting at number 5. So it's a Not a good reading for the Leeward Islands.
He's playing at a delivery again just outside the off stump, and I suppose with most batsmen you want to feel the ball on the bat as often as possible, but when you're now starting an innings, sometimes it's good to let deliveries go, and you just watch the delivery and you kind of take note of the movement of the ball. You kind of put that in your memory bank as you start to build an innings. And you don't always have to play at deliveries, but so often we see players playing at deliveries that they don't necessarily need to. But it's kind of like the nervousness when you're now starting. That's a short ball pulled away, and he's going to get a single. I think that's all there is in it, and he will be happy with that. So one more to the total.
He gets off the mark.
I think that the scoreboard is going berserk.
Yes, so something is wrong with the scoreboard at the moment.
It's 24 for 3.
So Dominic Drake's getting his wicket, 1 for 9 or 4 overs. So it's a good performance by Barbados on the field so far. Leewards on the back foot to Jai Hamilton. Well, Jai McAllister. So to come still for the Leewards will be Jama Hamilton and Rakim Cornwall. I think they will be next in line to come in for the Leewards. Jai McAllister in the far end, 2 for 14.
He's bowled well. He's produced some, as we saw, wicket-taking deliveries. He's not been as consistent, but he's produced, in between all of them, he's produced these unplayable. There's another brilliant take down the leg side there from Shane Dowrich. So he's having a fine match so far with the bat and now with the glove. And as captain, he's leading from the front.
And that was a brilliant take, Ruskin. And it was a very quick delivery again from McAllister. Went down low, quick to his left.
Reminded you of your goalkeeping days, huh? But it really was a fine take. He's not a tall man, and he looked like Jeff Dujon going there. And that's, again, good pace. And presenting the full face of the bat there is the young man James, Kofi James. But he really needs to really buckle down here. His team needs something from him. Something big, as they say. And not what a better day than a brilliant day. Brilliant sunshine at the Oval. And a lift-in delivery. And this is good bowling because he's mixing them up nicely.
And it was well played by Kofi James.
He's not a tall man, but he was right in behind it. And you can look at his shirt fluttering in the breeze there. So there's a nice breeze, although it's hot and humid. There's still some breeze around. So 24 for 3 right now.
The Leeward Islands in the back foot already. In the 8 over, 3 wickets down, 24 runs.
So now that's a brilliant shot because he didn't try to play it on the ground. He just got under it, lofted it over the inner ring. But he hit it so well that the ball just raced down to long off for 4 runs.
A good shot from James, and he's showing signs that he's not afraid of McAllister. Gets it up. That's his range. He got the delivery in his range and just pelting the bat at it in the air. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. Very close in being a 6. A shot with authority, they would call that.
Yep. And then, as if to rub salt in the wound, he takes his guard over. You see, I didn't middle that one. So he wants a better guard for that now. Let's see the response. He's in behind this one. It probably just dropping well short of the slip Borden.
And it's a good response from the bowler, McAllister, having been hit for a disrespectful 4 You come back with a short ball just to let the batsman know who you are.
As they say, typical fast bowler's response, isn't it? You don't like to get roughed up at all, and it's almost as if you just want to get one back on the batsman, so you don't ever let them feel that they got the better of you, even if they did. This time again he's driving uppishly and living dangerously to somebody. He wants a second run, but it's not there, as the ball was much too close to the fieldsman. In fact, he already had it in his hand. So that completes another over. 9 gone, 29 for 3.
Well, Ruskin, I will leave you in the capable hands of Joel Manning as we continue the coverage of the West Indies 4-day championship between the Leeward Islands and Barbados.
Ian, I'm not sure if you heard the big crash just now, so maybe Joel could tell us what he did to the door. What upset him so much that he had to break the glass. So maybe he will explain that to us in a short while. But we did hear that big bang a little while ago, and since Joel was the person nearest to it, we'll have to ask him to clarify exactly what went on. But we want to believe it's the wind that caused all that commotion there.
Well, good morning again, Ruskin. Good morning, viewers. Well, you see, Jerry McAllister was working up some pace out there, and in terms of what happened out there, I guess it transferred into the commentary box.
And again, all of a sudden, now here's the difference, what a wicket does for you. But even before he got the wicket, Drakes had kind of fallen on a good line, on a good length. He had pitched up a couple, and then he just pitched one slightly further back, but again, lined beautifully, and it just sort of kissed the edge of Powell's bat to get him caught at the wicket. And now you're seeing him, you're almost seeing that transfer now. The confidence is up, and he feels he can reproduce deliveries of that nature. So he's touching down, he's bowling to a right-hander now, and you're seeing a little more consistency from him. Again, lining up the delivery just on about that off stump. He's not deviating too far from it, and but it's from there he's starting his work, which is a pretty good sign for a left-arm quick.
A pretty good sign indeed, and overall it's good signs from a Barbados Pride perspective, and we talked about trying to make that comparison between how they might go about in terms of their bowling approach in comparison to the Leeward Island Hurricanes yesterday. And one thing we can say is that they've on a greater consistent basis put the ball in the right areas. Things have actually looked a bit quicker, yes, but it's just not about that pace factor. It's about getting the ball in the right areas, giving yourself a chance to take those wickets.
And they're using the new ball to good effect. There's another good delivery. It was well played, you have to say, in the end from James. But again, another good delivery followed him, and he was able to get the bat in position and got a single for his effort as well. So good cricket all round, a good delivery and very well played by James.
Good cricket all around indeed. It's going to be an interesting task for the pair of Devon Thomas and Kofi James. Devon Thomas in for this match. Kofi James got a couple runs so far in the championship. Not big runs, but you could say he kind of got a little start. So he got a 15, a 18 and a 23 so far. He's going to want to group those together and put that performance here on day 2.
And they need it badly. This is the man, though, that they will be looking for to anchor the innings pretty much the same way that Shane Dowrich did. Is they're going to look to Devon Thomas and everybody kind of bat around him to some degree. But in a sense, he is the one who's probably going to have to be there, for as long as the innings goes, just to be able to see them, even if they don't overhaul the total, but try to get as close as possible to it. Given the start that Barbados have had, I think that must be the thinking now. He must be feeling, I have to take the lead here for the Leewards. Another good delivery, just outside the off stump. And I like this because he's asking the batsman to play or not to play. Those are the decision-making things that he's putting in the mind of the batsman. Do I play or do I not play at this delivery here? And he's kind of starting everything in the same area. It's a pity we don't have like a like a pitch map in terms of where his deliveries are, but you could see from just from memory in this over alone, everything has been just on an off stump or just outside the off stump, with the one exception of the ball that followed James in a couple deliveries prior, and even that started on the stumps. Here he is again, touching down just on about that off stump, and this time it went with that left-hander's angle that went across the right-hander and was taken by the keeper. It's the end of the over. At the end of it, 30 for 3. The Leewards replying to Barbados' 322.
Certainly a fantastic start for the Barbados Pride. The Hurricanes 30 for 3 after just 9 overs as we stop to get some water, take on some fluid. It's certainly hot out there, but I think that the Leewards can look at this and say, funny enough, we had Barbados Pride in a similar position. Barbados Pride, yes, they were 53 for 3 before skipper Shane Dowrich came out there and anchored that innings.
I remember they lost a wicket right after
The lunch as well.
yesterday, so it was really 57 for 4.
Yes, indeed.
And I think they lost Drakes. Jonathan Drakes right
in
after
that first
the
over, right
yeah.
after lunch, yeah. So they can look at this and say, well, we had Barbados Pride in a similar over, and we realised what happens when you spend time at the wicket. And Devon Thomas, somebody with over 5,000 first-class runs, he would know that this is a situation that he can stand up and bat in. Is just about the case of, all right, yes, the Barbados Pride bowlers are putting it in a good area. Yes, they're finding those lines and lengths that are working, but we can still stand up and bat because we realise that this pitch doesn't really have that much in it once that new ball starts to get a little older. Yes, you're still going to tell yourself that Shamar Springer is somebody that could cause some problems. He's caused problems over the first rounds, but if I spend time out there, it could happen. Kofi James, young in his first class career, this is just his third match. This is a chance for him now to play a similar innings to somebody like Kevin Wickham.
Yes, and even but I think he should look to play an innings similar to what Shane Dowrich played. Because remember when Shane came, he kind of counter-attacked early. Then he consolidated for a period, and then he went again. And then when he got closer to his 100 is when he kind of slowed down, and then just kind of, he didn't. I'm not sure, but between say 70 and 100, it would be interesting to see how many boundaries he actually got in that latter part of his innings. I would say 2 maximum, if so many, because he was just taking singles, 2s, and keeping the scoreboard ticking over. When he had his 50, he had 5 4s. In his 100, he ended up with 9. And I'm like I said, I'm almost certain between 50 and 70, he probably would have scored another 2 of those boundaries in there. So that last part, he just kind of took his time. He didn't, it was like he was thinking 100, but more importantly, he was thinking about batting out the day and see where we were at the end of the day. And at the end of the day, they were like 294 or something to that effect, and in a pretty good position, and he was already past 100. So, and I think that's what you kind of like have to look at, and see. Well, I'm not a Shane Dowrich, as a youngster coming into regional cricket, but if I can just spend time, I may not hit as many boundaries or, score as quickly, but at least I can do something that would benefit my team in this situation right now. This is a precarious situation for the Leewards. If they're not careful, they could end up like Jamaica. We saw what happened to Jamaica. They got bowled out for 101 or something like that this morning. When we were there, said they were 97 for 8 last night, or something like that. And you don't want to fall into that situation because the game could get away from you rather quickly. And I think from what we were talking yesterday, the game sort of got away from the Leewards when they lost maybe 2 of their key bowlers through injuries or illness. Then they ended up losing their spinner late on in the day, Heaton Walsh Jr., with the injury, so they were really handicapped. And Barbados took advantage of that. We saw that brisk innings from Holder, And it's like they didn't have answers. How are we going to, sort of cool him down? And he just kept going, and at the other end, the captain just kept giving him the strike, but he was also accumulating runs in the process. So you kind of like have to put some thought into how you're going to do this. Like I said, you may not do it in boundaries, but you have to figure out you could get singles around here now. Springer is on, and his first delivery is a nice spongy little bounce there outside the off stump, an indication that he has a plan. But it was a nice bounce. You saw he's a tall man, and no doubt I'm sure he'll be anxious to get into his work as well.
Yeah, Shamar Springer. I think he's a little underrated at times in terms of his ability with the ball. He gets to you maybe just a little quicker than you would expect some days, and beyond that, quite often he's fairly accurate as well with it.
And he's outside the off stump on this occasion. Nice whippy action, and but he's not a big man. He's not in the classic mold of a fast bowler. He's Ambrose-like, maybe not as tall as Ambrose, but wiry in terms of a fast bowler.
I think he'd be very happy to hear you mention the likes of Ambrose in the same sentence as him.
Well, if he, based on his physical tools, I think he now has to work out in his mind. I may not be able to blast people out, but I could certainly get the ball there. And here he is deliberately lifting this one. Not for the first time. We've seen him go the aerial route and picks up another boundary. This is Kofi James doing his bit.
Yeah, good positive cricket by Kofi James. And I say positive because he's playing proper cricket shots as well as just not loose attacking. That particular delivery from Shamar Springer, it was short, it was wide, and there was nothing to trouble him there, especially with the man just in that cover. So just get it over there, and it was guaranteed runs for him. So good positive cricket for Kofi James, good positive cricket for the Leeward Island Hurricanes, and they'll be wanting a lot more of that.
Well, he's using what the field is giving him at the moment. This time it's just outside the off stump, and he's treating that with respect. So at least he's showing some restraint. He's not trying to hit every ball out there. Although I thought that was a nice a nice length for him to really get cracking with it if he wanted to. Maybe if he didn't hit the boundary before, he might have gone after this one. But he showed good restraint there and didn't just throw the bat at it. There are three slips waiting there for him. On his legs this time, and you can see him trying to get out front. He looks like a batsman who likes to score quickly. He's not afraid to put the bat and try to manipulate the ball some, which is not bad, which is a good trait to have, because it means that bowlers can't just sit there and just work on you. He looks like he wants to get on with the scoring, and if you could just learn to rotate strike. He's again nibbling at one outside the off stump as it goes through. It's the end of Springer's first over, and at the end of it, 34 for 3 with Thomas on 11, and James already is up to 11 as well. Comments from you, and of course Colin Murray is going to be your next commentator.
11 and 11, those scores for the Leeward Island Hurricanes batters at the crease right now. Kofi James and Devon Thomas. A lot of time left in the day, a lot of cricket left in this match, and yes, they're looking to be in a very precarious position. However, things can change, especially if they just think back to yesterday and the position that they had the Barbados Pride in. They would know that as long as they spend time at the crease, as long as they continue to play this positive cricket, things could quickly change for them. Oh, that one jabbing back in from Dominic Drake. He's really working up some speed now into his 6th over. It's been a day and some that we've been playing on this surface, but clearly there's still something left in it for the fast bowlers, as I now have Colin Murray alongside of me.
Yes, good morning to you, Mr. Manning. How are you today?
I'm good. A bit shocked from the broken glass earlier.
Yeah,
but,
well, it's actually been cleared up. It was a very strong breeze. And but don't worry, you survived, and we all survived. Thankfully, nobody was around at the time, or very close to it.
He was in there.
Yeah, it must have nearly shattered you as well.
Oh no, it really put a jump into the heart. And got me
Well,
thinking.
at least you know your heart is working properly. Excuse me. Here is Dominic Drake's. He's certainly come on in this spell. I thought when he started, he didn't get his line right. He was just a little too wide of the off stump. Sometimes he went down the leg side to the left-handers. And but the last couple of overs, I think he's got his line much better now, and he's making these batsmen play at everything. That's another good delivery. Pitching just outside, that one coming back at him. He's got to get now that ball just pitching similar area and leaving the right-hander. Get them thinking. But he certainly he's settled down nicely and is bowling well. Doesn't have the same type of pace as, say, McAllister. But he certainly, his control, I think, is much better.
Yeah, he's gone into a good rhythm.
Yeah.
And that's what you want as a fast ball, to feel like everything is going right for you from your run-up to how you're releasing the ball. And he's really gotten into that now as he's progressed in this innings.
That's a good delivery again. Because that one just straightened on Devon Thomas. Allowed it to go through. Heard you and Ruskin talking about Kofi James. And he's a no-nonsense type of batter, isn't he?
Yeah, he's really getting out there, getting after it. I mean, you might look at it and say, well, he's still young in his first-class career, but he's attempting to impose himself here.
That's right.
And I think that is good from him also. He just had a couple scores so far in this first-class season. He got 15, 18, and 23, so...
Yeah. That's a delivery just on the pad, but started to come into Thomas from early. He saw the early swing, so he was able to just work that ball through that mid-wicket region. Yeah, he's again, but the scores you have called there is all starts. He's got 3 starts. You know, it's not to say you're calling scores of 2, 4, and 6. You know, it starts, and that's the big problem. We keep talking about batsmen getting starts and not able to carry on. I think Shane Dorich showed everyone what a good start is. Because even he started a little shakily. That's too short, but Thomas not able to really capitalize. Yeah, he started a little shakily, but as the innings progressed, you can see him maturing into the innings and playing the type of innings where not only as a captain, but as a batsman should. Here is the end of the over from Drakes, however, 37 for 3. And I think if a lot of the batsmen take a leaf out of the page of Shane Dorich, it would be useful for a lot of them.
Yeah, it certainly could be useful. And I think also why we're able to compare a little bit here is because of the type of innings that he played. So, yeah, things were a little iffy here and there because there's still one shot I always go back to my mind as to why did he play it. He put that shot away, but since then he was calculated, and we talk a lot about that shot selection.
Yes.
And that was what was really good from Shane Dorich yesterday. When the ball was pitched up, he went through the covers nicely, didn't try to overhit it. And then when it was short, he just worked it into the legs, and he got those runs he accumulated.
That's a good shot from Thomas. Runs in it for him. It's probably not going to get to the boundary, but badly lined by Springer. And of course, Springer only in his second over, so still settling in, and probably trying to maybe get a little bit more pace than he's at the moment. He's probably trying to work up a bit of pace, and because of that, just went down the leg side to Devon Thomas. A lot depends on Devon Thomas now here in this innings. You would think he needs to sort of carry the innings for the Leeward Islands and get them as close as possible to the 322.
Yeah, a lot certainly depends on him. He's played over 100 first-class games already, so they will know that he has the experience required for a situation like this.
he always, I look at Devon Thomas over the years, and he always looks comfortable. He gets in, he plays his shots, he looks on top of the bowling, and all of a sudden he gets out. I think he tries to overdo a little bit. He tends to just very much, how should I put it, ultra aggressive at times, Devon Thomas, when maybe he just needs to sit back and say, okay, I've got to 40, I've got to 50, let me now work myself back in to get to the 100. Oh, that's a good delivery. Straightening on pitching and just straightening on Thomas. And you could see him just feeling for it. Really good delivery from Springer.
Yeah, certainly a fantastic delivery just in that quarter, I guess, of uncertainty, we would have to say, just outside of that off stump. But if I were Devon Thomas, I would know that balls like that must come.
Yeah.
You must expect that balls like that must come. You're playing at the first class level. You didn't get out. Settle back in, go again.
Yeah, Springer, of course, picking up 6 wickets so far in the tournament. That's too short. Got away with it. It's just going to be a single. But far too short.
I'm happy you said exactly that. Got away with it. Because I reckon that was one that could have found its way into the boundary. It didn't have much in terms of the height of it. And it got to what you could say was a very good position for that pull shot.
So just some news coming out of Guyana with the Windward Islands. They were 1 for 1 at one stage, and they're now 45 for 2, having taken a 116-run lead. So they seem to be heading for an outright victory there against Jamaica. And Trinidad and Tobago, they're 55 for 2, chasing that mammoth 324 from the Guyana Harpy Eagles. So the Red Force losing those 2 early wickets. They were going along nicely at one stage at 26 for none. And they've lost 2 wickets. So it's going to be an interesting game down there. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force with home advantage. But when you can accumulate as an opposition 324, don't think home advantage counts. The 2 men out as Jeremy Solozano. He's gone for 15. Keegan Simmons for 15. But the informed Darren Bravo, he is there on 11. A lot would depend on him and with Jason Mohammed, who is with him. Oh, this is one coming off the inner part of the bat. He's getting a single, Devon Thomas. But you could see him a little upset. He was looking to play that through the offside. And it's the end of the over from Springer, 41 for 3. And Devon Thomas is on 18. Kofi James is on 12. Yes, and I thought... the young Vikash Mohan was a little unlucky not to get into the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team because he was initially picked. How unlucky can you get? The very first ball of the game went for a catch and split the webbing on his left hand, was out for a couple of weeks, came back, and last week in domestic competition he got 100. But coming into the team, they decided, to leave him on the bench.
Some days... things just don't go in your favor.
You're right. And it's a really, really pity. It reminded me of Jeremy Solozano. This is Drake's. That's a lovely delivery. Pitching up to Devon Thomas and not coming back at him, just leaving him slightly on pitching. And he had to play at it because it was just around the off stump. And luckily he didn't get the edge. Jeremy Solozano, remember making his debut for the West Indies, fielding and getting hit at forward short leg, and that was the end of his Test career because he never got back into the team. And you have to say, how unlucky can you be? So let's hope that Mohan gets an opportunity at some time.
Well, there are just 2 games left after this as well. That's the thing about it.
Well, we talked about that. The first class season is just too short. You've got to have 2 rounds of cricket. And I don't care where you played. These guys need more cricket.
Even if they play underneath a shed.
Sorry?
Even if you play underneath a shed.
I don't care. If you play in the sea, it doesn't matter to me. Get these guys playing more cricket. We need 10 rounds of cricket. And I remember a few years ago when they even had the visiting team, and we could talk about that after this delivery. That's another good delivery. Dominic Drake's really bowling very well now. Yeah, when they had an A team coming across, either India or somebody like that, they couldn't win the championship. And then they also had a challenge. So the winner would play the runner-up, in a challenge. Remember Barbados winning a year in 2000, and memory serves me right, 2007. And the Red Force finished second. I think India was either India or England was the visiting team, and they finished third in the championship. So what happened was Trinidad then played Barbados in a Challenge Cup, and Barbados, being the home team, should have hosted and couldn't host it, and the game was played at Guaracara Park, and Darren Ganga was the captain of the Trinidad team, and they came out. Trinidad actually won that game. So they lost the regional championship but won the challenge. And just these things. And again, you had better opposition because you had the India A and the England A teams coming out. And I think there was also a West Indies emerging team that played in that championship. So but we just got to get more cricket for these guys. More red ball cricket. Because everything these days is white ball cricket. But here's Drakes again. It's a little too wide of the off stump this time, and played well by Devon Thomas, just allowing it to go through. Nice hot sunny conditions here again at the Queen's Park Oval. Pitch playing pretty good. There's no alarms in that pitch at all.
No alarms indeed, and hence why it's just important that this pair gets through. They've navigated it far at this point. At one stage, 23 for 3, so they've added 21 runs. I make it. But they're into that period where it's just a case of choosing your shots wisely, leaving alone, especially like on that occasion from Devon Thomas.
Oh, that's a brilliant catch. That's a wonderful catch by Springer. It was short, it was outside the off stump, and Thomas looking to cut. I didn't think he had the room in which to cut that ball, and he went at it, and it was airborne, and Springer diving to his right came up with a super catch, and it's the end of Devon Thomas. He goes for 20, but what a good catch. He would look back at that, Devon Thomas, and would probably say to himself, he should not have played that shot. But a wicket for Dominic Drakes. And, he's into his 7th over, and he continues to bowl well. I would have said, I'm been surprised. Let's have a look at it. I was surprised that he's gone into this 7th over.
Yeah, absolutely superb from Shamar Springer. Yeah. We didn't get to see the grab there on the camera, but it was almost reminiscent of a grab that he took over in Antigua at that same gully position. He's a fantastic fielder, and that one, as soon as it left the bat, into the hands of Shamar Springer. Another wicket down, especially on the cusp of leaving alone the right deliveries.
Yeah.
If we could just maybe get that replay one more time to see the line there, because I reckon that Devon Thomas could have maybe opted to leave that one on that particular occasion. Yes, you're still looking to play positive cricket, but Dominic Drake's into what was a very good over. We get that replay once again, and yeah, it was just back of a length there. Yes, indeed. So that was actually similar in length, not necessarily line, to the one that he left the ball before.
Right.
Played at it on this particular occasion, and it to his demise.
I think he did, and it gives me the impression he made a late decision. The ball was almost on top of him, and then at the last minute, he just cut at it. And really and truly, he would regret that, because he's gone back to the pavilion. And you're right, it should have been a delivery that he should have left alone. And you got that impression just at the last minute. He played that almost a dab at it, and it was airborne, and Springer took a fine catch, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes now in some trouble at 44 for 4.
Yeah, they were just in that little period where they were doing well, where they were getting themselves just slightly out of the hole. Still in there, still a little dark, but they were navigating it with a phone light. However, that light is starting to flicker a little bit more now, given that Jamar Hamilton is at the crease. He scores 44 for 4.
Yes, and Hamilton is going to face his first delivery. So Drakes continues to bowl well. He's just completed his 7th over. and 2 for 15. I was surprised he's continuing in the attack. I thought Norwich may have just pulled him out to give him a little bit of a rest. But he's a fit man, and he enjoys his bowling, doesn't he?
Yeah, especially when you have the ball coming out of your hand like that. You certainly must enjoy it. It takes me back to Akeem Jordan over in Antigua, and Akeem Jordan literally saying, I don't want to put this ball down. but when it's coming out like that, when it's kissing the surface like that, when you're getting that movement, I guarantee you nobody wants to put it down. And he was rewarded for it as well there with his second wicket of the day.
Yes, he has been 2 for 15 now from his 7 overs. So Hodge gone for 6, Powell for 5, Saunders without scoring, and now Devon Thomas for 20. And McAllister has picked up 2, Drakes has picked up 2. So it's going to be Springer. He's going to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. He's had 2 overs so far, none for 9. It's just some discussion there. Not too sure what that could be about with the bowler and Drakes. It's gone off to mid-off, wideish mid-off. Oh, straight into the hands of the man at a straightish gully. And Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they've lost another wicket. This is James, and the man taking the catch, a very simple catch, is McCaskey. And whoa, he just stood there, James, and he just pushed at the ball. Came off a thickish outside edge and went straight. And he didn't have to move left, he didn't have to move right, McCaskey, and he's taken a very comfortable catch. And the Hurricanes, they are in serious trouble now. It's 44 for 5.
Yeah, it appears as if the Hurricane has actually passed through their innings of 44 for 5, and that was a pleasing catch, you would have to say, for Zachary McCaskey. Any fast bowler's dream is to just put it there on a length, take that edge, as we see it there once again, just touching down nicely. Kofi James just maybe guilty of maybe just pushing a little bit at it, but Zachary McCaskey doing the rest, accepting the catch, and things have gone from bad to worse for the Leeward Islands of 44 for 5. And we're into over number 14.
Wow, and it's Rakeem Cornwall has come. The big man is making his way out. Jimbo is his nickname. And it's going to be interesting how he decides to attack the Barbados and attack, you better believe, because he's not the kind of player that's going to push and prod. Thing is, he's only got about 20 minutes to lunch, or probably less than that, and he's going to face up to the bowling of Shamar Springer.
Well, Cornwall has gotten a few runs so far in this championship, at 29, 85, and 67 are the runs that he's accumulated so far in the championship. So runs and wickets for him.
Yeah, he's got 181 runs from the 3 innings, high score of 85, and he's averaging 60.3. So it's 60.3. He's really done exceedingly well. So he's coming with the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in a lot of trouble. They've lost 5 wickets now before the luncheon interval.
Yeah, the big question is, what is the approach now for Hamilton, and what is the approach for Cornwall?
Well, they've got a man right out at the deep square position. Thing is, Cornwall, in my view, he bats one way. You know, he just gets his eye in, and once it's in his zone, he's going to go after you. Anything too full, anything too short, and Cornwall is not going to lie down and play dead.
Interesting times ahead. Even at 45 for 5, with the pair at the crease, we're playing cricket, and these are guys that can stand up and bat. And my hope is that they don't just lie down flat on the low Barbados pride to run over them at this point.
I don't think neither of them will allow that. Hamilton is certainly a very fiery customer as well. once he gets his eye in, he's going to look to attack. And Cornwall, in my view, he bats one way. And when I say bats one way, this is not a criticism of his, but he likes to attack. And I think we talked about shot selection. We've talked about that all the time. He's just got to pick the right balls.
Yeah, it's just simply a case of that. Hamilton got a couple runs also, probably a little less than he would have expected, but he got a 40 in that first match against Jamaica Scorpions, 40 off of just over 100 balls.
Yeah, it's in the air. But he would be disappointed so far, Hamilton, just from the 3 innings, just 64 runs, and he's a much better player than that. Just averaging 21. He got that top score of 40. But certainly you look at Hamilton and you look at his record, he's a far better player than what we see.
Yeah, far better player indeed. And there's no better time than today and now to show up for his side as the skipper. We saw his opposite number in Shane Dowrich stand up at a time where Barbados Pride were looking a bit shaky. And I think that Jamar Hamilton has a chance to do just that and probably even more to make a statement on this tournament.
This is a good shot from Hamilton. Runs, it's going to run away to the boundary, just slightly short. And it gave Hamilton the opportunity to just stand there and open the face of the bat. Struck it powerfully. He is a good striker of the cricket ball. And so he's off the mark, and he would be pretty happy with that. There he is. Just stand and deliver. Excellent shot from him.
Yeah, certainly a quality cricket shot from the young man.
So he's off that mark, and Leeward Islands, Hurricanes trying to get to the 50 mark. Oh, that's another good delivery. Lovely delivery from Springer, just pitching, hitting the seam and just leaving Hamilton. He nibbled at it, and luckily for him, didn't get a touch. So there is a summary. 322, Barbados Pride, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes struggling at the moment at 49 for 5. So just about 10 minutes or thereabout left for the luncheon interval, as Mr. Wason is back here with me, all decked off in his red Puma shirt. And let's see, Team TTO. Okay, not too sure if you made the team or you were just an observer, but I'll just give you the benefit of the doubt one way or the other, whether you made the team or you were observer.
It was a complimentary jersey.
So you didn't make the team. At least you're honest enough. They have guys going around and proud and beating up their chest and they wouldn't say anything. Here's Drakes again. That's just too wide of the off stump. I was making the point a little earlier, Ian, that Dominic Drakes, he's into his 8th over, and you've got to give him credit. Because I thought he may have been pulled out of the attack, after maybe 4 or 5 overs. But he's kept going. And, obviously Shane Dowrich knows his capability. But the longer he's bowled, is the better he's got.
Yeah, and it is refreshing to see the fitness. His fitness is proven. We see for too long, and this is Joachim Cornwall driving. For too long, we see fast bowlers bowling 4 over spells, 5 over spells, not getting the long spells that we would have known of old. Back in the day, Ambrose and Walsh would bowl for the first hour.
You don't dare take the ball away from them.
No, you don't. But now we see bowlers bowling 3 over spells, 4 over spells, and you wonder, because some bowlers need to get into a rhythm.
Yeah, and he is now. Dominic Drakes is certainly into a rhythm, isn't he? That's a little too short. He's luckily Cornwall may have just been a little too close to him, that he couldn't get around in time to swivel and play it down towards fine leg. He was trying to more or less just ease out of the way of it.
But Raheem Cornwall need to be careful because one of his shots he loved to play is that flick down to mid wicket, and
There's a deep backward square down there,
And
stationed right onto the ropes.
so they have people positioned for that flick he likes to play.
They've obviously done their homework with Raheem Cornwall. There's a no orthodox mid on and mid off, and you would have to think that Dominic Drake's not really is going to take the ball up to him, because if he does, Cornwall tends to go over the top, and I just don't think that Drake's is going to risk that, especially if he doesn't have a long on. And this is good captaincy, because even if he pitches it up, let Cornwall go over the top. You know, say, okay, you want to hit me over the top? By all means, go ahead. And who knows, a miss hit or can result in his demise.
Which tends to happen with Cornwall.
That's short, and he's looking to pull a delivery. Was into the shot a little too early. Seemed to be a little bit of a slower, short delivery from Drakes, and he stands there. What is this conversation about? Is he telling Cornwall what happened? If you're gonna hit me. Well, the thing is, you don't. I don't think Dominic Drakes is that quick, but you don't talk to fast bowlers. You just turn away. I remember a story once, and I wouldn't call the names of the players. We were playing a game, and first class game, and the only name I will call is the bowler. Tony Gray was bowling for Queen's Park.
Your good friend.
Yes, my good friend Tony Gray. And here is Drakes again. That's in the air, but straight back, luckily over his head. And he's going to pick up. Is he going to come back for the second? Cornwall, yes, he is. And he was hitting it in the air. Luckily, it went straight back over Drakes' head. It could have so easily have ended up into the hands of the man at mid-off. But it's the end of the over from Drakes. He's completed his 8 overs, 2 for 17. The 50 is now up for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. It's 51 for 5. Hamilton is 4. Cornwall is on 3. Yeah, and we were playing against Wanderers Cricket Club at Gilbert Park. In those days, Gilbert Park was a lovely wicket, but it was a lovely pitch, but it was almost like concrete. When I say it was quick, and Tony Gray playing for Queen's Park, he was working up a pace, and we had Wanderers struggling at about, I would say, 50 for 5, and 2 veterans were at the crease, and one of the veterans was facing, and Tony Gray ran up, and he bowled a short one, and the veteran got out of the way of it. He ran back, he came another short one, and he got out of the way again. And so the third ball now, he pitched it up, and the veteran got on the front foot and turned to Tony Gray and said, "You think you're fast?" But that was not the funny one. The non-striker turned to him and said, "Boy, shut your mouth." I'm sure Ruskin Mark would know the 2 players I'm talking about. But it was so funny. You don't give fast bowlers chat.
No, you don't.
You don't get them upset.
You don't. And one can remember famously in Australia when Dean Jones asked Ambrose. Yes, asked Ambrose to take off the armband.
Yeah.
That was problem for Dean Jones. That was problem for Australia after.
That's right. You don't upset a fast bowler. Here's that in the air, but well hit by Hamilton. It was short, and he deliberately lifted it over the point position down to third man for 4. That's a good shot. It was a little too short from Springer, and Hamilton played it very well indeed.
Of course, the Leewards would want, and not just want, they need a good innings. Got a shot, very good shot, almost like an uppercut.
Yeah.
But the Leeward Islands need good innings from the captain and vice captain, who are the wicket, Hamilton and Cornwall, and they are both capable. Cornwall's century came against Trinidad and Tobago when he scored a blistering 101, averaging 22.7 with the bat.
Some good delivery from Springer, just angling it back into the right-hander. But just going back to this fast bowlers, Ian, there's so many stories on that. I remember another story I had was the Barbadian, famous Barbadian Charlie Griffith, bowling against a Trinidad team, and he was working up a pace. And that same veteran was playing for Trinidad and went in and sort of gave Charlie Griffith some similar talk. And the non-strikers, I can't tell you what he said to the veteran player. I can't say it on air, but he wasn't pleased. Because the thing is, when you give a fast bowler talk, sometimes you're a non-striker. Sometimes you get the dose of what should be not your fault. But it's great to see the type of how should I put it, when a fast bowler is really working up a pace, and you got a batsman, an attacking batsman who wants to take him on.
And even recently in the Caribbean T20 days, when Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados would meet, a lot of rivalry and talk between Tino Best, Fidel Edwards, Kyron Pollard, Dwayne Bravo.
That's right. But just a quick update on Taruba, what's happening with Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Remember, they're chasing the Barbados total of 324. Well, they've lost their skipper, Darren Bravo. He's gone for 15. He was just off of 11 balls. He had struck 3 fours, so he was going at a rate. But he's back in the pavilion, and that gone to that man called Beaton, Ronsford Beaton, who is back making a comeback. And it's good to see that. Kimo Paul, he's picked up 2 wickets. Beaton is the other one. And Trinidad and Tobago that was going to run away for 4. Badly lined from Springer. And Hamilton helps himself to another boundary. Yes, and Trinidad just 74 for 3 from the chasing 324. So the Leeward Island Hurricanes, they've gone to 59 now for 5. And Hamilton into double figures. He's on to 12. So this pair needs to repair the damage. We've taken it from 44 for 5. And finally, Drakes is going to get a little bit of a breather. And he's completed his, 8 overs. And has picked up the 2 wickets. That of Powell and Devon Thomas. 2 very important wickets, actually. Probably you'll have to say the 2 of the batsmen who really can cause serious damage to a bowling attack. So Devon Thomas was gone back to the pavilion with Powell, and Thomas going for 20. He's the top scorer so far, and Powell for 5. Hodge went for 6. Saunders, he didn't trouble the scorers, and Kofi James went for 12. But here's Jonathan Carter. He's going to have his first bowl. And it's going to be bowling to the right-handed Rakeem Cornwall. There's 2 slips of gully, and there's a square point right out on that boundary. And on that onside, in addition to the mid-on, there's that deep square leg, and the man at fine leg. That's a full toss. Well, you have to think he's got away with that one, as Cornwall is just on the front foot and just pushing the ball. Really, he didn't hit it. And you have to say that Jonathan Carter is a lucky man.
And maybe he got away because most likely this may be the last over before lunch, so the batsman would want to...
I don't think Cornwall knows that. I don't think he even thinks of that. Well, that's whipped away through the onside. That's probably going to run away for 4. It does. So a foolish delivery from Jonathan Carter, but badly lined, middle and leg, and all Cornwall did was whip it away through that vacant. Now there's that man at square leg, but he couldn't get around in time. It went towards a deep mid-wicket, and it goes into the boundary for 4.
And that is the kind of shots that Cornwall likes, and you want to get away from bowling that line.
That's right. You need to get away from that. He needs to take that ball outside the line of the off stump. He's got 2 slips on a gully, and then he's got protection if he goes short. But he needs to take it up to Cornwall. Let him go for the big one. Well, that's a good shot. Driving all along the ground. You look at Cornwall, he almost walks into the delivery, doesn't he? Doesn't take the left foot and put it forward and drives. He almost walking into the shot.
Yeah,
it's a strange kind of technique, but it works for him.
It works for him, and that will help him to get to the non-strikers in quick time.
I hear you. Well, that time he was just wide of the off stump, Carter, but he wasn't tempted.
An attractive leave alone at that.
Yes, it was. Well, no one has more an attractive leave alone than Courtney Walsh.
The greatest leave alone I've ever seen. I think Walsh was really entertaining. He was an entertaining player.
But he didn't last long enough at the crease. That was a problem. That's another good shot from Cornwall. Not much power. I think he's just feeling his way at the moment. Rakeem Cornwall getting the ball onto the bat. And Hamilton going down to have a word with him, probably trying to make this the last over. It should be the last over. Still just one delivery left, and we'll just have to wait on the umpire to see if he plucks the bails and calls lunch. In the air! Oh my word! And that's the last delivery.
Ball.
And what a good change from Dorich. Dorich decided to bring Jonathan Carter into the attack. He took the delivery up to Cornwall, and Cornwall just played it gently into the hands of the man at cover. And it's the end of Rakeem Cornwall. The final delivery to lunch. He goes back to the pavilion for 7. And Drake's the man taking the catch. So you have to compliment Shane Dorich, Ian, with the change. You've figured, well, Jonathan Carter, a little bit of medium pace, and it's played right into the hands there of Rakeem Cornwall. It was a poor shot. It was the final delivery to lunch. And I did make the point to you that he doesn't know about lunch.
Exactly,
You know,
and you were now saying that. Look at that.
he could have left it alone. He could have pushed, got forward and just played it defensively. He had so many options. And Dominic Driggs, I think he's shouting out something as well to Rakeem Cornwall as he makes his way back to the pavilion. So the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they are in serious trouble here. It's 63-6. And remember, Barbados made 322. So just to quickly recap, the Barbadians this morning, they were bowled out for 322. Dorich, he got to 124. Boyce, he went dismissed LBW Berridge for 12. McAllister went court Berridge, bowled Louis for 12. The bowling figures, the wicket takers, Berridge 2 for 39, Louis 1 for 55, Archibald 1 for 66, and Cornwall 6 for 50. In response, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, Hodge, he went LBW McAllister for 6, Powell, Court Dorich bowled Drakes for 5, Saunders, Court Dorich bowled McAllister without scoring, Devon Thomas, Court Springer bowled Drakes 20, Kofi James, he went Court McCaskey bowled Springer for 12, and Rakeem Cornwall went Court Drakes bowled Carter for 7, and so we at the lunch. And Ian, just a quick word from you before we sign off here. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they're trailing by 259 runs with just 4 wickets intact.
Well, of course, they would be looking at that follow-on target, and and I can see Barbados sending them back in. I'm not seeing Barbados batting second. I think they will send them back in according to
if they don't save the follow-on.
Yeah, because I think that wicket from Cornwall was a bit disappointing. Was very disappointing. The last ball before lunch, and played that shot. That's definitely not what it needed. And Cornwall, I'm sure, was looking forward to getting that for 40 minutes in the shade, recharge the batteries, and come back out. Wasn't to be. And 8 wickets falling in the first session this morning.
That's right. So a lot of action here at the Queen's Park Oval, but we're at the luncheon interval, and the Leeward Islands in serious trouble at lunch. They are chasing the Barbados total of 322 at the moment. They are still 259 runs away from that, but more importantly, they've lost 6 wickets with only 63 on the board, and they are up against it. So we're going to take a break here for lunch, and we're going to come back with about maybe 5 minutes or so before the period of play after lunch, when we will be live here again at the Queen's Park Oval.
I would say welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval, a nice, bright, sunny Queen's Park Oval. And I'm almost tempted to say another cloud in the sky, but there are several clouds in the skies. But they're all, as we see, nice, clear day, a very bright, sunny day, a very sunny afternoon here at the Queen's Park Oval. Nice, hilly areas in the background, good for viewing as a batsman. And no doubt the Leeward Islands will be hoping that that rings through for everyone else who comes to the crease now, especially to partner Captain Jamar Hamilton. That task falls to Jeremiah Louis, the fast bowler, who will be called upon to probably make a contribution. As it stands, they are in dire straits at 63 for 6. That's the lunchtime score line here, chasing a massive 322 scored by Barbados. And really, to add fire to the flame, so to speak, Raheem Cornwall was out of the very last ball before the luncheon interval, falling to Jonathan Carter, who was probably bowling his only over of the game, possibly, as we resume after lunch. And there's a delivery that's tickled. Hamilton got inside and just helped it on its way for 4 runs. So he's off and running after the interval. And what a positive way to start, as I say. Welcome back again to Joel Manning.
A positive way to start indeed for Jamar Hamilton. And he's going to know that Leeward Islands are going to need a lot more of those if they're going to get up to that target. Troubled waters is where they find themselves right now. Looking for a lifeboat, looking for a ship. And hopefully it won't be the Titanic.
Well, McAllister is on his way. Short ball, looking to really hammer it through the offside. Does get it down to that deep position, widest third man, deep backward point. And he's going to get the single, but more importantly, he exposes Jeremiah Louis to possibly 4 balls remaining in this over, which I think is precisely what the Bajans would have wanted.
Oh, you say exposed, but Jeremiah Louis, actually, I could say, cannot definitely handle himself. He got a 78, I think it was, in round 1 of 171 deliveries.
That's a pretty good delivery that he was leaving alone. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he left it alone, watched it closely as it just pitched and went its merry way. So McAllister has had some success already and looking for more. 2 for 20 so far in his 5th over now. I'm sure the lunch for the Bajans must have tasted that much sweeter, given what transpired this morning. And again, he's on his legs. Another fine take, once again, from the captain and the man leading proceedings here, Shane Dowrich, going full stretch to his left to make another fantastic diving save down the leg side.
Yeah, he's certainly been wonderful behind the stumps, Shane Dowrich. Wonderful in front and wonderful behind, as we saw there. Jeremy McAllister at times has been just a little guilty of being wayward. A case of that also across those first 2 rungs, but he's been effective amongst that waywardness, you would have to say. Bang on the money this morning. Hopefully he can get it right after lunch also.
Again, brilliant. That is absolutely fantastic. From the moment it left the bat, it looked like it was a good shot, and it was deserving of 4 runs. A vain effort to cut it off in the end, but what a fantastic shot that was. From the moment it left the bat, I really think that Wickham, looks like Kevin Wickham it is, who was chasing after it, probably spoilt the shot by even attempting to overhaul it. He almost did too.
Certainly an elegant shot that by Jeremiah Louis, allowing you to know that, yeah, he does have a bit of class about him there. He has 4 first class 50s.
Actually, it was Jonathan Drakes who was chasing after that one there. But a good comeback delivery once again there from McAllister. And at the end of the over, it's 72 for 6.
Those wickets, 2 to Dominic Drakes, 2 to Jerry McAllister, 1 to Springer, and that one just before, on the cusp of that luncheon interval, to Jonathan Carter. Guilty, you would have to say, Raheem Cornwall, of playing such a shot on the final ball before lunch. Leeward Islands would have been hoping that it would have been the skipper and Raheem Cornwall coming back out after lunch to face the fire of the Barbados Pride. And you thought it would just be 1 over for Jonathan Carter, but in fact he gets another.
Well, if he continues to take wickets, he'll get a lot more.
And the thing about it is that, funny enough, Jonathan Carter, as a medium pacer, is very skillful with ball in hand. Whether or not he's playing here at the first class level, playing in local cricket, he has a knack, funny enough, of just getting that ball to move and pick up wickets.
Again, he's bang on target, and you could just see Hamilton just kind of walks into line easily and strokes it. And but he's going to have to play that big innings right now for his team. They need him now more than ever. And as a captain, he's really going to have to lead from the front. And again, just kind of walking across the stumps. As you could see, Carter zeroing in on those pads and almost getting past the bat. And I tell you what, had he gone past that bat there, it would have been a loud appeal because he was right in front of his stumps.
Yeah, that one was definitely full and straight. And had he missed that one, it would have been gone for all his money. But Hamilton is still there, and as long as he is there, Leeward Islands would tell themselves that there is still hope of making something of this target.
Turned away on the onside, not for the first time in this over, as the Carter just straying a little bit onto the pads, probably a little too much. But this is really the consolidation period for the Leeward Islands here now. They really need to figure out a way how they can get some runs on the board, how they can work in tandem, and try to fashion something by way of a big partnership here.
There's a change there, asking that man to come from slip into what is going to probably be a mid-wicket position now. Probably tells you that Jonathan Carter will continue to bowl that very straight line to Jamar Hamilton.
He is nibbling at one outside the off stump and almost got a touch. And to talk about the classic fake, you put a man out from slip, you put him in mid-wicket, suggesting that you're going to bowl on the pad, and you bowl one touching down just outside the off stump, leaving. And he almost bit the edge on the way through.
Yeah, I made reference a little earlier to the craftiness of Jonathan Carter, and he's actually picked up 60 wickets at the first class level.
And here he is again, aiming at those pads there. But on this occasion, Hamilton again getting the bat down on time. But it is, I suppose, the plan is to really try to get him going across the line of the ball. And keeping it as straight as possible, as close to that middle stump as possible. And again, he's beating him outside the off stump, and another beauty of a delivery to end the over. At the end of it, 74 for 6. The Leewards are replying to Barbados' 322.
A beauty of a delivery indeed, just touching down on what you would have to say just wrong off stump and whole next line, and just sneaking past, you would have to say, the outside edge of Jamar Hamilton. But he survives another over. 19 gone, 74 for 6. The Leeward Island Hurricanes, Jeremiah Louis and Jamar Hamilton here to do the repair job.
You know, we were talking this morning about the bonus points, the bonus bowling points as well, because there's the other dimension to it as well. And to Barbados, with 6 wickets already in the bag, also chiming in here with some additional bonus points. Here's a lifter that is turned away, and another single for Louis.
Yeah, maximum of 3 bowling points available. So for 5 wickets taken, 1 point. Between 6 to 8, 2 points. And then 9 to 10 wickets taken, 3 points. But what is also interesting to note is that there are pace bowling points available. So for each wicket taken by a pace bowler during the match, both first and second innings, 0.2 points will be awarded to the fielding team.
So do we categorize Carter as a pace bowler?
Well, as long as they...
He has a wicket, you know what? I mean, I would be very annoyed if they didn't give me my bonus point.
As long as before they started the game, they put him down as
a fast
bowler.
Yep.
Well then,
You know?
0.2 points will be awarded for that wicket.
Let me go back and look at the graphic, that because they had them ticked off as who were listed as fast bowlers and who weren't listed as fast bowlers, so we could clear this up right now and see how they had him listed among the, on the list, on the official list that they had when we looked at the graphic yesterday. That's another good delivery, but again, it's nicely played by Louis, just kind of getting inside the line and allowing it to come on to him and then just nudging it on the onside for a comfortable single. So we'll see how they had Mr. Carter listed, and Jonathan Carter is actually listed as a fast bowler on the Barbados team. They have Carter, Jonathan Drakes, Dominic Drakes also listed, and not for the first time we've seen a similar shot, just kind of drop it on the onside and run. And Jaya McAllister, and not playing Roshan Primus, not playing Ramon Simmons, and also Shamar Springer. So those are the fast bowlers ticked off. So when I'm looking for my points, it will be, those are the points that I'm he will qualify, or he will assist in qualifying for fast bowling points.
Yes, indeed. So 0.2 allotted to all of the wickets taken for the Barbados Pride today, in addition to those 2 bowling points having gotten into the category of 6 to 8 wickets.
So now the question is, can they add to that now? That's another lifter, turned away again by Louis, but touching down just in front of there's Wickham under the bat there. Just behind. He was forward earlier. He's now behind. He's fairly deep too. He's almost like a leg gully or a short square leg just behind, but he's a fair distance from the bat. It's a position you don't see too often. Here's another lifter. This one almost going to hand, and again, it was just there. Springer was lurking in that third slip position there, and the ball just seemed to touch down just in front of him. And but again, living dangerously here is Louis, but he survives. It's 78 for 6.
Yeah, that one dying just before it could get to Shamar Springer. A bit of fortune, you would have to say, and fortune is what the Leeward Islands will need today. I need a lot of 78 for 6. They're in a position whereby it will take a good partnership here and now for them. They have Jeremiah Louis, who's already scored some runs in the first round of this West Indies Championship. Like I mentioned, it was 78 not out of 171 deliveries, and I want to really harp on that 171 deliveries because it tells you that he can spend time at the crease, and time is what it's going to take here for them today.
Watchful again is Hamilton, looking very composed and very tidy as well as he was coming forward there. Nice crouch position and playing it on merit, but they're really going to need him to stick around for a long time. In fact, he needs to dominate, I think, the batting. And when I say dominate, dictate, who faces and how many balls his teammates face here. He is again watchful. And so I think he needs to really work out in his mind. And I suppose with his teammates, maybe I will take 4 balls in every over. And that's how I feel he can dominate the innings in that regard. With sensible stroke play, but more in terms of shepherding the rest of the way, the innings the rest of the way. This is a gift, and he's looking to hammer it through the offside, and he does very well indeed. That's a classic shot, indeed. He got some wit, and did he pounce on that.
Oh, that had a wonderful sound off the bat there, crunched away through the offside. Jamar Hamilton just pouncing on that one. Jonathan Carter not having the pace of the Jerry McAllister or even Shamar Springer, guilty of being short and wide. And Jamar Hamilton just says, thank you very much. I had lunch. I'll take a second serving.
Another one again, and he's cut in once more. Didn't time it as well as the first one. And in fact, he probably tried to hit this one too hard and hit it into the ground. But he got a single all the same. So, and this is what I'm saying. If he dominates every over and faces 4 deliveries, he got a 4 and he got a single. That's 5 runs and over. Now he's leaving Louis to face 2. And I think in the back of his mind, he must be thinking, this is how, I think we're going to have to play. Even if he does that, say, for the next 10 to 12 overs, and then see how Louis settles and take it from there. Watchful, but he's going to get a single because he placed it well. He just came onto that front foot and sort of jabbed it into the gap and picked up an easy single.
Yeah, another easy single there for Jeremiah Louis. At the end of this over, I kind of want to touch a little further then on what you were mentioning with regard to Jamar Hamilton and how he might have to maybe farm the strike here and that kind of stuff. So just one delivery left now in this Jonathan Carter over, his 3rd of this match.
Another short ball. He hit it hard, and he's going to get the single eventually. But what a fine stop there from, is it Drake's?
Yeah, Dominic Drake's,
and really dive into his left. That ball was traveling, but he got that big left-hander with his down and really just sort of stabbed it into the ground, took a lot of the sting out of it, and really saved 3 runs there. 85 for 6 it is at the end of that over.
Yeah, he definitely saved the boundary there, did Dominic Drake's. I kind of want to think a little differently here in terms of the situation that the Leeward Islands are presented with. And the reason I say that is because of how far off they are from that 300 plus that Barbados Pride set. I almost think that Jamar Hamilton maybe shouldn't necessarily attempt to take too much of his strike here, but just attempt maybe to play, I guess, what you would consider normal cricket here and kind of place that trust in Jeremiah Louis at the other end. Because at this stage, if you kind of give yourself too much to think about, you might end up playing in 2 minds almost. So I think that Jamar Hamilton might probably just need to keep a clear mind, maybe here play his regular game almost, and I guess you would have to say trust the batting skills of Jeremiah Louis. At the other hand, he's not your top order batter, but he's capable, and as such, give him that so that I guess there's just a little less pressure on him at the crease.
Well, let's see what he does here now, and turning it away, but there is a protection down here, so another single. They might get a second run if he looking, but Drake's was backing up there, so no chance of that, although the return was well over the head of Dowrich.
Yeah, had the score maybe been, let's say, 200 plus, maybe in that 220, 230 range, and I would say, you know what, maybe, yeah, you could get to that stage where you could kind of shepherd a bit, farm the strike almost to make sure you get the bulk of the deliveries. But at 86 for 6, I think a lot of regular cricket in inverted commas is still needed from them here. So it's a case of, just trust that Jeremiah Louis might keep a steady head there.
You still have to play on merit. If you get a single, take it. And here's a lifter that forces Louis to bend his knees and bend his back as well to get out of harm's way. You can smell the leather as it passes by.
Yeah, it's been some good pace from Jerry McAllister. I've been thoroughly impressed with how much he's been able to generate. Obviously still very fresh and very new at this level, still raw, as some people would like to say, and hence why, he's, I guess you would say, all over the shop at times. But when he's been accurate, when he's been there, the pace has been up, and he's been rewarded for it.
He is again touching down on a good length, and hurriedly into line is Louis. Pushes it out into the offside, and because of that pace, you find he's playing late, and because he's giving himself a little time to see what the ball is going to do, and but he also has to be mindful that it's coming at him quickly, and he has to get into line and then make a decision from there. 86 for 6. He's on 8, Louis. Waits. And again, and I thought the ball down the leg side. It might have gotten a tickle onto it. Yes. Actually, no, he didn't get a touch. His buys. And that one took off. And again, you could see Dulwich flying through the air, trying to catch up with the ball that was really traveling after pitching. And it was almost like a full pitch delivery, like he was going for the Yorker. He mislined it, and that ball just went its merry way. And Dulwich, well, if he was in goal and it was between the uprights, he would have been checking the net for that one.
Yeah, that one certainly had a bit of gas on it, a bit of pace behind it. But once again, just not getting it lined up there was Jerry McAllister. Too far down that leg side, and Shane Dulwich has been brilliant behind there. But even brilliance has its limits at some times, and he couldn't reel that one back in.
That's more genetics than anything else. He just didn't have the range. There's another good delivery, good effort indeed. That's a good effort ball because it was climbing at him, but Louis did well, got behind it and played it down in front of him. Bearing in mind, there's that man feeling there a couple of meters away from the bat on the onside. So you don't want to give him a sitter or even a sniff at a chance. That forward short leg position, just backward short leg more than anything else. So you have to be mindful that he's lurking there. This time again he has to wait to see what it is. He was trying to cut very late on the shot. However, he got it into the ground, and I didn't have it at 90 for 6 at the end of the over.
Yeah, a delivery there he could have probably left, but no damage done in the end. I want to go back to 2 deliveries ago and how Jeremiah Louis got up tall and played that short ball from Jerry McAllister, and it probably tells you a bit then about the pace of the middle of the surface at this point. It just got up, but not with any real gust behind it. And what it tells me is that if these guys can just stand up and occupy the crease, as I said, Jamar Hamilton probably just has to put that trust in Jeremiah Louis. He mentioned the fact that he has 4 50s at the first class level. He got 78 in round 1, so he's capable. But being capable is not enough, and it's time to do the job here today. But they're doing it well. Jamar Hamilton, 27 from 26. Jeremiah Louis, 8 from 15. 90 for 6. The Leeward Island Hurricanes in trouble, but seeking to dig their way out of it. As I welcome Colin Murray back into commentary.
Yeah, they've certainly progressed well since lunch, and should be very interesting. And Hamilton is taking the attack to the bowlers, and I think you made the point about Jeremiah Louis. I've always known him as really again another one who likes to get on with the game. But you made the point: 171 deliveries to get 80 odd, and so it shows that he can stick around. It's not all flamboyance and hard hitting. Is one in the dark for Hamilton. So they're going to push it through that offside, got the inside edge, and they call it the Chinese cut? Is that the official name?
Something of the sorts.
Yeah. Well, Ruskin used to play those type of shots most of the time. He had the bowlers confused. They don't know where to put the ball.
The good thing about it is that when you record it in the scorebook, it doesn't say how they came. It just
That's
says
right.
they came.
That's right. You're very right about it. Very, very right. It's I suppose he's bought. As you say, he bought the entire bat, and in those days, bats exactly. Bats were very expensive in those days as well. They don't seem to have edges these days, though. You see guys top edge in for 6. And you say, well, that's a top edge. How could it be a top edge and goes way into the stand? You know, but the bats are so different now. It's just like tennis. I mean, I am an expert at tennis in terms of my ability when I play. And, you know, the racket, I remember my very first racket was this wooden racket. And I bought this wooden racket that it was recommended in those days. It was, you looked at Bjorn Borg, for example. You know, when he played and won Wimbledon and things, was this old wooden racket he played with. And well, not old, but in those days. Now you look at the sophisticated rackets. You just touch the ball and it goes way over the net. And the bats are like that. I mean, I remember somebody asked me to ask Karen Pollard they wanted an autograph for a bat. So I said, okay. I said, well, let me ask him if he has any old bat or, you know, whatever. So I went to him and he said, yeah, he's got one that's kind of chipped off and he doesn't use it again. So he will autograph it. And he said, so I said, well, can I collect it tomorrow? Yeah, it's Carter again. And yeah, he said to me, yeah, sure, no problem. When I went for the bat, it looked like a tree trunk. You know, the blade itself was, I mean, and then he had about 4 or 5 grips on it. End of Carter's over. It's 91 for 6, the Leewards. Yeah, he had about 5 or 6 grips on this bat, but it was humongous. And you know, you know, when you think back in the old days, the bats were like toothpicks, you know, as compared to now. I think I saw a photo on WhatsApp with, I think, Barry Richards showing the bat he had batted with in those days to one of the bats of you know, now. And I mean, it really looked like a toothpick. But like everything else, things, technology and things like that, you get sophisticated things in terms of the bats and the rackets and what have you. Even the balls now, you know, remember there was this high test ball, a 2-piece ball. Whew, I used to swing from the time it left the bowler's hand, you know, and I think they stopped playing with. Could you imagine Holden and company with a high test ball? It would have been impossible to bat a ball from them.
Oh, Colin, unfortunately, I have no idea about this.
Yeah, I know. Maybe you can Google it. That's the only time that's the beauty of things now. That's a good shot, but well fielded. Excellent shot. Is that Drake's in the covers? Yep, he's done well. You can Google it, but it was this 2-piece ball I'd called a high test, and I remember playing league cricket here, and that was the ball you used for first division cricket. And boy, it used to swing.
Oh.
Yeah, they're strengthening. No, I was going to say they're strengthening the offside, but just a change in terms of the position of the slip fieldsman.
Yeah, it's actually Rashawn Primus here now.
Yeah, he's
on the field.
Yeah, and who's he come on for? We'll check around and see who he's come on for. Single there for. They've resisted that pull shot, haven't they? Because there is a man at deep square leg, and Hamilton has resisted going for that hook shot or pull shot, whatever you want to describe it. And he's been just tucking it off the hip rather than going for that pull. But he's going along nicely. He's on 29.
I've been trying to catch my bearings, and it actually looks like it could be Kevin Wickham that is off the field at the moment.
So Louis, he's on 8, and so far this partnership with 29. Very disappointing before lunch. The Leeward Islands batting lost 6 wickets, and I think the worst of all was Cornwall when he got out on the last ball to the luncheon interval, just stroked it gently into the hands of cover, and that was the end of him.
Yeah, you would certainly have to say there was really nothing in it on that particular occasion.
And I was mentioning to Ruskin that it appeared that Hamilton had gone down to speak to him about 2 balls before. What's happening here?
It just looks
Something
like
with a
the slight issue that we had earlier in the morning, just behind the crease, has resurfaced almost.
yeah. It's well, that's strange.
Yeah, sometime
May have
probably, I think maybe about 6 overs into the day, it just appeared to be a hole that just popped up
Yeah.
right in front of the stumps.
Well, they're gonna probably ask the ground staff to come and put some dirt there and level it off. See one. I'm looking down towards the room where the ground staff comes from, and there's some sort of movement. I'm looking to see. Yeah, Ralphie is the man, but I don't think Ralphie's going to come on. Is one of the ground staff. He's going to be running onto the field. Let's see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, just an area probably giving a bit of trouble for the back foot of the right-handed batters. Yeah, probably just looking to level off something behind there, actually.
Groundsman work is never done, is it?
Well, you must admire how hard they work to ensure that we have the surfaces that we have.
Exactly, and the preparation people don't understand. You come here today and you see a pitch and you see guys playing from yesterday, but you don't understand just how hard these guys have worked. That particular groundsman, Ian Ramsey, for some unknown reason they call him Goatman. I think it's because he comes from Tobago and he was minding goats before he became a groundsman. But another one of those hard-working guys.
Yeah, you could actually see the indentations there, the slight sinking.
That's right.
Of the ground, and I guess that is where the issue is for the back foot of those right-handed batters. Not feeling level at the crease, and because of that, it could actually put them off in terms of their stroke play.
Yep. Just testing it out is Jeremiah Louis.
Yeah, you can just look there and realize that just at the ankle of whoever it is that is standing up there, you can see the ankle just lifted, which tells you about the slant that is occurring there. So it'll be something interesting to monitor, as this is just day 2 of this encounter.
Well, he's gone down to the far end as well, and he's also doing some repair work down that side. Yes, so it's let's hope that maybe overnight, not sure what they can do with that, but hopefully overnight they can maybe do some more patchwork there.
The good news is we're about to have some more live action.
That's
here.
right.
92 for 6. How do you approach this, Colin? How do you approach this from a batting perspective?
Well, they've got to just play their normal game. You know, they can't put themselves into a shell, and Hamilton is leading the way. I mean, 29 from 30 balls. He came in with the team in some trouble at what? He came in at 44 for 4. And he's just played his natural game. He's not taking, what I admire about him is he hasn't taken any risks, because they know Jamar Hamilton. They've set that man at that deep square leg. They've bowled him a couple short balls, and all he's done was sort of just tuck it off the hip rather than going for a full-blooded pull. So I think he's batted well. He's had one going through the slip region. He's had his luck, but all batsmen need luck. But I think in general he's approached it well. It's a good shot from Louis, but gets no run. And then Jeremiah Louis will follow suit. He is the kind of batsman that is, if there is a short ball, he's certainly going to, take advantage of it. He is not one that is going to push and prod and poke. So all in all, I think it's a good combination at the crease, because they're going to take the game to Barbados. They're not going to go into a shell and that type of thing. So it's the end of the over from Springer. He's completed his 5th over, 1 for 23. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 92 for 6. Remember, it's 322 that the Barbados team, the Barbados Pride, had made in their first innings.
Yeah, they pulled down a lot of runs, especially given the position that they were in yesterday. So Barbados Pride will be happy with that. They'll also be happy with how things have started for them with the ball, but Leeward Islands still have a chance to turn that around, and things are looking, they have the signs that they can carry it somewhat further.
Are you surprised that Jonathan Carter is still operating? He's coming into his 5th over. Yes, I know he picked up the ball before lunch, but I thought that it was a plan really to get at Cornwall with the medium pacer. And I was just wondering, since lunch, if they would have gone back to maybe McAllister from this end, or Drakes, or that type of thing, rather than continue with Carter.
Well, the thing about it is that, I guess, and I mentioned it a little earlier with Ruskin on commentary, I'll get back to it after this. Jonathan Carter, just one of those customers that literally just has a knack of picking up wickets. He's just somebody that he has a skill with the ball, and given the fact that he picked up that wicket before lunch, which obviously could have been just the case of have won, I think that, coming back after lunch, you say, I know he's taken several wickets, let me give him a stretch here, see what more he can maybe take, maybe 1 or 2 with him before we pull him. Because I made mention the fact that he's actually picked up 60 first-class wickets. So it's a case of, he's not just the person that you just throw the ball to, on a Sunday afternoon at 5 o'clock and say, oh, that's it. He's somebody that can genuinely give you over, somebody that can genuinely pick up wickets for you. Yeah, so, just give him a little stretch.
He's always broken partnership, hasn't he? You've got 2 set batsmen, and Carter comes on, and you just wonder if sometimes the batsmen themselves, their concentration level just goes down. But he does have a knack for picking up wickets.
Yeah, it's just a case of how long. So I would allow him to bowl the overs, but it's just a case of then how long
do you keep him on? Yeah.
It's a case of, he's bowled, he's into his 5th now, maybe one more. 2-ish of that nature. If nothing happens, then thank you, Jonathan Carter. You've done your job for us today. Let us go back and see who else can do something for us.
And you also have to think that he's not been leaking runs. He's 5 going at just about 3 runs and over, just under 3 runs and over. So, that's also something you have to take into consideration. He's he's using up time, which gives the main bowlers a chance to rest off. So, I'm not against it. It's just I felt straight after lunch, you wanted a quick wicket. And maybe to get that quick wicket, you needed one of your frontline bowlers.
I could definitely understand the thinking there. But hey, neither of us are the skipper, so we have no say in this particular occasion.
That's very true. That's very true. So Carter just 1 delivery left to complete his 5th over. And it'll be the 25th over of the innings. Seemingly keeping a little bit low there on Louis, and he had to come down on it. So the end of the over from Carter, it's 93 now for 6, and this partnership worth 30 runs.
Yeah, speaking about those bowling options, I would have to tell myself at some point we could maybe see the left arm spin of Kamari Boyce probably being introduced, sooner rather than later, especially with the 2 right-handers at the crease. Kamari Boyce still young in his first-class career, but he's been effective. He's picked up wickets. And I think that he is somebody, if Barbados Pride are looking for a bowler that can maybe change things up from the pace that we've seen, give you a wicket-taking option, I think it could be the left-arm spin of Kamari Boyce.
Yeah. And he's picked up 4 wickets so far in the tournament. Hasn't bowled all that much. When you think about it, he's just had 15 overs so far. Here is Shamar Springer starting his 6th over. Yeah, he's only had 15 overs in the tournament. Kamari Boyce picked up 4 wickets. Very good economy rate of just 2.33. So he's certainly very tight as well. As Ian Wassau is back. That's the French in you. Ian Wassaw. Trinidadians, I think, call him Wessau. but French, it's French, and it's really Wassaw. Am I right?
But you would believe that my name actually came from Barbados. My grandparents and my paternal grandparents originated from Barbados. So it's also fitting that I'm here at this Barbados game.
So what did your grandparents call themselves? If they weren't French, so they wouldn't say Wasson.
No, so that's why we are accustomed saying Wason. The English pronunciation is Wason. Yes, Wason.
Okay, Ian Wason. Ruskin Mark is pretty jealous, you know. He said, Mark, Ruskin Mark. That's it. It doesn't have a ring to it. So he's a little bit, he's a little jealous of that. This is how, does he get the edge? Yes, he has. Oh, a short delivery outside the line of the off. Something you could see the disappointment on Jamar Hamilton because he should have put that away. It was short, it was loose, it was wide. It really asked to be hit, and he got an edge onto it. It was a good catch in the end by Dorich because he had to dive low down, and he picked it up nicely, and it's the end of a very good innings, but what a way to go. He must be so disappointed.
Another good catch. Another good catch from Dorich, who's having an excellent game in front and behind its stumps.
So the third catch for Dorich, Powell, Saunders, and now Hamilton. So Hamilton goes for 30, and really, I mean, if you had to bowl a ball, Ian, to get Hamilton out, you would not have advised that. It was short, it was wide. I mean, it had 4 runs, and you could excuse Hamilton for going after it because it had 4 runs written all over it.
Short and wide, asking to be hit. And well, he hit it, but he didn't get in the middle of the bat.
And it's a pity for him because he was batting well, and I was making the point a little earlier that I thought he was playing well within himself. He was, not being over aggressive, but they were approaching the runs away. He was working the ball away, and he was resisting that pull shot because they had a man at the deep square leg position, and he was certainly starting to look good. And then all of a sudden, that short delivery from Springer, he's back in the pavilion, caught by Dorich for 30, and it's now 93 for 7, and the man making his way out to bat is Hayden Walsh Jr.
And I'm really shocked to see how low Archibald is batting, because Archibald, we have seen him, he's handy with the bat. In fact, Archibald has 100 and 150 in 11 matches so far. I'm not saying that Hayden Walsh is a rabbit with a bat, but I thought that Archibald could have been coming in even before Jeremiah Louis.
Yeah. Well, I've seen Archibald bat below Louis. So, Archibald, he's very capable with a bat. There's no doubt about it. As Hayden Walsh Jr., the left-hander, is going to take strike. He's only had 3 innings, Archibald, and has only scored 31 from the 3 innings. Maybe just a change up here with a left-right combination that Walsh Jr. has come ahead of him. But Walsh Jr. himself certainly can bat. He's had 67 runs from his 3 innings so far in this year's tournament with a top score of 31. So if he can stick around with Louis and maybe put on 50, 60 runs and get them up to 150 for 7 without losing any further wickets, who knows?
Just be mindful, he's nursing a shoulder injury.
So let's see what's happening in some of the other games. Trinidad and Tobago, they won 17 for 4. Jason Mohammed is still there on 29 not out. But Jed Gooley, he went for 22. So he's joined Solozano, Simmons, Bravo back in the pavilion. And 117 for 4. Remember, Guyana Harpy Eagles had got to 324. And the Windward Islands, they are battering the Jamaican team. They lost an early wicket. They were 1 for 1. It's now 147 for 2. And it's the end of the over from Springer. Successful over, which he picked up the wicket of the Leeward Islands captain. So he's got 2 for 24, and it's 94 for 7. Yes, and Athenaeus is there. That's very good news. He's on 54 not out, and together with Hodge, who is on 76. So 2 of the more experienced players. And Athenaeus 10 fours from his 58, and Hodge 9 fours from his 76. I tell you, I have a lot of time. I just hope he continues to work hard. I have a lot of time for Alec Athenaeus. I just hope he continues to work hard at his game. There are the scores in the other games. The Leewards, of course, we're covering that one. Jamaica 101, 217 and 147. And we're only into the second day. That game with the Jamaicans can certainly end by tomorrow, the way things are going. And then Trinidad and Tobago struggling at the moment, trying to get to that mammoth 324. They're 117 for 4.
Almost identical scores between Guyana and Barbados. 322 and 324.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be Carter. He's going to continue. Oh, that's just away from Springer. It came quickly off the bat, and Springer didn't have much time in which to react. He did throw his body to the left, tried to come up with a left-handed catch, but was unable to do that, and the ball races down to the boundary for 4. So he is on now to 5, Hayden Walsh, and it's 98 for 7.
So Jonathan Carter, not simply a change bowler. He's bowling his fair share of overs.
Listed as a fast bowler.
Yeah, apparently he's listed as a fast bowler. When you check the team sheet, he's listed as a fast bowler. Yeah, I would have been listed as a fast bowler. I used to run for about 15 meters, so I would have been listed as a fast bowler. Good news. Sorry they didn't have these team sheets in my day. I would have taken a picture and kept it. Yeah.
Well, I can say about a couple of weeks ago, I decided to temporarily come out of retirement to help out my team, Glenorahs.
To help them out?
Yes, to help them out.
Okay, yeah, and I just wanted to make sure that was the correct word you said.
To help them out.
Okay. The question is now, my next question. Did you help them?
Well, not in the runs department. I did finish with a pair of ducks.
A pair of ducks?
A pair of ducks.
Well, here's a driven... You remind me of it. Well, you're in good company. The South African captain made a pair of ducks.
Of course.
And then his next innings was 172. So there's still hope for you.
No, I'm not hoping to score runs because I came in at number 11. But my
you come in just before the roller.
Right. But I did take 2 wickets.
You did.
Yeah, I did take 2 wickets.
May I ask you, were they top order batsmen, or you could have taken 10 and 11?
No, I took the wickets of numbers 3 and 4.
Oh well, that's excellent. You did that. Then you yeah. I thought he would have. Here is Carter. We don't want to stray too much and going into Mr. Ian Wasson's cricketing exploits, as it's the end of the over from. No, he's got on 1 ball again because there's a change of the left-hander to right-hander, and I thought he would have said to me that. He batted at number 11 just before the roll, and he picked up 2 wickets, number 10 and 11 of the opposition. But give him credit. He said 3 and 4. So that to me would be 2 top batsmen. So I would have to say he did help out. Did your team win, by the way?
No, we did not.
My word. Oh my word. Hey. Well, Ian, I'm not sure they'll call you back to help them out again. probably lost by an innings. Well, here is well, he's got one more delivery, Carter. He's in his 6th over, 1 for 20, 99 for 7. Did you lose by an innings by chance? Because you told me you only got 2 wickets and 3 and 4. What happened to the next innings? Oh my word! Don't answer, Ian. Ian, don't answer. Don't answer. I don't want to intimidate you.
Let's just say the opposing team, we did play Barbados ball players, and they were not required to bat a second time.
Well, Ruskin, what a career Ian is having. Came out of retirement, He came out of retirement, and probably the only game they lost.
And after that game, I told the guys,
you're finally retiring.
I'm going to retire
again
for permanently. I don't mind doing this in the shade.
There's a loose shot from Louis. He gets away with it. The end of the over. So he's completed his 6th over, 1 for 20. The Leeward Islands 99 for 7. It's really tough when you go out to help your team and they lose by an innings. It really means maybe I really should stick with my retirement plans.
Yes, let me stick to the commentary and let me stick to that.
Yeah. I'm sure your teammates would agree with you.
Yeah, of course. But I can tell you, after 4 overs, I was roast, and I could imagine how these guys playing cricket whole day in the blazing sun.
Well,
so I have respect for them.
Yeah, we were talking that a little earlier, Ruskin and myself, off air, and we were saying we never know how we did it, because in those days, of course, league cricket started at 1. And finished at 6.
So you're starting in the hot sun.
Yeah, you played Saturday, Sunday, and then the following Saturday. It's a good ball from Springer, and Walsh getting on top of it, a Yorker length, and pushes it out there towards 2 slips and a very straight gully, almost like a 4th slip in position. So Springer in his 7th over. It's another long spell from him. He's picked up 2 for 24. As it's nice sunny conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. Ooh, that's well left, you have to say. It was very close to the off stump, and Walsh looked at it and decided it was just too wide for him to play, but it passed pretty close to the off stump.
That was in fact a line very good from Springer. Very good line, pulling across the left-hander. Very close. If we could get that ball to straighten a bit, it would cause Walsh Jr. just some problems.
Well, it's how long can he resist going after those balls just outside the line of the off stump? And he leaves alone again. So not a bad idea from Springer to test him outside the line of the off stump, especially with 2 slips and that straight gully. Maybe he may just look to try and go after one, look to drive, get the outside edge. So it's good bowling from Springer. He now just needs to bring it a little closer to that off stump to make Walsh play and take it up to him. Let him look to drive. And if he can get some away movement,
You do, because we are well aware that the mentality of our batsman, he will not be able to do that for an entire over. He will go after one.
Well, he gets the edge, but away from McCaskey, just to his left. It was short of a length, and it's going to run into the boundary. No, it doesn't. And they're going to come back. That's bad, poor running. They should have taken 3. But at the end, they've only run 2. The 100 is up, but an outside edge there from Walsh, looking just to open the face, and luckily it went just to the right of McCaskey, and they picked up the 2 runs. So Walsh goes to 8. It's 101 now. So the 100 is finally up at 40. Was it 44 for 5 at one stage? You figured, well, they could be in serious trouble trying to get to 100, but they've now got it for the loss of just 7.
Well, that previous ball was fielded by Primus, so I'm looking to see.
We think it's Wickham that he's come on for.
Wickham.
Yeah. I think it's Wickham. We're not
seeing
Wickham.
I'm trying to see which part
Let's see.
Jai Hamilton is. I'm not seeing Hamilton. keep saying Hamilton, but
Yeah,
it's McAllister.
yeah.
Jai McAllister. I'm not seeing McAllister.
Isn't he at mid-off, McAllister?
Yes, oh yes, that's McAllister at mid-off. So it's Wickham that we are not seeing, because that's Dominic Drakes I'm seeing there.
Another ball outside the line. Walsh has done well to leave those. So it's the end of the over. It's 101 for 7. Walsh is on 8. Louis is on 8. Remember, Barbados getting to 322. So it's a long way off for the Leeward Islands. But Mr. Ian Wasson, I'm leaving you in the company of Mr. Ruskin Mork.
So it looks like Dominic Drakes is going to return to the attack. He will replace Jonathan Carter, who removed Raheem Cornwall just before lunch. So Jonathan Dominic Drakes, who took the wickets of Kyron Powell and Devon Thomas. And he will return. He will be bowling to the right-handed Jeremiah Louis, who is on 8 from 31. Walsh is also on 8, just from 11 deliveries, as we welcome back Ruskin Mark.
Thank you very much. And it's 101 for 7. And it will remain that way. It's a wide delivery from Drakes outside the off-stump. Took a fine catch to get rid of Cornwall right on the stroke of lunch. And really was a kind of a disappointment, if ever there was one, for Leeward Islands. I suppose for most cricket fans, because you would think that a former Test player would understand the situation of the game and what was required under those circumstances. Here's another delivery being left alone, and so there's good patience being shown here. Not really trying to do too much, allowing the bowlers to come at him as opposed to him going after the bowlers.
What I like about Dominic Drakes as well is follow through. He reaches close to the batsman, almost 3/4 down the pitch. And this is what I like to see, because I see bowlers, fast bowlers, stopping just about 2 or 3 paces after delivering. And always concerned about that.
There's a ball touching down and leaving the right-hander, but he got enough bat onto it, and Louis will get a couple down to third man. So they are finding ways to just nibble here and there, not really looking to force the issue, but deflection here, deflection there, and that will keep the scoreboard turning over. What they need to do is to figure out how to either leave or defend the potential wicket-taking deliveries, the ones that more than likely could get them out, especially those that are lined on the stumps or just outside that off stump, where batsmen tend to be very suspect at times. Here's another good delivery. They go for a single. They're going to have to hurry here. And again, had he hit that wicket, might have been close. But Walsh was a bit hesitant to go initially. And by the time he decided to go through with it, there was that possibility that it could be run out. And the ball just played on the onside. You could see Louis wanted the single first up and was racing, going after it. Luckily for them, Holder's return, Shem Holder's return was a little bit late. He would have been home safely in the end. But a bit of a risk in that single there. And Ian, I've always said those are the danger areas. Those are the difficult areas for batsmen to judge runs. Square the wicket on the offside or square the wicket on the onside, because it just seems as if they're not always in sync as to whether it's on or not. Pitching up, and Walsh not able to really take advantage of that one. That was a nice half volley just outside the off stump.
to the Leeward Islands. 104 for 7, still some way behind. They have to avoid that follow-on.
I suppose that would be the first thing. And Barbados, they're not obligated to enforce the follow, and they could decide to go back and pile on a few more runs. That's a good delivery again from Drakes, who's veering down. A little bit of late movement and probably a little bit of inward swing from him late, but it was well played by Walsh in the end, to his credit. So it's 104 for 7. He remains on 8-11 to Louis, and the Leeward Islands holding up Barbados here just that little bit at 104 now for 7. Still some ways to go, but at least they are showing a little bit more fight here and a little more determination.
And with that, the players will take a drinks break. They will get some refreshments as the pitch will get a bit of sweep and a bit of a remarking. And the Leewards still looking to get that follow-on score. They're trailing by 218 runs thanks to 124 not out from their captain Shane Dowich, and of course Raheem Cornwall with that 6 for 50, his 23rd 5-wicket haul, and there's 8 first-class 100 for Shane Dowich, 2 players who will be eyeing a return to the West Indies team. And of course, we have Devon Thomas, who is currently in the West Indies team. We have several players on this team looking to get there. Of course, we have Sheen Walsh trying to get back into the white ball team.
But his injury may be a concern now because you don't know how serious it is. And sometimes shoulder injuries can take a while to heal. And of course, he now has to figure out what is the nature of the injury. If it's a tear, then you know that it's a long-term injury. If it's just like a shoulder strain, I don't think the shoulder just popped out. You know, there are some people who they suffer from that quite a bit. So the shoulder tends to pop out. You just pop it in, and you know you're good to go again after that. And or if it's what we call a rotator cuff injury, which is a tear way inside the shoulder, which is kind of like behind the shoulder blade, and just to get it is difficult. So something like that requires a major operation, and when you have rotator cuff surgery, you're pretty much done for an extended period of time because it takes so long to heal. So you know, while we're here, we don't know, we're just speculating, but he would have to get a proper medical assessment and see the full extent of that injury to his shoulder. Because if he says that he will not bowl again in this game, it says that he's having some discomfort with it. And in fact, when you saw him in the field, he was throwing the ball with his left hand. He really wasn't throwing it with his right arm. Now, he bats left-handed, so maybe that left hand, there is some proficiency with the left hand. But I don't know if he's quote-unquote, as solid with his left arm in terms of throwing the ball as he is with the right.
Yeah, because we've seen players who, like for instance, Curtly Ambrose did everything. He bowled and threw with his right hand, but bat with his left. Brian Lara, Chris Gale, a right-arm bowler, but a left-handed batsman. We've seen even Sheldon Cottrell bowls left hand, and threw left hand, but bat right hand. So I think, and then as Walsh is a right arm leg spinner, you would think that he would throw with his right arm as well.
Take for example somebody like a Bernard Julian who bowled left-handed but batted right-handed. And so there are quite a number of players who operate like that, and but what about those who can do both? When I say so, in fact, I saw a clip of this youngster from, is it Pakistan, I think it was, or India, who bowls left-handed fast and bowls right arm fast. So, so, so you know, so do you? I mean, he has a choice. Today, I think I'll bowl left arm.
Oh, you can bowl right
Yeah,
arm.
and midway through the day, say, you know what? After lunch, I think I'll bowl in right arm. And then do it. And what we call especially in baseball, you have what they call switch hitters, who do that quite a bit. They bat on one side, and then in another innings later on, they will switch and bat on the opposite side. So they bat left-handed maybe to start, and then they bat right-handed later on as well. So there are some people who are just blessed with those capabilities. Here's another start of another over. Shamar Springer back into the attack. And he's bang on target to begin with. Springer's hairstyle makes him look a lot taller than he really is. You know, he has that, the plait is up in the air, so it's sticking up in the air.
Gives him that extra height.
Yep. Probably say I'm 6'2.5" when in reality he's 6'1". Here he is again. This one he's edging, and it's gone through the slip cordon down to third man, and another couple of runs there for the taking, and eventually it is McCaskey who tracks it down.
Shamar Springer bowling a lengthy spell, 2 for 28. Have a good line. One of the many fast bowlers that Barbados they have. Talking with Vasper Drakes earlier in the session before lunch, he was saying that there are a lot of competition especially for the fast bowlers in Barbados, thinking of the players who are not available for different reasons in this game. We have Jason Holder out on international duty, Akeem Jordan, Kima Roach, they're all out on international duty, some coming back after the test series, and Jason Holder staying on for the ODI and T20 series. We have Shima Holder, who is still injured, who is on his way back, he's on the mend, and even Keon Harding not getting to break into this team. Akeem Jordan is also back from international duty. So it's a very competitive block of players for Barbados in the fast bowling department, and I was told that there are a lot more in Barbados. There's something they are doing across there.
They have an amazing conveyor belt of fast bowlers, and they've always had quality fast bowlers through the years. I mean, the names kind of speak for themselves. You know,
Malcolm Marshall.
Well, even before Malcolm emerged on the scene, you know, you had the traditional, the Hall and Griffith pair. You even had Van Benholder, Keith Boyce as fast bowlers. Then you had like the Wayne Daniels of the world. Cutting away, this one is going to run for 4 runs. He got that into the gap as well. Now this was more of a deliberate shot, and he's going to pick up 4 runs. So Louis soldiers on. Pushes on to 17 now. It's 110 now for 7. And you know, you're talking about the players not playing enough cricket. And well, it's so ironic that the president, here's the replay as the ball runs away into the gap for 4. The president of FIFA, Gianni Infantino, is saying that they're not playing enough football. And you know, the club's already complaining that the players are playing too much football. FIFPro, the players union, they're clamoring for less football, and Infantino is saying they're not playing enough football. Now you see making that statement as this over comes to an end. It's 110 for 7, but he was making a statement, Ian, in reference to he says we need way more football after being re-elected until 2027. They this week announced an expanded 2026 World Cup, and unveiled a new 32-team Club World Cup. But the expansion of football Canada has been criticized by the players' unions and La Liga. He said, when I hear there's too much football, yes, maybe in some places, but not everywhere. And FIFA's plan, of course, is to grow and expand the game all over the world. And he says we need way more, not less competitions. We want football to develop worldwide. And we are discussing organizing a Women's Club World Cup and a FIFA World Series in March of every 2 years when teams are free from playing qualifiers.
I would love to hear from the players, because a lot of the players, the footballers, they have concerns. They play during the weekend, week in, week out for their clubs. Then they have the cup competitions, the knockout competitions to share with the Champions League, Europa Leagues and those leagues. So they may think that there are a lot of football to be played, and when they get their break, when they get their vacation during that summertime, then they have the national team competitions, whether it's the continental championships or the World Cup. So it's a lot. Then there are friendlies, the Nations League. So there are a lot of football already packed.
Pitching up again, and you could see that ball just tailing back in, just that little bit, and forcing the batsman to play, and almost a cramp shot. He was looking to drive it through the offside, but that ball hitting the inner portion of the bat and ending up at mid-on at this time. So it's a good spell again from Drakes, striving for a breakthrough here. 110 for 7.
Drake's in his 10th over, 2 for 20. So he's not only getting the wickets, but he's also keeping a decent economy rate.
Again, he's peeling off the outside edge, and they've gone for one. They're going to come back for a second, and they're actually going to get a boundary. Well. You could see the fieldsman really just almost trailing the ball. I'm not even sure if he didn't help it over the line as he slipped and fell just as he was about to pick up the ball. That's Camry Boyce. He seemed to have it covered.
It seemed like he had it covered there. But he's...
Just as he was about to pick it up, he kind of grabbed at it, almost like a crab he was trying to hold there. And it just ran away from him and bounced into the ropes for 4 runs. Shorter delivery, no interest shown by the batsman there. So a fairly quiet period this. As you could see the Leeward Islands trying to figure out how they're going to manage, how they're going to navigate this mountain that they have to climb here. At 114 for 7, chasing 322. There's a lot of work still to be done, but only a few wickets in hand. 3 to be exact. There's another ball angled into the left-hander, and Walsh again just kind of opening the face, trying to run it down to third man.
The Leewards would be disappointed by their effort. Kyron Powell, one of the senior players in the team, they would have wanted more runs from him, especially he only made 5. Devon Thomas made 20, currently a test player. Hamilton tried his hand, he's the top scorer so far with 30. But the disappointment was Raheem Cornwall, literally the last ball before lunch.
Here's a ball coming into, he got himself in a bit of a tangle there, and eventually played it on the onside to end the over. 114 for 7 at the end of that over.
So Barbados is still in the upper hand, but they would want to break this partnership before something develops. It was 93 for 7 when they came together. It's now 114, a partnership of 21. So 2 wickets apiece for McAllister, Drakes and Springer, each taking 2 wickets. Carter, the other wicket taker. Springer will continue. He's 2 for 32.
And you always have to remember that this is still only the first innings of the Leeward Islands game. Although they've lost 7 wickets, the game is moving along fairly quickly. And so there's still a lot of time left in the game.
Just about 2.5 days to go. This one is getting a hint of movement away, but it was a bit too wide and didn't encourage the batsman sent away for a shot. He's faced 42 deliveries for his 17 runs, so he's not looking to run down any runs. So he will be happy to just leave that ball and let it go straight to the wicketkeeper Shane Dawich, who has already taken 3 catches. And that catch to get rid of Hamilton was a beauty, going low down to his right.
Again, it's pretty routine stuff here now. Bowlers bowling tight lines, and batsmen being forced to defend more than anything else. You know, they can. I wonder if the feeling is here to just bat on, play a normal game, or at least be watchful for a period, and then if you get a bad ball or two, punish them. But I remember, that's a transition that not too many batsmen do very well. Here he is very watchful again. When you get into that shell, even when you get a bad ball, sometimes you can't put it away because your mindset is such.
And that happened to me actually in the recent game when I got the pair of ducks. I got a full toss and I just played it back to the bowler, Ruskin. I think that was the second delivery I would have faced, so my confidence wasn't there yet. But I was just happy to middle the ball.
And then the next one got you out?
2 balls after.
2 balls. Again, he likes to play the ball into that gap there. He's gotten a couple boundaries, or at least at 1 boundary, and maybe another 2 runs down to third man, because you could see Louis likes to open the face of the bat when he's playing at balls outside the off stump, and so they can plug that gap and force him to make runs somewhere else, and that is kind of it's similar to how we used to bowl at Charlie Davis, is to plug that area there because you're so strong in that area on his legs, and you're asking for trouble, and you'll get trouble because you'll concede 4 runs.
So Jeremiah Louis batting his way. He's not running down the runs, but if he gets the opportunities to get the odd boundary here and there, definitely he will take it.
And you look at it again, it's really a gift on his legs or outside of his legs, and all he has to do is help it on its way and cash in for the boundary. So it goes to 119 now for 7. We had some good order batting in this game already, and so we've seen a little bit more from Louis, up to 21 now.
Yes, in the first inning we saw Shemhula getting to 43, batting at number 9. Dominic Driggs himself got to 22.
On his legs again, and he's on driving this time. A much better shot, and but he only gets a single. Such is the funny nature of a sport like cricket. You play a routine flick shot, you get 4 runs to fine leg. You play a classic on drive that deserves so much more, and all you get is a single. The problem with that, you don't get style points. You don't get style runs when you make a, and I'll give you a joke as you're talking style runs. I tell you, I was playing, the tennis court in Arima,
Mm-hmm.
We used to play a wind ball tournament there and stuff. So one day I went to play in this tournament. Watchful plays it back, and so we're playing, game going on good. That's the end of the over, by the way. It's 120 for 7 at the end of it, and the game is going on. So I'm batting, making a few runs, and but the rules, every way you play, the rules are different.
Yeah, they have different
and,
rules.
So when we were close to the victory target, this person bowled a short ball, and I hooked, and I hook it out the ground. The problem with that hook shot is, and that upset me to no end, is you're out. The rule is you can't hit the ball out the ground.
That's like the 6 and out rule.
6 and out rule. And I hit the ball in the cemetery. So I hope I wake up somebody inside there. But I was really upset because, and it's just instincts. All the time I was just playing the ball,
Yeah.
And, when you get into that thing, your mind is just short ball and you want to hit it. And I hit it, man. 6 and out. Yes, they clapping.
Straight in the cemetery. So why didn't they call it a dead ball?
I'm not sure. I probably woke up too many people in the back there. Edging and
just
dropping. And it's gone through as well. He might get a second run if he hurries, and he does. And Louis gets 2 more. So he's living dangerously at times, but he's still there. And that is the important thing. And I think, too, it's also important for the fielding team to recognize that even if you just stop a ball like that, they don't get any runs at all. And when you stifle runs, it plays on the minds of the batters. So you don't want to just give them a single here, an extra run there, and that kind of stuff. You really want to keep it tight and
building the pressure.
Keep building pressure. And Jericho was a master of that. Outside the off stump again, and now the line is good. And I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to induce a false shot here from Louis. As we've seen in the past, Louis has a tendency to play at deliveries a little bit away from his body, and but he just loves it outside the off stump. So he's kind of teasing him with that delivery, going across him outside the off stump. Now what he could probably try now is to bring one back. Pitch it as if it's going away
and bring it back.
Just bring it back into the right-hander. Again, he's going across him and trying to but and again, this is something we were talking about. And now he has an opportunity to bowl 4, 5, 6 deliveries at the same batsman. So now he's working on him. And so I think in his mind, he's probably thinking, okay, we're going across here once, twice, 3 times. He hit the edge. It didn't go to hand. Now this might be the delivery that
bring it back.
He tries to bring it back. Force him to want to either leave it alone or play at it outside that off stump. And this time he's closer to that middle stump. And Louis is right in behind it. So this is kind of like the game within the game. It's the bowler working on a batsman here, trying to execute his plans and see if he can prize out a wicket. But that ball, the ball going across the right-hander is kind of like par for the course for the left-handed seamer. It's the one coming back in. That is the surprise sometimes. Here he goes again, outside the off stump. Did he touch it? Yes.
He did touch it.
And again, it's a delivery. And I have to say, the concentration is just outside that off stump. And that's because Louis, he doesn't present the full face of the bat all the time. He just kind of opens the face, tries to run it down to third man, as he's done in the past. He's picked up some runs down to third man. But on this occasion, it just kissed the edge. Look at it. He was either playing or not playing. And he just seemed to be leaving the ball. And he probably made the decision too late. And at the end, he edges it. He's out caught at the wicket for 24. It's 122 for 8.
He was caught in between 2 minds to play or not play. But he made a decision a bit too late. Now we see Colin Archibald coming in to bat. I know he doesn't stick around to just play defensive. He will take on the bowlers. So Archibald, he comes in because of the wicket of Jeremiah Louis, caught by Dowich off the bowling of Drakes for his third wicket, and Dowwich's fourth catch of the innings. So he's close to getting a fifer as well. Already scored a brilliant 124 not out, coming in when the team needed him.
And also, Drakes is has his third wicket so far in this innings. So he must be thinking, maybe I could mop up this tail here now and get it over with. But he's bowling so much better. And now, I don't know if his bowler's gotten a little bit older or what, but he's more consistent with his line and his length, and his rhythm is good. And I think it probably all starts from the rhythm that he has. And I've always said, if you're doing fast bowling is hard work, Ian, and if you're going to be bowling fast under these conditions, you can't afford to waste the ball or spray the ball all over the place, because it's your energy that you're burning, that you're wasting there.
Yeah.
You know, that has always been my philosophy. You know, and I suppose too that's why bowlers don't like to see men drop catches or misfield of their bowling. They seem very peeved about that when it happens, because I mean these are harsh conditions. These are tough conditions to be operating under. And right in behind it, playing it nicely into the offside. At the end of a pretty good over from Drakes, and he has 3 for 26, and the Hurricanes are 122 now for 8.
So I will be making my departure. As we have a new batsman coming in, we'll have another commentator coming in Joel Manning.
Almost like a double change to some degree. But again, the sun continues to bathe the Queen's Park Oval. This is good beach weather. I suppose other parts of the Caribbean must be saying the same thing as well. It's that time of the year. It's dry to some degree, but it's also what the region is known for. Brilliant sunshine, lovely beaches, friendly people, tough cricketers. So 122 for 8. And they're going to tack on a easy single there, Walsh. And that means that Archibald is back on strike. As I say, good evening once again to Joel.
Hello, Ruskin.
So things are going Barbados' way. They have to be patient here. Louis held them up for a little bit, and but they finally got that breakthrough. And we see it so many times. Batsmen get into their 20s and their 30s, and they just can't carry on. On the legs, that's a great shot. It came off the bat sweetly, and it's running close to the boundary. It will get there, and that's 4 good-looking runs for Archibald. What a way to get off the mark.
Yeah, he certainly middled that one there. His balance was good as well for a man coming in at 10. Just allowed that one to come to him there. Just whipped it off the legs past the diving fielder at mid-wicket, and that's 4 to open the account of Colin Archibald. 127 for 8 now, Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
So they were trying to see if they can inch up as much as possible, maybe frustrate the bowlers some. And again, Louis, or rather Archibald, getting nicely into line.
I think in terms of targets, they trail now by 195. The question would be that
How do you
follow on.
reduce it? Yeah.
So just get within that 150. First of all, ensure that Barbados Pride have to bat again.
Which I don't think Barbados will be too worried about. That's another good shot. In fact, that's an even better shot. That's 4 runs. That's brilliantly played indeed. He just came onto the front foot and with a nice sweet flow of the bat, stroked it into that extra cover region for 4. If Colin Murray was here, he would tell you that's pretty much how he did it.
That is a classic off drive there. Oh, brilliant balance. Gets that elbow up high. You would like to see that any day on a cricket field. Colin Archibald saying that he can do the job as well. He races, and I say race because he's now 8 off of 3.
It's a similar thing with Louis. Louis started like with a shot from a gun, bam, bam, and he had 8 in double quick time as well. And this time he had to make a little adjustment. The ball just touching down in front of him. Nice adjustment there from Springer. No bowler likes to be hit for a boundary, but it was a sweet shot. So I think on that occasion he would have to tip his hat to Archibald for a well-executed off drive.
Certainly one of those that you have to say came from the top drawer, almost.
Going for the short ball. That one is pulled down to fine leg. There's a man down there running across to his right. And they're going to limit it to just the 1 run. But again, showing his full range here. Not afraid to play the on drive. Not afraid to play the off drive. And then to play the pull shot as well. He goes to 9. It's 132 now for 8.
Not a good-looking scorecard. If you're a fan of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, Jamar Hamilton 30, Jeremiah Louis, he just departed for 24, Devon Thomas 20. So not a type of scorecard that they would have been hoping for. There's still a chance for them to get more out of this. Hayden Walsh Jr., he is no slouch with the bat. He can definitely stand out there, get some runs. Colin Archibald, he's been showing that he has some shots in his arsenal at present.
Yeah, he is just kind of stand and deliver there. He was a little bit fooled by the length of that one from Drake, so he had to make a little adjustment, but he played it well. Let me just update you here. After Jamaica posted 101, replying to the Windwards 217, batting a second time, the Windwards are now 190 for 3. And Kavim Hudge was just out for 82. And Alec Atenes is not out on 91. So he is certainly putting his hand up. Here's another delivery touching down just on that off stump. And, treated with respect as well by Archibald. You could see him looking for something to throw the bat at. But Drake's not giving him too much at the moment.
Drake's has certainly been in fine form with the ball today. He found his rhythm, he found his lines, he found his lengths, and he stuck to them. And I think that was the important thing. It is all about that consistency factor from him.
Short ball, trying to pull it, and it actually went on, hit the stumps, and the bail didn't come off. Well, it was a short ball. Archibald was pulling it. It kind of rushed onto him, so it hit the bottom of the bat, bounced on the ground, but the backspin took it back to the stumps. But would you believe it didn't remove the bails?
Yeah, on that particular occasion, Colin Archibald will know that he is fortunate, and it actually it took a good piece of that off stump as
it hit
well.
The pad. It hit his pad or his foot, and it just bounced down in the crease, and it rolled back. The spin on the ball rolled it back to the stump. It actually hit the stump pretty hard, but the bails just never came off. And this time he's going to go for the single. He's going to have to hurry. And the return is at the striker's end. They're going to get one. They're going to get the second run as well in the end. So they get 2 runs. And I'm almost thinking he might have been better off throwing at the bowler's end. But he went the long way down, and eventually he missed the stump. Here it is again. He picked up the ball early enough, and I thought this is the end that he really should have been going at the bowler's end. He opted to go maybe to give the wicketkeeper a chance to maybe back it up if he missed. But he clearly had the ball early enough. He could have even shied at the bowler's end. And right in behind it again is Archibald. Not as comfortable as some of the other shots he made.
He might have been expecting probably another short one on that particular occasion.
But what an eventful over this has been. It's clearly not very often you see the wickets being struck and the batsman survives. I mean, hit like that. And I felt the ball hit that wicket fairly hard. You know, it's not like it just trickled and stopped there. It actually hit the ball, hit the stump. He is again driving, but you could see Archibald trying to, or rather Drake's trying to get that ball to tail in between the bat and pad. And luckily for Archibald so far, he hasn't been able to get it through. He remains on 11, 13 to Walsh. It's 134 for 8.
Well, almost tell yourself that Archibald has slowed down, given the context of everything that has happened. And we're going to see that replay once again. That delivery that struck that off stump as soon as the scorecard decides to leave us.
Yeah, it did spin, and I say it hit the stump hard enough to remove the bail, to dislodge the bail. It just didn't, for whatever reason. It hit the stump. And you know, because the ball is spinning so much, you would think even with the spin, it would disturb the stump. And you know, but maybe the stump is just hammered into the ground so hard that it just couldn't get the bail out.
It was nice to see the reaction there of the Barbados Pride players. I wish that I could have heard the cries of anguish through the stump mics on that particular occasion. They all fell in unison.
The holder is coming on.
Yeah, the first introduction of spin from the Barbados Pride is in the form of Shem Alexis Holder.
He's wearing a big number on his back, the number 33. And you immediately think of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. But he's nothing like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Opting to start opting to start over the wicket to Hayden Walsh Jr.
And he's driving. He's pushing right out, which is good to see. He's not afraid to come on to the front foot. Trying to get to the pitch of the ball. Again, driving. That's a good stop right there at that straightish mid-wicket position. Now he has a slip and a forward short leg. And on the onside, he has a deep backward square mid-wicket and a long on. He has a mid-off fairly deep. Short extra cover. And he has a shot crack. We're just talking about the man of that short extra cover. And he is immediately into action with a fine save. And then there's a cover and a backward point. So that's it. The nice stop there again from McCaskill. Spreading to his right. Driven down to long off. The man has to come in here. And from the minute he made the shot, Walsh was off and running. So he was safe. It was a question of could Archibald get to the other end, and he did in the end. Not much that Springer could do about that.
Good positive cricket there by Hayden Walsh Jr. And it was the important part was that he called early on that particular occasion.
This could be interesting. That's what I was referring to, because I just don't think he's going to be patient enough with the spinner, and he's going to try to get it on as quickly as possible. And this time he missed everything there. I'm not sure what he was looking at. He was probably looking at something going on in the Queen's Park, in the stadium, and but the ball was heading towards the medical center in the opposite direction. 135 for 8. Walsh is 14, and Archibald is on 11. And after some more comments from you, Colin Murray, the Scotsman, is going to come back in.
Swing and a miss there for Colin Archibald, but fortunate for him, it not only missed the bat, it missed the stumps, as well as Dominic Drakes. He's had a lot of work today. He's going to continue from this media center, and he's now bowled 12 overs today, picked up 3 for 28. He'll be happy with those returns, but he'll be eyeing 5, especially given that there are 2 wickets left to be taken here for the Leeward Islands.
So Dominic Drakes hasn't his first game for the season in terms of this West Indies Championship, and certainly doing very well. When you think of it, well, to come back into the team, there's let's just look at Drakes. That's a good delivery, rising, no forward short leg in place. Yeah, but to come back in the team, you've got Akeem Jordan, and so it's going to be interesting who he comes back into the team for, because McAllister has done well. Springer is Springer. So, and Drakes has really done very well. So you look through the order, unless he comes back for a spinner, either Holder or Boyce.
It will be interesting to see how Barbados Pride go about it once those players
all become available. Yeah.
But I think it's a good position to be in.
Yeah.
You have guys who are competing for those spots, and that's what you really want. You want to almost be spoiled for choice in scenarios like this.
Well, Archibald is to face Drakes. Drives, but didn't time it all that well. So you find that he's not going to get a boundary for that. As a matter of fact, man at the wideish mid-off had a very comfortable time in stopping that. So Drake's news coming out of Tarouba, Athanase is a 97, or out of Guyana, sorry. Well, that's gone anywhere, but it's going to clear the fieldsman and the slip region, and it's actually going to run away for 4. So there is Archibald. He is just going to, whatever is in his hitting zone, if it's short, if it's up to him, he's going to go after it. And he had an almighty swing at that, took the top edge, and went way over the slip region.
Yeah, he was not in control of the process, but he will enjoy the result on that particular occasion. Just a heave and a swing from Colin Archibald, and it finds its way into the boundary down at third man. That takes the total now up to 140 for 8, as the umpire signals 1 for the over now.
Well, commentators cursed Joel because Athanase, they tell me he's just got out for 97. And that's the thing, they've got to get 100. When you get into the 90s, you've got to carry on. You've got to make 100. This is Archibald going after this one. It's high in there, but it's going to clear all the fieldsmen, and it's going to run into the boundary for 4. So Colin Archibald deciding he is going to go after the bowling, anything that he can reach. And there's Dominic Drakes having a word with him. Not too sure what Dominic Drakes could be saying to him at this point in time. But Archibald has hit him for consecutive 4s. So 144 for 8. Archibald suddenly is on to 19 from 15 deliveries. So we have the 2 juniors at the crease, Colin Archibald Jr. and Hayden Walsh Jr. That's not a good delivery. Looking for a little bit more pace, I would think, from Drakes. A little bit more pace and maybe a little shorter. And he lined it badly.
Yeah, just going offline there. Dominic Drakes probably just going for that effort delivery. The previous one, though, Colin Archibald, I would have to say he was in a much better control than the one that flew over a third man. Just one delivery now left in this over, and I do think something is still bound to happen with this one delivery, whether or not it's a wicket, whether or not it's runs.
I don't think Archibald is too worried about if he's in the right position or not. That's better. Short delivery. I think you just got to sort of pitch it in his arc where he can have a swing, because that's what you really want him to do. You want him to swing at it, and maybe not once he doesn't clear the fieldsman, he'll be back in the pavilion. 145 for 8 at the end of over number 37, and Dominic Drakes, can't pick up his 4th wicket as yet. He's got 3 for 38, but he's bowled very well. 3 for 38 from 13 overs.
Colin, you mentioned something, and I have a question for you on the back of that. You said commentators curse, right? And I always wondered, how does commentators curse work if you're not on commentary at the particular game?
No, but we're talking about it. Had we not said anything about Athanaze at 97 not out, he might have made 100.
I question then what the commentators at their game said then.
Well, they too. They must be guilty as well. No, but I mean, that's a very interesting question. But you know, it's so strange because we now talked about Athanaze on 97, and you just figured, well, he would go on to get 100, and then as soon as I finished saying he's on 97, Ruskin Mark said to me, "Would you believe he's just got out?" So it's amazing. It always seems to happen. And this is whether you're at the ground or you're not at the ground, whether you're commentating on that game or another game. It's really amazing.
Well, as the old folks would say, nothing given, nothing guaranteed.
That's right. But Holder is continuing from that Brandlar Pavilion end.
It's certainly going to be an interesting matchup here with Colin Archibald to Shem Holder. Shem Holder obviously probably favouring himself in this particular matchup. The field is spread.
Archibald is going to get a single. He's thinking of the second, but it's not going to be on. Is Primus still on the field? It seems to be.
Yeah, well, back on the field, yeah.
So a single there to Archibald. So Holder. Now disregard that. Holder doesn't have 2 for none. It's really none for 2. That 2 indicates that he's got 2 wickets for yet to concede a run. It should be the other way around. It's none for 2. It's Hayden Walsh Jr. He's batted well, hasn't he? For his, he's been very patient, and it's not a bad. He's normally a shotgun. Hayden Walsh, just very carefree, but I think he's batted with some degree of responsibility in this innings. He's only faced 29 deliveries. But still, that's a good shot. Just paddling it around. Badly lined from Holder. It's not going to get into the boundary, but they're going to come back for 3. That's good running.
Yeah, good running indeed. And you talked about the fact that he's been fairly patient, or relatively patient across this innings. And I think a couple of them have been, especially like Jeremiah Louis just before him as well. Jamar Hamilton played a good innings. And I think it all plays into what we would consider situational awareness and having to adjust. And they've done that in small moments, but it just hasn't, I guess, rolled over into the big partnership or the big moment that they've been looking for today.
That's right. I mean, when you think of it, 63 for 6, and they've got to 149 for 8. You know, it's a very similar comparison to the Barbados innings, except there was one guy called Shane Dorich batting for Barbados, which made a huge difference. It's the end of the over from Holder. It's 149 for 8. Yeah,
that one person that was that anchor, and we were telling ourselves maybe it could have been a Devon Thomas, maybe it could have been the Jamar Hamilton. It was like they spent the time, they went through the process, they entered the front door.
That's right.
And then brought the knee at the coach, you know. But they had the start, they had their moments, and it was just a case of they didn't capitalize on that guilty of a couple strokes that shouldn't have been played. Maybe could have left, maybe if, picked a different delivery. But hindsight is 20/20 vision.
That's right.
And unfortunately, foresight tells us 149 for 8 is a fairly difficult position to be in.
Oh, they are. There's no doubt about it. The question is, if they do fall below the follow-on, what will Barbados Pride do? Because it's been a hot day. It's been a I mean, they've bowled what 38 overs, so you can't say that they've really expended the energy to get this Leeward Islands team out. But still, if they have to let them follow on, it means your bowlers have got to try and do it all again in an afternoon session, which could take a toll out of them.
It certainly could take a toll, and it's going to be an interesting proposition if Shane Dorridge and the management team are faced with that particular question. There's still a lot of time left.
That's right.
In the game as well. Leeward Islands, they're down. Do you keep them down?
Yeah. There's McAllister. He's taken over from Drakes, and his first delivery, driven there by Hayden Walsh. And the thing is, do you bat them out of the game now? Do you go back, and even if the lead is, let's say 160 or thereabouts, do you now go back and try to get 250? So let them chase 400, and then you've also got to look at time. You don't want to bat too long, that you reach a stage where if you bat that long, it's going to present a problem in terms of getting dismissing them a second time. Here's that ball just popping over the head of the forward short leg. They're going to get a single.
Well, Colin, given these scenarios that you've now balanced onto plates in your left and right hand, should you have that option, you are the skipper, you're the management team, 160's lead, do you enforce the follow-on?
I would certainly, because I would want to put them under more pressure, rather than giving them time to think about a target to chase. I would just want they're already down. I would turn the screw on them, and ask your bowlers for one more effort. Pulling that delivery, not a good delivery from McAllister, short, and lined outside that leg stump, and Archibald is able to pull it, kept it down, which was important for Archibald. He's not the type of player who would want to do that. He would tend to like to go beyond the boundary, but that one he kept down. So let's have a look at the Trinidad and Tobago team. What's happening there? The Trinidad and Tobago really struggling. I think they're struggling just as much here as like the Leeward Islands. So the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, they are now 155 for 8. And Jason Mohammed is still there. He's on 46 not out, but he's running out of partners. Gooley made 22, Webster North, Django 18, Imran Khan 2, Charles North. He's now batting with Uthman Mohammed. So he's standing up all alone is the veteran Jason Mohammed. That's well played from Walsh, giving the impression that didn't get up as much as he anticipated, but he was right in line. They're playing that ball right back up along the pitch.
Yeah, Colin, that little scenario you mentioned there with Trinidad being 155-8. I asked our producer to give me that points table because with that note, I think a lot of eyes will be on what happens here with Barbados, and in terms of those additional points that they can look to get. And then also just, is it up or down in terms of the Brian Lara Cricket Academy?
That's short. That's a very good question. We say when you when you're from town, you say you go down south. Mm-hmm. Southerners don't like that. They tell you no. It's not down south. So if you're a Trini, you say down south. If you're a foreigner, you just whatever the Trini say, you follow. So
okay, we're gonna head there. We're gonna head to Brian Lara Cricket Academy. But no, it's an interesting proposition now when we look at that points table. Guyana has a chance to, with 155-8, they have a chance to stay up top of the table.
That's right.
With a win, Barbados have a chance to stay right on their heels as well. And then it just comes down to the nitty gritty of those little additional points that anybody can grab here and there.
I tell you, don't count out the Windwards either. Because if the Windwards, they're heading for an outright victory, there's no doubt, unless it rains for 2 days. They're going to win outright. So they're going to pick up some points as well.
Yeah,
so they're also going to be, right now they're just 4 points behind Barbados. So if they win outright, Barbados wins outright, it could very well be they're 4 points still behind Barbados.
Probably actually just a little less because of the batting point scenario of it.
That's right, yes. So it's still Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. If they lose, you can probably count them out. They've got Barbados here, and they're going to just probably be playing for pride at that point in time.
Yeah, it's interesting you said playing for pride versus
Yeah,
the
and
pride.
they're playing for pride against the pride. Oh, that's runs for Archibald. Peels off an outside edge. And, just going to take 2. Yeah.
Yeah, if I think about that point scenario, Windward for sure with that win, they get the 12
Yep.
for the win. They get the bowling points, that's 3, so that's 15 that they will add. Then you got to factor in how much 0.2s they might get for the pace bowling wickets. But yeah, just all interesting scenarios playing out here in round 3 of the West Indies Championship.
Yeah. And I think Leewards, Jamaica and Trinidad could be out of contention by the time you come into round 4 in terms of winning the championship. But you can never tell. 2 good back-to-back victories and you're right back in it.
Yeah, 220 points.
Yeah.
And things could look a lot different. So a lot to play for still.
Well, is he clear the man at long off? He just that's a good catch. Is it? Yes, it appears to be. Who is the man down there? Is it Springer?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, that's an excellent catch. At one time, I thought it was going over his head, and it did. And he sort of jumped and pushed the ball back into the air. And we've seen that a lot in the T20 scenario, where players run off the field, throw the ball back in. And Springer really held on to that nicely. Excellent bit of cricket on his part. And Archibald makes his way back to the pavilion, caught Springer, bowled holder for 24, and it's now 153 for 9. And we were scheduled to take a tea break, but with the fall of that wicket, I think we're gonna go on. Here's the shot. He didn't seem to really get after it too early. Just hit it. Look at the catch.
Brilliant.
He's
Absolutely brilliant. There needs
One
to
is
be a
looking, he
billboard
throws the ball.
somewhere. Yep.
And he just takes it. That's excellent on the part of Springer. Really, really brilliant. And he's a good catcher. We've seen him take. He's a good catcher in the deep now. We've seen because we've seen him in gully take some super catches. Took one here today, and then that one is an absolutely brilliant catch.
Yeah,
and he's a
certainly.
tall man as well, which helped.
Yeah, the height certainly helped him on
Yeah.
that occasion. There needs to be a billboard somewhere saying you're in safe hands with Shamar Springer. But no, he's been fantastic in the field. He's been consistent in terms of his catching, and he's showcased it on the boundary there. Again, good presence in terms of throwing it back over the rope, something that a lot of these cricketers have become quite familiar with, given that they've played a lot on the limited over circuit. But at the end of the day, it must be done, and he did it. And what that does is mean that 9 wickets are now down. 153 on the board for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They still trail by 169 runs. We threw up the prospect of leading by 160, Colin.
Yeah, we did. And what are we now? 170, is it?
169, yep.
We did. So it's the new man has come in is Shino Berridge, and he will be taking strike. What's your thought on that new rule when a ball is a player is out, and even though the batsman cross, the new batsman still has to face?
I like it.
Yeah,
from a bowling perspective.
Yep, it is.
Because I just took a wicket. Why on earth am I bowling at a man who was 200 not out off his 400 balls?
That's right. Yep. And a guy is coming in, the number 11 is coming in, and you don't get the opportunity to bowl to him. You're very right. Yeah, very, very right.
You've done the hard work, and your reward is to bowl at a door.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, like they trade by 169 here. Trinidad and Tobago traded by 167 here.
Well, it's a very similar situation. Very, very similar what's happening in Taruba and what's happening here at the Queen's Park Oval. Well, here is the new man taking strike, Berridge. Looks competent playing that ball back up along the track to Holder. Holder in his third over, 1 for 7. Archibald couldn't resist. I just thought he never tried to. It didn't seem that he was giving it full blast. He just hit it without really trying to hit it somewhere into the Joey Carew members' balcony. It's the end of the over, however, a successful over in which holder picked up that wicket of Colin Archibald Jr., going for 24, caught by Shamar Springer. And it means that Hayden Walsh Jr. is going to be back on strike. And he is on 19 from 35 deliveries. It's going to be interesting how he plays now. Is he going to try get some quick runs with the last man at the crease with him? Or is he going to just push the ball around and hope that Berridge survives? So 2 slips and a gully for McAllister, who's going to continue.
Oh, Sheeno Berridge thus far has scores of 3 not out.
Well, I'll tell you something. If I was Hayden Walsh Jr., I would try to get on with it quickly.
I think that is the only option you can really see being the viable one. With scores of 3 not out. 300 I'm hearing in the back of the commentary box.
Yeah, 3-0. I think he didn't understand it was 3 separate innings. He thought it was 1 innings. He has a healthy average of 1.5. And yes, it has to be. If he's 300, it's obviously 150 is his average too. Yes, he's a healthy average of 1.50. So he doesn't hold out much hope. There's Sheeno Berridge. But still, the Barbados Pride team trying to get the wicket of Walsh.
I just think from a psychological standpoint, if they could just get that 19 runs, those 19 runs, Leeward Islands. They've not had much to shout about in this match other than having Barbados at a ticklish spot. I think roughly about 57 for 4.
57 for 4. They first over after lunch. They were in the game.
Yeah, they were there and thereabouts, and that was their moment to shout, to scream. But then things got away from them, just from that mental standpoint, to know that you're still in a cricket game, that there's still something that can happen. Can we get these 19 runs here now?
Well, ball inadvertently goes down to that gully position, but Walsh was decided to leave alone, but just at the last minute, and by that time the ball had already struck the bat.
Similar dismissal, or rather the dismissal of Jeremiah Louis was somewhat similar to that one. That one not carrying to hand, but that bit of indecision in terms of leaving the bat still hanging out there.
That's a good delivery from McAllister. Short, lifting, pitched and just left Walsh, who just had a little bit of a nibble at that. It wasn't too sure which way it was going, and he just stood there and hung the bat out. And ball didn't decide to take the edge of the bat.
It's going to be very interesting, because we said it's just that mental part of it, that fiddling around with whether or not you will actually have the, I wouldn't necessarily call it the embarrassment, but having to be sent back in to bat again.
Well, 1 delivery left in this over. Let's see what Walsh is going to do with it. Yes, he's looking for the single. That's good cricket. Well, he's going to come back. No, he's just going to settle for the single, because I was going to say why would he come back for the second run? But he decided just to settle for that single. And he's going to have the strike. No doubt Holder will continue as the score goes up to 153 for 9. Or 154, sorry, for 9. Meaning that it's 168 the lead at the moment for the Barbados Pride.
18 runs to avoid the possible prospect of a follow-on. And then the question is, like I said, can Sheeno Berridge stand up with Hayden Walsh and get what is required, even if he is not out across the entire period of those 18 runs? I think just once again, just from that mental aspect, from trying to, I guess, say, well, tick another box in this game, can we do that?
So Jason Mohammed goes for exactly 50 in that game against Guyana, and the Trinidad and Tobago team are all out for 160. So they're in some real problems there at Taruba. So the question is Walsh going to try his hand? Is he going to continue pushing and probing, or is he going to try to get after Holder?
Well, I guess we're about to see. I think that pushing and prodding just.
Well, Walsh, a little bit of a cat and mouse game at the moment with Holder, because he was long forward. I thought he went long forward before the ball had got to him.
I think he's almost just waiting for the
Yeah.
right delivery. You really have to pick your deliveries here.
But I don't think Holder is not tempting him. Holder is just pushing it through. You know, again, I would just like to see him give it some air and see what happens. If you get hit for 6, well, you get hit for 6. But Walsh doesn't seem interested. And he's just going to push around those deliveries. He's not going to take the single because, that's the 4th ball of the over. So he's not even trusting Berridge to face 2 deliveries. And I would think if Berridge has to survive two balls, it has to be Holder, the bowler. Well, there's no change in the field. And Walsh long forward. I think he's trying to show us how good a defense he's got.
Even
Because,
before the ball is bowled,
yeah,
he's
he's
there
long
on the front
yeah.
foot saying, well, this is what it's going to be.
Well, they're bringing in the man at long off and long on, and they're bringing them in to save that single. And he's looking to sweep. Loud appeal, and he's gone. So there was Hayden Walsh, and he's complaining that the ball may have hit the glove, but umpire Gustav will have none of it. He feels that it may have come off the pad first, then onto the glove. But Hayden Walsh Jr. goes LBW to Holder for 20. And it means that 154 all out. The Leeward Islands. And let's have a look at that final dismissal.
Shem Holder there going relatively full. Cannot see whether or not there was, because as you say, it was a signal from Hayden Walsh Jr. that it hit glove, but
Yes.
umpire Patrick Gustav said no, it didn't. It's going on to crash into middle and leg, and that is all she wrote for the Leeward Island Hurricanes. A
168 run lead.
54 all out. So it'll be interesting to see what the Barbados Pride do in terms of whether or not they enforce that follow on or not. But it has been good work, would have to say, from the Barbados Pride bowlers. They've stuck to their task. They've done what Captain Shane Dulwich has asked them to do. And I guess we'll have to see in a little bit whether or not he's going to ask them to do another job here today also.
Yes, it's going to be interesting what they do. Are they going to come back out, or are they going to go and pile on the runs, then give the Hurricanes some challenge to chase here? So let's just quickly have a look at the bowling figures. Dominic Drake, he had 13 overs, no maidens, 38 runs, 3 wickets. Then Jair McAllister, he bowled pretty well and picked up 2 wickets. He had just 9 overs, 1 maiden, 36 runs, 2 wickets. Then Shamar Springer, he also had a pretty useful spell of 10 overs, no maidens, 48 runs, 2 wickets. And Jonathan Carter picked up the important wicket of Rakeem Cornwall. He had 6 overs, 1 for 20. And Chaim Holder had 4 overs, 1 maiden, and he picked up 2 for 7. So that's the situation here at the Queen's Park Oval. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they've been dismissed for 154, means they are in arrears 168 runs. And what will Barbados do? Are they going to come out now and pile on the runs, or will they go back in the field and put the Leeward Islands under some more pressure? Yeah, and it's going to be a very interesting scenario because it's been a hot day, Joel. It's been hot, it's been tough, and whether he wants to send back his quickies to toil again, it's going to be. I would, because you got what 42 overs have been bowled by the Barbados team, which is not a lot. You've got something like 30, maybe another 40 overs in the day's play remaining. And I do think it's going to be that tough for these guys to go out there and give it their all.
Yeah, it certainly could be an interesting task as we look now at the Leeward Islands batting. Well, it didn't get off to a good start. Monson Hodge, he got 6. Kieran Powell went for 5. Akeem Saunders, he didn't trouble the scores. Devon Thomas started, got 20 from 32, and then he went caught brilliantly by Springer off the bowling of Drakes. Kofi James, he was looking fairly good as well. He got 12 from 19 balls. Then Jamar Hamilton, the skipper, he appeared like he would have been the anchor today, but the anchor just came a bit loose after just going at one outside of the off stump, and he had to depart for 30. Then it was Rakeem Cornwall just on the stroke of lunch, playing a shot that he will look back on and say that maybe he shouldn't have. He went for 7. Jeremiah Louis, after the luncheon interval, he went for 24. Hayden Walsh, the final man to go, he got 20. Colin Archibald, 24. And Gino Berridge, not out. So not necessarily a good look of a scorecard if you're a Leeward Islands supporter.
Well, there were 5 players that more or less got starts, just couldn't carry on. And they went on, and 2 of them in Thomas and Hamilton, you would want, once they get into the 20s and 30s, you would want them to carry on and get a big score. Neither of them did.
Yeah, certain players, they had the signs today of getting the job done. They looked good at the crease, but just that small question of shot selection comes into play. Devon Thomas comes back to my mind, the very delivery before he actually played that cut shot. Yes, you can maybe say it was on. However, given the situation, you maybe could have decided to leave that particular delivery on that occasion. But once again, what is done is done. Dominic Drakes, the pick of the bowlers, he was fantastic today with the ball. He got into rhythm and picked up 3 wickets. Jeremy McAllister, he was fast. He burst onto the scene today. He picked up 2, and he was who really started the downfall for the Leeward Islands. Shamar Springer, the ever reliable, he picked up 2 as well. Jonathan Carter picked up that wicket of Rakeem Cornwall, and then Shem Holder cleaned up things in the end. So the wickets were shared all around for the Barbados Pride, and the question is, will they come out to bat, or will they ask the Leeward Islands Hurricanes to follow on?
Well, it's tea time at the moment because the players are in fact having tea. So we'll take a break, and then when we come back, we will let you know who is in fact batting. Will it be the Barbados Pride going to even extend the lead, or are they going to put the Leeward Islands Hurricanes back in and put them under pressure? We'll wait and see. But when we come back, we'll have live action here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval, a nice bright and sunny Queen's Park Oval as we get ready for play after tea, the third and final session of day 2 of this championship game here, the third round of the West Indies Championship Series. And the news again, the Leeward Islands bowled out for 154. They trail by 168 runs. And Barbados deciding against enforcing the follow-on and are themselves going to bat a second time. So an opportunity here for them to probably build on their lead and 168 run lead. They probably figure another 200 runs might be what they need to make absolutely certain of a victory. But we'll see how the Leeward Islands bowlers react to this decision and whether or not they will allow Barbados to run away with the scoring, or will they be able to keep things in check. Let me say good afternoon to Ian Wason once again.
Good afternoon. That's McCaskey and Mosley were trying to get better starts that they did in the first innings. Barbados were under some pressure from Berridge and Berridge and Louis, and Colin Archibald came in and Rakeem Cornwall took over 6 for 50. They would hope to have a better start in the second innings. Berridge would get things started.
And starts on a pretty good line as well, and attacking the stumps, which is kind of like what has to happen here now. They didn't use the new ball in the first innings particularly well. I think they would have to learn from that and try and see if they can't make a better fist of it.
Looking to see if Hayden Walsh would have taken the field. This one is going down leg side.
And that's Hamilton trying to throw down the stumps and actually struck the batsman. But I think McCaskey might have been shocked more than anything else that he got hit there. So Ian, really is a situation here now. The decision has been made, and I suppose Dorrit will be asking his batters to justify that decision by maybe giving him some quick runs, or at least giving him some big runs. Down the leg side it goes again, and probably coming a little too far inside the line, can't catch up with it.
Well, it's only the second day, so if they take their time and bat until lunch tomorrow, they can add in 200 more runs and a target of about 360, 370. So I think they could take their time. They don't need to rush anything. It's only 2 days. It's still in the second day actually. Unless they want to take Saturday to go to the beach or to the mall or something.
Again, nicely line delivery and stroke beautifully down to mid-on, where the sound of the bat, the ball hitting the bat is such a positive sound. It means that he's middling the ball. I'm sure he'd want to improve on his first innings 26 if he can, McCaskey. He was one of the 6 victims for Rakeem Cornwall. Outside the off stump it goes, and he's immediately off the mark. So Barbados are on their way here now as they look to build on this advantage, this huge advantage that they have of 168 runs on first innings, and trying to really bat the Leeward Islands out of contention in this game.
So McCaskey coming into this game with just a 20. Just 2 matches coming into this game. He scored 26 in the first inning, as he mentioned. So he would want to improve on that. Still very young in his first-class career. Shino Berridge, a bit more experience with the ball in his hand from the northern end. Berridge with 67 wickets coming into this match, so he would have added 2 more wickets, 69 wickets.
That's a great shot, and badly misfielded there at that straightish mid-on position, and the ball not going to get to the boundary. Took a lot of pace off of it, but the batsmen will help themselves to 3 runs. That's a good positive shot there from Shane Mosley. Drove it sweetly and was able to pick up 3 runs. Devon Thomas not able to hold that one in at that short mid-on position there, and the batsman able to run 3. So 4 without loss at the end of the first over.
So Louis having to run and field that ball down at that position. Now it looks like he's going to take up the attack on the southern end. So a bit of work for him to do early in the innings, running from the mid-on position. Now he has to mark his run from the southern end, because he will take up the attack from the pavilion end.
So Jeremiah Louis, of course, had just the 1 wicket in the first innings. 1 for 55. And again, he too started slowly. Bowled some decent deliveries, but I think he can't be just decent now. Someone of the bowlers outside of Raheem Cornwall would have to be outstanding here now for the Leeward Islands if they are to really get themselves back in this game. And it might as well be Louis. Just 3 slips really. And flicked away nicely for an easy single. They might come back for a second. They will. And the return is a good one. But a good running once again by Shane Mosley.
Now, for the Leeward Islands point of view, they started this innings. They are trailing by 168 at the start of this innings. What would be a target for them to bowl out Barbados for, because they don't want a 4th innings target too big, too huge. They would like to have a score that they want to keep Barbados down to.
And right on target here. Well, I would imagine that they would want to limit them for as much as possible. If they can limit Barbados, say, under 150.
I was thinking that same thing.
Then they give themselves a bit of a chance. But 150 is already 300 runs.
318 runs.
Yeah, so you have a big win. And would you believe, they talk about games mirroring game, Guyana batting a second time against Trinidad and Tobago. So they too have decided against enforcing the follow-on and batting a second time.
Very similar in scores.
Mm-hmm. And they think for a moment of about a single here. Again, some indecision. And Hayden Walsh again showing that he can throw the ball with his left hand. But not all of it is going where he wants it to go. But at least he's out there fighting. It would be interesting if he has a run-out opportunity. What will he do?
Maybe he will just run with the ball.
Or maybe underarm it back to the wicket, depending on the distance that he's away from the wicket. Or throw it with his left hand. It's a short ball, and that one, again on passing the batsman, you could see it making a little curve, and Hamilton had to kind of run it down to catch up with it.
It's a very good take in the end by Hamilton. The Leeward Islands captain. There was one time he kept wicket for the West Indies, but Now he has dropped in the pecking order with the emergence of Joshua De Silva.
Again, they're going for a quick single. Again, they have to hurry, and good fielding and a good release, but not in time to prevent the single. And Kofi James coming in there, but not able to execute the run out. 7 now without loss.
So making the change, the right-left combination, as Berridge was getting ready to go across on the other side. He was going on to fine leg, but Hamilton tell him to stay across on a wideish. That's not a wideish third man, that's more
Backward point on the boundary.
Because he's just going further to his right.
Short ball pulled away, and there's nobody out there, so he's just helped himself to a boundary. So that completes the over, and at the end of it, 11 without loss. Barbados batting a second time.
A very good shot, because there was no protection on that side. So even if he had miscued, it went in the air, it was very safe. Only the fine leg and mid wicket in a normal position.
Yeah, but again, as a bowler, you don't want to gift those easy runs away, especially you're already facing a huge deficit. So you want to be as tight as you possibly can. I know sometimes as commentators we ask for perfection, but the reality is that's a gift that you're giving the batsman there. A short ball that isn't getting up particularly high, and you have no protection out in the deep. You're just asking for trouble, as they say.
So Sheeno Berridge getting ready to start another over. 1 over, none for 4. Bowling to the left-handed Mosley. Whipping that on the onside. He will get 4. And it was crossed the boundary ropes at this time. So Sheeno Berridge not starting the way he would have wanted this second over, and Mosley would oblige that he moves on to 10. Nicely whipped on the onside.
It was a fine shot, but it's more of the same as the bowlers, the opening bowlers for the Leeward Islands. We saw this in the first innings, where they really just gifted them boundary balls, and they took advantage of it. Another powerful drive again.
He tends to be over pitching.
Well, he's probably striving to see if he can get some swing. But his natural action takes the ball across the left-hander. So he's going to come around the wicket now. And so maybe now he might be hoping to start it going in towards the middle stump and then straighten and probably hit off stump. If based on his bowling action, because it's when he gets to the wicket he's square on, and he's open chested, so the ball has a natural angle to it, similar to what Colin Croft used to do. And again, he's attacking the stumps here, so that's the kind of the first thing he wants to focus on, is to get the line right, and then he could start to look for variation thereafter.
Mosley and McCaskey in the first innings. Mosley got just 4 runs, so already he would have passed his first innings score. He's on 10. Playing that back to the bowler. So Barbados already with a lead of 183 runs. And
the Leeward Islands rather cannot be looking at the scoreboard and thinking of what the lead is. While that is obvious, you could keep that at the back of your mind that you're going to be facing a big total. Their main focus now has to be on getting wickets, and if you can't get wickets, limit the scoring. There's a delivery keeping very low indeed. Now we've seen a couple of these. We've also seen a couple bonks at times, but in the main, the wicket has played well so far, but that one kept very low indeed.
Just a difficult take for Hamilton behind the stumps. Bounced a couple of times before it got to him. He did well for it not to pass him.
So it's really going to be a tall order for the bowlers to really keep hitting those lines and those lengths. But Burridge has done well since coming around the wicket. He's really kept the pressure on and made it difficult for scoring so far. Is he under the over 15 without loss?
The good scorecard in the case of Barbados here. Shane Dulwich 124 for 192 in the first innings. Raheem Cornwall 6 for 49 actually. In the second innings, Jamal Hamilton 30. Shino Berridge.
Question is, how soon do they introduce Cornwall? And then how will Barbados treat him? Will they go after him and run the risk of gifting him a couple cheap wickets or early wickets? Or do they just kind of treat him with some respect and kind of slow the scoring, if you know what I mean?
I think they should be able to. They can push on, but they have to play him with a lot of respect, and deservedly so. Took 6 wickets in the first inning, so they definitely know what he's capable of. Test player as well, not in the West Indies team at the moment. Taken over 300 first-class wickets over the years, so they will definitely play him with respect. But they're already leading by 183 runs, so they might be pushing on for some quick runs.
But again, they don't necessarily have to hustle, if you know what I mean. They don't have to take undue risks to try to get runs. Just rotate strike, maybe 2.5, 3 runs and over. Might be a good rate to start at, and if overnight you assess and you see where you are, then tomorrow you could say, okay, maybe we need to step on the gas a little bit more and pile on the runs. But for now, preservation of wickets is probably going to be crucial for them, and just to keep the scoreboard ticking over. And if they do that too often, they're going to get punished, and that's another boundary tickled off the legs there nicely by McCaskey. And he goes up to 9, and the total goes to 19.
Very nice shot. Look at the replay. Taking it off the legs, flicking it nicely. The fielder was coming across, but he couldn't get it. Just about a meter or 2 in front of him. So McCaskey goes on to 19 without loss. Here comes Louis. Will try again.
And just standing there, waiting for this one to come on to him. A little bit of a change of pace delivery there. And the line was good, forcing the batsman to have to respect it. But again, Barbados really now, I suppose that's the instruction. Try and put a partnership together, give us some kind of a start, and then we will, assess and take it from there. And having said that, the big fella is warming up.
Louis having a very good career so far after 47 matches coming into this game. 112 wickets. Just the 5-wicket haul. Best figure 6 for 69. And with a bat, he's averaging 23. And bouncer.
Short ball, and which is Louis tends to want to slip that in at least every over or so. He knows it's a delivery that he could probably cause some anxiety with, but he has some protection this time, whereas in the first over there was no protection, and he gifted McCaskey a boundary there with a short ball that didn't really get up much. So it's just the thought process right now that they have to work on. There's another one, a little bit shorter, a little bit quicker. The same result though. The batsman ducks under it. McCaskey has nothing to do with it. He remains on 9. 10 to Mosley. It's 19 without loss.
So Louis showing some aggression. Early back-to-back bouncers, short balls. So Sheeno Berridge will look to continue. He has 2 overs. Got 2 wickets in the first innings. And Sheeno Berridge, best figures are 5 for 22. He have had 2 5-wicket hauls in his 22 match career. He will continue.
Oh, he would love to replicate that today.
And the Leeward certainly would need a performance like that. They don't want Barbados to get too much runs in the second innings. Driving straight to the cover region. They will not get any run there, so they will not add to their 19. Sheen Mosley, another player who would have played the 2 test matches for the West Indies. He would have coming into this match with 39 first-class matches with an average of 30.2.
They really need to try to effect something here and just shake things up a little bit. They're going to get another single here. The line just not as good as he was previously. A leg by, signaled by the umpire. So they're going to have to do something here, and that's why I'm thinking that we may see the introduction of Raheem Cornwall fairly soon, because you don't want the openers to settle into, any kind of rhythm against your quicker bowlers. You want to maybe just shake things up a little bit, see if you can't prize out an early wicket or 2, and maybe cause some anxiety in the Barbados dressing room. That's another glorious shot. And he just kind of stroked it. He didn't really force it. He didn't try to hit it too hard. He just pushed it into the gap. And it was 4 good-looking runs again for McCaskey. And he goes to 13 now. He goes past Mosley. It's 24 now without loss.
It was all about timing. Very good timing. As you mentioned, didn't hit the ball violently. Just a nice push. And the timing raced off the bat, beat the mid-off fielder, who was only a spectator after. And Sheeno Berridge conceding another 4. It's 24 without loss.
So they'll try to see if they can't prize out a quick wicket here.
And of course, as you mentioned, they don't want the batsmen to get too comfortable with the pacers. And of course, the Leewards already 1 spinner short because of the injury to Hayden Walsh. So we might see Kofi James getting more overs.
So again, they I'm trying to see what the call is. The umpire is tapping his shoulder, and But the last run was a boundary, so it can't be one short. So what is the signal? I'm not absolutely certain. And here's another nice little drive, but only for a single. So again, as far as Barbados is concerned, they can go along like this for a while. They're not under any duress at the moment, and they're just picking up runs as easy as they like. It's 29 now, so the scoreboard is ticking over quickly.
Yes, and we are only in the 5th over.
So they're almost going at, a 5 and over, which is a pretty good rate. But that's to be expected with the new ball, unless the bowlers really were dominant with it or found ways to curb scoring. But that's the end of another over. 5 completed is 29 without loss. McCaskey 13, Mosley is on 10.
And so what we are seeing,
Did the ball hit the helmet?
Oh. But they throw it back, no, it can't be.
because we are seeing 5 penalty runs, so
He didn't have 5 runs extra.
Mm-hmm.
so Jeremiah Louis will continue from the southern end. McCaskey is on 13, Mosley is on 10.
That's a good delivery. Just touching down. It is in the driving zone there, but you could see him showing a little restraint and not attacking the ball. And now he's looking at the ball, so there's a lot happening here, a lot we're not sure of because we're not privy to the discussions by the umpires. And so now we have another delay. And is it the shape of the ball that they're complaining about here? And so it looks as if they're going to test the ball with their little gauge to see if it could fall through properly. So it's an interesting period here right now for the Leeward Islands. They are a little bit under the gun here. Now they might change the ball. So maybe it's not going through that little ring as flush as they would like. So I think the third umpire now is being called into action. He's going to have to bring out another new ball. But he's going to have to bring a ball that is 6 overs old. I don't know how many of those they have lying around. A new ball that is only 6 overs old.
I would have suggested use the ball that they themselves would have bowled with this morning, but it's a bit older than 6 overs.
Yep. So umpire Zaid Bassarat and Patrick Gustard are trying to effect a ball change here at the moment, and that is taking a little extra time. But so far so good for Barbados. They're up to 30 now with those 5 penalty runs, but I'm not quite sure why they got their 5 penalty runs. And is it only 5 penalty runs? Because the scoreboard seemed to just jump,
Well, McCaskey is on 14 and Mosley is on 10. So that's 24.
Right?
Then we know of the we saw
One
the
leg by,
by, so that's 25.
So there's 5 penalty runs.
We haven't seen any no balls or wides bowled yet, so
That's 6 extras, we just need 5 runs extra.
we did not notice if the ball would have hit the helmet.
So I think we have the new ball or the changed ball, and but I'm looking at the slip cordon, and it seems as if the fielders down there are in stitches, and I would like to think that the Tommy Joseph in that group is the man at first slip, because he just seemed to have everybody else cracking up.
A really jovial person, really a nice guy, Rakim Cornwall.
And with the first delivery with the new ball, just angle, it just seemed to curl away from the right-hander. But again, McCaskey was watchful. He didn't play a shot.
The ball did get a hint of movement away from McCaskey.
Louis trying his best here. See if he could prize out a wicket. Now, what would be interesting is if he can maybe produce a delivery coming back at the right-hander, just to make him think a little bit about it.
And that's the ball that we want to see from him. It's always good to have that part of your arsenal to move the ball the opposite direction.
The umpires. Alright.
Let's see what he does. Just there's 2 slip. It's not really a gully, but it's like a 3rd slip wide. And again, just outside the off stump once more. So there's a concentration you would have to think in that position, off stump, outside the off stump. Encourage the batsman to come after the ball out there. But I think the bowlers too have to recognize, Ian, you have to bowl possibly on one side of the wicket. You can't, because the captain can't set the field if you bowl all over the place.
All over the place, yeah.
So you have the 2 slips or the 3 slips. Focus there, and that's again, that one is they're going to get another easy single, but at least the line is, the concentration is where it's supposed to be.
Yes, the bowlers need to be disciplined in their line. If you have, because he's bowling the ball away from the right-hander, so of course the captain would want to give you your protection in the slip cordon. So he would take off some of the fielders on the leg side, on the onside, shrink the offside. So you want to continue with that line. Now he's bowling now to the left-handed Shane Mosley. He still has the number of slips. The 2 slips, the 3rd slip is a wideish, could have more in a 4th slip position.
And the man at point is fairly deep. And you could see him reaching for that one, Mosley, as if the bat sort of spun in his hand, because that ball was touching down off stump, going across him, and he somehow was reaching for it, almost made a 4th shot. In fact, he made a 4th shot. He just didn't pay the price for it, but he certainly got fooled by that one.
31 without loss in the 6th over, 1 ball short of 6 overs. Barbados Pride with a lead of 199.
Again, he's trying. It seems as if Mosley wants to get on with things here. Maybe he felt things have gone along, meandered for too long, and now is the time he feels that he wants to maybe put the foot on the gas and get things rolling. 31 without loss.
Perhaps the skipper was impressed by his bowling yesterday evening. He's given the opportunity to bowl ahead of Colin Archibald this time.
So I've seen that before, where you try to fake out the batsman, and they're gonna have to hurry here. He's starting late, and the return is not on target. It misses actually, but it was a good attempt because the Mosley was very, very late in starting and almost put himself in trouble here. But you understand, Ian, what I'm talking about. If let's say you hit a cover drive, the ball is going, the batsman probably cannot tell. Or let's say you remember a long time guys used to get a bump ball and slip and pretend as if the ball was going down to the boundary. Well, if you do that now, you'd probably be penalized for
yes.
it.
Yes, and those are the tricks of what we call bush cricket. You would turn around and make it look like the ball is going along to the boundary, so when the batsman take off, you have the ball in your hand.
So it's almost like you're trying to fake out the batsman, to doing it. So I think they're just trying to stamp it out of the game. That's a good delivery from Thomas, who is getting an opportunity here to show his capabilities. We saw Jonathan Carter also got a wicket for Barbados. So maybe Devon Thomas might be thinking he too can pick a pepper for the Leeward Islands here. They need something badly. It's 32 without loss.
Devon Thomas is being used as a frontline bowler, so gone are the days when he would have kept wicket.
This one is cracked away, but he's only going to get a single. And immediately you could see that's the protection out there. They're trying to limit the run scoring in that area. Mosley is particularly strong out there.
Hamilton and Cornwall having some fun behind the stumps.
That's another brilliant shot indeed, and this is going to be a chase here. He will overhaul it. I don't think it's going to get to the boundary, and they will settle for the 2 runs. But this is good batting by McCaskey and Mosley. They're keeping the scoreboard ticking over. They already pushed it up to 35 without loss. Now all the time they're going past the 200 lead as well. So they're really beginning to, that total is beginning to look ominous now. And it's still early days yet in this second innings for Barbados. Short ball, and that's a gift. Because he doesn't have the pace. He's more or less Colin Murray's pace. And he just helped that over mid-wicket. 4 runs. The thing about that is like a similar result too.
4 runs.
4 runs. 39 without loss. And McCaskey's up to 22. Mosley is 11. And to tell you a little bit more about his bowling, here is Colin Murray.
So we welcome back in the commentary booth Colin Murray. Of course, Ruskin Mark just bowling you a bouncer there.
Was that a bouncer? Ruskin couldn't bounce. Ruskin used to take a long run up, but he couldn't bounce. I mean, Ian, you would have had to see it to believe it, you know? You would have had to see it to believe it. He tried, but it never got up beyond your waist. You know what I mean? But and when you look at Ruskin and his size, tall, and you always, you know,
You would expect
you would expect it to come in head high. But
so what you're saying is that Hayden Walsh Jr. bowled better bouncers than Ruskin?
Yes, Ian, I do very good. I like how you put that. Yeah, I like how you put that. But 39 for none. These guys are, you know, I like the approach by these 2 batsmen. They seem very confident, and I think you see what a lead does. Because they've had the lead. McCaskey, he's looking at a different player than when he looked in the first innings. He was much more tentative. Here, he's playing his shots, and they're going along nicely. The lead has increased now to 207. So shocked. You really have to say that Barbados Pride, they are 207 for none. And what do you think they're going to be looking at? 400?
400 is a lot, but 400 is very safe. We still have a lot of time.
Yeah.
This is only the second day, so we have 2 days after this evening. 400 will be a good lead, but they want them to give themselves enough time to
yeah.
bowl out the Leeward Islands.
I would think if they have to get to 400, we've got another 34 overs remaining in the day's play today. Let us say they go at 3 runs and over, that's 100. So they could get up to the lead today, could stretch to 307. And then you've got maybe got the lunchtime to get maybe another 18, 90. So they could have a 400 run lead, dependent and if they don't lose wickets and all of that, by lunchtime tomorrow. Or easily by the first hour after lunch.
Yeah.
And so that's a lot of time to bowl out the opposition.
All 5 sessions after that.
Yeah. That's a good shot. He's a good bit of fielding as well by the man down there at that mid-off position.
Looks like Kofi James.
Yeah, it is Kofi James, and they pick up 2 runs. But that's a lovely shot from Mosley. When he's on the go, he looks a totally different player, isn't he?
Yes, he's a very good player.
We talked a lot about his shot selection, and if he can just curb some of those shots where he's trying to go off. I mean, you remember in the first innings, an awful shot to get out to Cornwall. If he can just curb that aggressive, and it's not so much curb the aggressive intent he has, but more or less curb trying to get after the bowlers with shots that just are not there for the type of ball that is being bowled.
Yes.
And I think that is the big problem with him.
There's nothing wrong with being aggressive, but you have to still be watchful.
That's right. Well, here is Louis. He's in his 4th over. None for 14 so far.
Well,
that's a good bit of fielding again.
Well fielded by Devon Thomas, because he's in operation of the northern end. So just came off his over, and to put in a good effort like that in the field, commendable for him.
They're still trying to pick up wickets, the Leeward Islands, because that's the only way they can get back into this game, because they've got two slips in place, 2 slips and a very straight gully. So you have to think that they're still trying to get wickets. And that's the only way they can curb the run scoring, is by taking wickets.
And they would want to bowl out Barbados for about 150 or less. They don't want that 4th innings requirement to be that high. So they should be trying to get these 10 wickets before lunch tomorrow, because if they continue to bat beyond lunch tomorrow, we can really be looking at 400.
Yeah, well, even if they get Barbados out, let's say they get the Pride out for 150, still you're talking a target of over 300.
Yeah, and that will be a
very
tall
daunting.
order. Yeah, that's a tall order.
It's not well lined by Louis going down that leg side, and McCaskey couldn't make contact with it. This is a good start, 43 for none. And you have to say, surprised that Cornwall isn't into the attack already.
Well, I was seeing him warming up, so he will be back in the attack sooner rather than later.
I would have thought that with the kind of start they've got to pick up wickets, and they've got to get Cornwall into the attack. Because that's the only way you're going to put Barbados under pressure, because these 2 batsmen, they're very comfortable at the moment with the seam bowling that we're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
And even though we had a previous commentator talking about the pace of the bowlers, that still they've got to put it away. When you get a bad ball, you have to put it away. And I think both Mosley and McCaskey has done that very well. Runs here for McCaskey. He's probably going to look for 2. Yes, he's going to come back. That's good running.
So they are running between the wickets in an urgent fashion. And they are moved on to 45 without loss. McCaskey is on 24 and Mosley on 14. The Barbados Pride, the lead is now 213 runs.
Just some football news, Ian. Your favorite team, Manchester United, they're leading by 1-0. Is it Manchester United?
No, it's Manchester City.
I see you have on red. You see.
No, this has
Well, that's
nothing
your.
to
Oh,
do-
sorry. That's
yeah.
That's what you got complimented.
Yes, this red has nothing to do with Manchester United.
Okay. Oh, you're a City man. Okay. Well, they're leading 1-0, so there seems to be they're in the round of 16 in the Europa League. So it appears that they're going to go through
And
to
as
the
we say,
quarterfinals.
and as we say, it could not be City because City doesn't play Thursday football.
My word. Yes, it's finished 1-0, so they're through. Yes, my word. City. Well, I'm not going to comment on that.
Only
City
teams like United and Arsenal
they
and Barcelona, they
play on
play
a
Thursday
Thursday.
football. Yeah, they play Thursday football.
I see. I thank you for that information, Ian. And let us just make sure that all who is tuning into the broadcast understand and know that Ian Wilson is the one who made that comment. That is very important. But Devon Thomas is going to continue. He's actually coming round the wicket. Was he round the wicket Mosley before? Thought he was over the wicket, but
He was
he's
over,
up.
yes,
Yeah.
he was over the wicket.
Yeah, he's opted now to go round the wicket to the left-hander. Mosley's on 14. McCaskey is outscoring him. He's on 24, which is a little bit of a surprise. Tell me about the penalty runs. What was that? Some infringement by a fieldsman?
Well, we miss exactly what was the incident, but it was a fielding infringement.
Yeah, okay. Yes, well, maybe we can get that information later on and pass it on, because I understood that there were 4 penalty points. Was it 4?
5.
5 penalty points? Yes, it is 5. First time I heard about that, there was in a local club game when penalty points were awarded to the batting side twice, not once but twice, in a local club game, because they felt that the team was slowing down the game. So I said, well, it's interesting.
Only once I've witnessed the ball hitting the helmet. I've only seen that once. Can't recall how the wicketkeeper let that happen.
Yeah, I have seen it a couple times as well. Sometimes it's goes along the carpet when the keeper just raises his doesn't get the pad down in time. This McCaskey guy is middling that ball nicely, isn't he? It's
Yes, he
coming
is.
off the bat sweet. That one raced off towards mid-off.
And he's looking confident as he comes on the front foot. Because when a batsman is coming on the front foot, it shows a measure of confidence, as opposed to a batsman playing on the back foot.
It's a dangerous time for him, though. He's on 24. Hasn't got a score beyond 26 for the season. And he got 26 in the first innings, and that, in fact, was he got a 26 in one of the previous games. And you look at him, McCaskey, before this game. He had played 4 innings, 80 runs, so he's 4 innings, 80 runs with a top score of 26 and an average of 20. He's pushing this one out to mid-on. He looks a much better player than his average suggests. And obviously, to be picked as an opener for the Pride, the selectors would have some sort of confidence in him. Of course, there's one K. Brathwaite to come back into this Barbados Pride team. That's a good take from Hamilton. So it's the end of the over from Devon Thomas. He's completed his second over, none for 9. Yes, so there is going to be some changes, because with Brathwaite coming back into the team, you would expect either McCaskey or Mosley will either drop out, or one of them will slip down the order to bat at number 3.
And of course, you also have Akim Jordan to come back. I'm not sure if Kima Roach will play, but because of load management, if they may play him or not. Yeah. But I'm sure that Akim Jordan definitely will.
Kima Roach is certainly a useful player to have on any team, and the Pride may very well want to use him with his experience in the last couple of days, especially if they're going to be, it's looking like a very tight call for the championship. So they may very well want to use the experience. But you're right as well, because of the workload. They've just got to be very careful. It's a refreshment break at this point in time, yeah, but they just got to be careful of his workload, because Kemar Roach he's been a great servant for West Indies cricket, hasn't he?
Very
and
good
the
servant.
kind of his tally's just gone past Joel Garner in terms of, and he must be a very proud man, because we talk all the time about great fast bowlers and great fast bowlers, and Kemar Roach's name doesn't really feature, but when you look at the guy's statistics, he's done exceedingly well. And he's done it really. I mean, when you talk about the holders, the Garners and the
Marshalls,
Holdings and these guys, you always talk about the greatness of those guys, and there's no doubt about their greatness. But they never got the type of wickets and them, like Kemar Roach. Of course, the flip side to that argument is when you have Roberts, Holding, Croft, Garner.
They have to share around
exactly.
the wickets.
The wickets are shared around. And Kemar Roach was lucky in a way that he was the main man. He was the main bowler. Yes, Shannon Gabriel came at the back end of it. You had Jason Holder. But Kemar Roach was lucky in that sense that there were no 3 or 4 more Kemar Roaches on the team to share up the wickets. But you look at just to cut you here, you look at Joel Garner, who's picked up 259 wickets, and that's phenomenal when you had the Holdings and these guys at the other end.
Yes.
But then again, the Test arena was much more than it is now. You used to play multitude and amount of tests,
sometimes 17 tests
in a year. Yeah.
But now
you're lucky if you play 4.
And then when you look at Ambrose and Walsh now, for a long time it was just Ambrose and Walsh with the supporting bowlers.
You had Dylan at one time, you had Franklin Rose, some of those guys were
I think the best support Ambrose and Walsh would have had, well, not to leave out Ian Bishop either,
yes,
because
that's
Ian Bishop is a class bowler as well. Yeah. But you had the Kenneth Benjamin and Winston Benjamin.
That's right, yes.
Franklin Rose and some of these bowlers. But for most of a huge chunk, it was Ambrose and Walsh. Ambrose, Walsh and Bishop. I
was listening to an interview between the two of them, Ambrose and Walsh, and Ambrose was saying what he admired most about Walsh was his durability, because he used to play Test cricket, play in the local regional championship for Jamaica, and then head off to England to play in the county circuit. And Courtney Walsh, he was like the energizer. But he just kept going and going and going.
Yeah, Courtney Walsh, a phenomenal bowler.
Yeah, and so was Curtly Ambrose. Different type of bowlers, and and they sort of complemented one another. Again, in that similar interview, Walsh was saying what he admired about Curtly Ambrose. He was such a devastating bowler in terms of his line and length, that he made life easy for him at the other end bowling, because he would put the batsman under so much pressure that when he came on to bowl, a loose ball he might bowl and he would get a wicket, because the eyes opened so big because of the pressure Ambrose exerted from one end.
But Walsh and Ambrose, that partnership was really good. I've seen Walsh bowl full toss, slow full toss, and got wickets. All kind of deliveries Walsh bowl. But speaking of Walsh, we have seen a bowling change from the southern end. That's the end Ambrose would have loved to bowl from.
He would have loved to bowl from any end. Yes, it's Rakeem Cornwall.
So we're going to have a change in the commentary box as well.
You're leaving me?
Well,
okay, Ian. Well, I can understand that.
Manning is ready to take up the attack.
The one and only Manning. I hear you. So Rakeem Cornwall is into the attack, and he's going to be bowling for the first time in this innings. He's going to be bowling to Shane Mosley. Of course, he had him dismissed in the first innings for 4. Yes, and just going back to that, Shannon Gabriel. I can't leave out Shannon Gabriel, because he's also done yeoman service for West Indies cricket. Surpassed Ian Bishop tally as one of the most successful fast bowler out of Trinidad. That's a pleasant looking shot from Mosley, over pitched from Cornwall, and Mosley just was leaning into it. His placement was as good as his timing, and he's able to pick up 2 runs. So total, let's see, it's now 48 without loss. And these two, as I say, good afternoon to you, Joel. It's a really good start here, and this is what Barbados Pride would have wanted, these two to come out there and extend the lead, and they're looking very comfortable at the moment. And the Leeward Islands, I don't think they're going to get back into this game, but they need to get wickets to at least stem the flow of runs.
Yeah, wickets will definitely be the only route back into this particular encounter. Barbados Pride just piling on the runs.
217 lead.
But this is the type of opening partnership that Barbados Pride would like from the likes of Zachary McCaskey and Shane Mosley. The pair just put on 13 in the first innings. So a marked improvement, you would have to say, by them. They got some runs together also in round 2 of the championship, but it is about that consistency from them. So this 49 here, they want to get it to that 50, would like to get it to 100. Both of them should be looking at batting out the entire day. Zachary McCaskey now on 24, Shane Mosley on 18.
We've got another 32 overs left after this one in the day's play. So a lot of overs, and can't see us getting through the 32 overs. But I must say, both of them look, it's amazing when the pressure is off of you, how you look at different player, and the pressure obviously is, these two have no pressure at the moment. And with instructions to just go out there and bat, and they're both doing that. The end of the over from Cornwall, just 3 runs coming from it, as it's now 49 without loss. Barbados Pride, they lead by 217 runs.
That word pressure that you mentioned, I brought it up with Zachary McCaskey before the start of the day, and I questioned him and said, do you like 27 or 28, given the amount of 26s that he scored at the first class level. He told me that he actually was feeling pressure, and I said, but how and why? Because given how you were looking at the crease, given how things were shaping up, there was really no pressure out there. But he was saying that he wasn't necessarily feeling comfortable. He thought that Raheem Cornwall might have dismissed him, and that is why he played the sweep shot. And I said, but why? He was saying, well, people tell him that he looks comfortable. In his mind, there are things happening.
Well, Devon Thomas is continuing. He's coming in for his 3rd over. Yeah, but even here he looks so much assured in his stroke play, in his defense. He's solid. Both these batsmen they look different players than from the first innings.
Well, I told him that when you feel that pressure, sing a song. So we'll see. No, it's very interesting because looking at them, you would tell yourself, things are going well, they've been playing well. I remember Zachary McCaskey yesterday, he was allowing the ball to come to him, he was timing it well, he wasn't really looking to play rash shots, as you would call it, and then it was just that out of character sweep that we saw. But I wouldn't have thought that he was telling himself that he was feeling pressure.
Mosley he's scored two half centuries already for the season, so he should be pretty confident in his own ability. Played an awful shot in the first innings to be dismissed, but he's got some runs behind him. Before this game, 160 and averaging 40. Not the kind of average he would have liked. He would have wanted to be more into the late 40s, and but he's looking very comfortable. So a leg by, and the total moves on to 50 now without loss. So the 50 is up. Actually, that was a run. No signal from the umpire. It may have got a little inside edge. That was some bounce and movement. That surprised me. And it probably surprised McCaskey as well, because he was just fanning at it.
Yeah, that one zipped off of the surface there from Devon Thomas. Had a bit more behind it, you would have to see, and Shane Mosley opting to just take a walk down to Zachary McCaskey. Let him know, you know what, we are in a commanding position here. This is the type of scenario that you would love to have as an opening batter.
So Devon Thomas, he's getting some movement. Not a very tall man is Devon Thomas, but he's getting some bounce and he's getting some movement outside that line of the off stump, which is good. You just want to get a little closer to the off stump to get McCaskey to play at it. Left alone that second one. That's a little better, but again, angled in, going down the leg side. It's the end of the over from Devon Thomas. He's completed 3 overs, none for 10. And it's Barbados, Pride. They are 50 for none. Let's just quickly look at that summary. 322 in the first innings, Barbados. The Leeward Islands responding with 154 all out. So a lead by 168. Of course, that big score of Shane Dorich in the first innings, 124 not out. So far, the highlight of this game. And it's going to be, who's going to continue here? Is it the ball? Oh, it's going to be Cornwall. But so he's going to come in for his second over. Raheem Cornwall picking up 6 in the first innings, 6-4, 50. And it's going to be bowling to Shane Mosley. Would Shane Mosley have learnt anything from his first innings dismissal, you think, Joel?
I guess we are about to find out.
You're sitting on the fence. No, but it was an awful shot, and you made that point actually before he got out. You talked about his shot selection and that type of thing, and let's hope that thing is when you get out in a particular way, you must go and reflect and sit down and decide, well, am I going to play that type of shot again? Well, he seemed to have got a little bit of an edge onto the pad, and it went towards slip. Powell is the man there. He was stretching to grasp it. Let's have a look, Joel, and see exactly what happened.
Yeah, that particular occasion, that one just coming back in with the angle it looked like from Cornwall. Yes, and yep, just a bit of an inside edge there. And not going to hand there for Karen Powell.
He couldn't scoop it up. He was trying his best. Just couldn't. Here's runs for Mosley. You're going to come back for the second.
It was uppish on that occasion, but he picked the gap perfectly. It did Shane Mosley. 2 more runs.
So he's into the 20s now, Mosley. And the current run rate is not too bad. They're going at just about 4.42 and over. So it tells you the eagerness of the Barbados Pride to get on with the game. Yes, their current run rate is just about 4.5. So it's not a situation where they're just pushing and prodding. They're looking to score their runs quickly.
Yeah, I think that is what is required, especially when you're on top. It's all about cementing that position. It wouldn't have made sense to come back out with a lead that they had, a lead of 168, and just push and prod and make your way to the end of the day.
That's a good run. Early call from Mosley. So 1 more to the total at the end of the over from Cornwall. It's now 53 for none.
Yeah, one thing that you often hear is that when you're in a position, or whenever you're in a commanding position, ensure that you keep the opposition out of the game, enforce your dominance on them, and a position like this does just that. Had they lost 1 or 2 wickets, then all of a sudden things are chirping. You start to tell yourself, maybe we can do it and restrict them. But when you get to 53 without loss, when you realize that lead is over 200 runs, the opposition, as much as they're all here to play cricket, it just plays on the mind.
Well, we were both trying to figure out what would Barbados do in terms of if they have enforced the follow on. They decided against it, and I as I said, I might have put Leewards back in just to sort of turn the screw on them, but I suppose if you can bat them out of the game as we suggested, this is exactly what the Barbados Pride they're trying to do. They obviously want to bat the Leewards out of the game and, as we say, set a target of around 400 and just deflate the Leeward Islands Hurricanes team. Because when you look at the scoreboard and you're chasing 405, it's really a daunting task, and you've got to. It's a situation of survival more than anything else.
Pretty much. A lot of time left in this match. A commanding lead already. The ball in the hands of Devon Thomas, who is now into his 4th over.
Very interesting. He's asked the man at mid-wicket to go all the way to the deep backward square, which would give me the indication he's going to shorten one. But he sends it right up to McCaskey. So McCaskey was paying attention to it, because when you look and you see a change of feel, sometimes you think, well, he's going to shorten one. But I think that's just for precaution. He is going to shorten one, but you've got to decide when and which ball he will do that for. Again, a full delivery, and that's going to run away for 4. It seemed to have come off the outer part of the bat. He was driving. He was trying to get it more in front of the point position, but it peeled off a thick outside edge, or let's say more the outer part of the bat, and it raced across this outfield. It's gone for 4. So McCaskey now has his highest score for the season.
Yeah, that one just peeling off that outer edge, as you said. And I know that will certainly make him smell. He's broken the curse,
yes,
you would have to say, of those 326s that he's gotten thus far in this first-class tournament.
That's another good shot, but he's going to pick up just a single. So he's playing his shots. He's not afraid to play his shots here. Because at this stage, it doesn't matter if he gets out or not. When I say it doesn't matter, in terms of the Barbados total, because there's so much in command. Of course, he will be, from an individual perspective, he would want to go on to get at least a half century and even beyond.
Certainly, and I think that is where this game sets up for them, and why I think it was still a good decision for Barbados Pride to come back and back.
Yeah.
Because it's a case of these guys have not really imposed themselves yet. They've not gotten a lot of runs under their belt. This scenario, with a lot of time left in the game, you're telling them, go ahead, bat freely,
yes,
get those runs. If you get out, it is on you.
Yeah, that's
that
right.
is just simply, if you get out, it is because of something that you have done, not because of pressure, not because of anything other than playing a false shot.
Yes, it has been. And it's been an entertaining opening partnership by these two. So the end of the over from Thomas. He's completed his 4th over, none for 16. And the Barbados Pride, the lead now is 227, as they are comfortably placed on 59 without loss.
Comfortably placed indeed. And I would pay to be a fly somewhere out there just to hear the conversations that the guys, the Leeward Island Hurricanes, are having at this moment, because the way it seems, or the way it looks, is almost a case of, Father Lord, please bring 5 o'clock.
Well, Ruskin Mark would have said that 5 o'clock must come, and but it's a situation where they just got to keep plugging away.
I think you have to find that little extra.
The thing is, and the thing is, Cornwall, he's to me, he's got to try and pick up a couple wickets and just stem the flow of runs. But that's one of them. And McCath, well, he got past the 26, but he didn't go much further than that. And as we talk about Cornwall picking up a wicket, he's got one that he may have just spun into the right-hander. And he played forward. Actually, it was a very good catch at forward short leg, because it came quickly to the man at that forward short leg. We'll identify him in a while. But it was a really good catch. But unfortunately, McCaskey goes back to the pavilion for 28. And Barbados, they lose their first wicket with the total on 59.
Yeah, very sharp catch there on that particular occasion. Raheem Cornwall, the man with the magic arm, he picked up 6 in the first innings, picks up his first here in the second innings. That one racing off, you would have to say, off of the inner portion of the bat, and a fantastic grab there
Saunders.
by
like
Saunders. So a spark here, something shining Mr. Darkness for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. That will certainly make them smile, and they'll be hoping that they can do a bit more here. The game is not done. The game is not over. A lot of time left, a lot of cricket to play. And if you could just pick up a couple more, maybe you could swing the tables in your favor. But it will take consistency. It will take effort. It will take a lot more balls like that from Rakeem Cornwall.
So it's the end of McCaskey, and it means that the new batsman coming in, it's Jonathan Drakes. So he as well got a start and went to lunch at on 22 and didn't add to that after the luncheon interval on the first day. So he's another one who has come out here and will have to try and just bat with confidence, as that first ball he's flicking it down towards that deep mid-wicket position, and he picks up an easy single. So he's off the mark, and it's 60 now for 1 as Mosley on 23 is back in strike.
Yeah, you would have to tell yourself, with the way that things are shaping up for the seamers of the Hurricanes, that Rakeem Cornwall is probably the man that's going to have to do majority of the work again. And I don't want to say it's unfair, but you know, you would like to get the support from the rest.
Yeah, I thought he would have been brought into the attack much earlier. Here's Mosley sweeping. That's going to run into the boundary. Lovely shot. And Cornwall just pushing it through. And Mosley, the line was bad. And Mosley was sweeping. Made good connection. And down to the boundary for 4. That's a really good shot. Not a good delivery from Cornwall.
Yeah, capitalizing on the length on that on the line on that particular occasion, just drifting down the leg side with that angle, and Shane Mosley just needed to get bat on it to help it continue on that trajectory towards that fine leg position.
So the Ghana has gone back into bat as well against Trinidad and Tobago, and the Red Force, they have the loud appeal going up. No. Wow, what happened there?
Another scenario where the ball nearly found its way back onto the stumps.
Yeah, I think that was what excited the Leeward Islands players. Ghana 43 for 2 against in their second innings. And the Windwards 265 for 8. So 265 on 116. So that's somewhere in the vicinity of 381 so far. The Windwards leading Jamaica as Mosley just opening the face of the bat and guiding it out towards point, and no run. It's the end of the over. It's 64 now for 1. Mosley's 27. Jonathan Drakes, who has just come into bat, he is on 1, and it's going to be Ruskin Mark joining you shortly, Joel.
I wish that there was a camera in here so everybody could see how you struggled to get up on that particular occasion. But 64 for 1, a lead of 232 runs for the Barbados Pride. Devon Thomas will continue. He's into his 5th over, none for 16 the figures for him thus far. Cornwall picking up the wicket in the previous over. So as I said, a lot of time still left in this match. If the Leeward Islands could just pick up some more wickets, there could be something in it for them.
That's a beauty from Devon Thomas there. It started to angle in, and then it just pitched and left. And you could just see Drakes was just grouping at it, and the ball just kind of seamed away from the outside edge. But we almost had a similar incident to what we saw earlier when the ball, it was Mosley was swinging, the ball hit his pad and it fell between his legs and almost hit the stump. Of course, earlier today we saw the ball hit the stump, the bails just were dislodged.
Yeah, it's just things like that when you find yourselves in positions like these, you just say, why couldn't it happen today? Yes, just why couldn't it happen today?
Yep. When you're looking for a breakthrough, you want any kind of luck you can get. Edging, and it's dropping short of Powell at second slip there. No chance of him getting under that one. But once again, Devon Thomas finding the outside edge. He beat the outside edge in a couple deliveries before, and on this occasion he did hit the outside edge, but it didn't carry to slip.
Just dying long before.
And this time he's bowling a short ball, and that one is turned away.
Yeah, worked off the hips quite easily there by Jonathan Drakes.
So they are. You could just feel the game. Once Cornwall is in the attack, you could feel things beginning to happen, good things for the Leeward Islands. And they almost had more success at this end with Devon Thomas. That's a short ball. He's cutting at it outside the off stump and stifled appeal. But not out, says the umpire.
Yeah, completely missing everything on that occasion. But you're starting to see a bit more life now from the Leeward Islands. That wicket probably just, giving them a bit of impetus as we see that replay there. Shane Mosley chasing an absolutely wide one.
And there's no need for him to go after that.
And had he nicked that, oh my dear me, he would have been upset certainly.
And he hit it straight into the hands of the fielder at forward short leg, and that looked like Saunders again is in the thick of things there. Well. 59 without loss is 65 for 2 now, and Mosley goes to 27.
Well, Saunders was dancing after that catch, and why not? 2 wickets down now for the Barbados Pride, and like I said, it just felt like we were into that small little period, that moment where the Leeward Islands could just take a couple more wickets, look to capitalise on this little situation here, because yes, they are behind in terms of numbers, but there's still time on their side, and if they could pick up a couple more here tonight, the total that we're talking about in terms of 400 all of a sudden looks like 300, looks like 320, 330, and all of a sudden that is something that they could potentially look at chasing with a day and a half left. But 2 wickets down now for the Barbados Pride, 15 overs gone, 65 for 2.
It certainly is a nice little twist here, because it brings the game to life to some degree, and that of course is precisely what I think the fans wanted.
Oh, certainly, you just never want to see a side give up.
Yep. So you really don't want the game to just meander along, and you just kind of go into a shell, and you just allow the game to drift. But as it is right now, it certainly is alive at the moment. So an interesting phase we're going through here now, after Barbados look to be in total control, just going along their merry way with no hiccups. All of a sudden, they lost 2 quick wickets, and there's a little buzz around.
If there was ever a moment that the Leewards had to capitalise on, it is this. They had it in the first innings and they let it get away from them. They're back now facing a similar scenario. Can they capitalise?
Well, they have an opportunity really to make some more inroads and try to keep the pressure on. That's the important thing for them, and I'm sure that's what the skipper is going to be asking them to do, is to just keep churning.
Indeed, I very quickly want to think back to that first innings, the very first delivery that John Carter faced from Rakeem Cornwall, which narrowly avoided the off stump. It was one coming back in with the arm, and I made the joke that the off stump danced away, slid away from it, and that's why it wasn't struck. But Cornwall now back towards Jonathan Carter. What will he give him First up, Carter went for a duck in the first inning, so pressure is certainly on him to get something here. Tail is up for the Leewards.
And again, you look at the field, there's a slip and a forward short. They're going to short extra cover. And, speaking of short extra cover, he comes into play immediately. Just so the game, Devon Thomas is out there, so the game is nicely poised right now as the Leewards trying to fight back here, showing good character.
They say all it takes is one wicket just to make you smile a bit, to make you think, hey, I'm still playing a cricket game. It just takes one.
And one becomes two. And I'm sure they would like two to become three and possibly even four before it's all said and done today, if not more. We've seen the game sometimes move quickly. He's bowled him! Well. He left it alone. And that one just, I am not sure what Carter was looking at, because the ball was so close to the off stump that you had to at least put a pad there or something. He shouldered arms and that ball hit. And if you look at the stumps, it, well, I'm not quite sure, but it's like it almost hit middle stump as well, you know, because he was leaving that alone. And that ball was so close to the off stump. And you look at it again, from around the wicket, at the angle, he went wide of the crease. The ball angled in and just straightened on the stump. And even if he still got bowled down, but he played a shot, at least you'd say he was playing down the original line of the ball and it moved. But he didn't play any shot, and that ball pitched on the stumps. And he just didn't play a shot.
And that's why it's so interesting, and that's why he made a comment about going back to that first innings. The very first delivery that Cornwall bowled to John Carter, it was the arm ball. It narrowly
Almost
missed
hit the stump,
the off stump. On this occasion, the first two balls that Cornwall bowled to Jonathan Carter, both of them with the orthodox off break, that regular off break. John Carter probably thought on that particular occasion the third delivery here is the off break. Instead, it's the arm ball. And what it also is the end of Jonathan Carter. So 2 ducks for him in his return.
Well, Ian Wilson has company.
But interesting times continue here. It was, I don't want to tell a lie, the position that they were in before, 53 for 3. It's now 66 for 3. A similar position. It ended up being 57 for 4 yesterday, just after lunch. And then it got away from the Hurricanes. Right here, right now, this is a chance to arrest the game. If they can get Shane Dowrich here today, then, oh my goodness gracious me, things are back into their favor.
Well, it's going to be interesting here. And captain to captain. This is what it is right now. And Dowrich is at the crease. And Raheem Cornwall is on fire yet again. 66 for 3 at the end of that over.
This, my dear friends, is cricket. The lovely game of cricket. The ebbs and flows of this beautiful game. When Barbados Pride came back out to bat, you almost told yourself it is a foregone conclusion in terms of how this match might play out. All of a sudden, a couple quick wickets, and we're talking about the possibility of drawing back into the game, and we're seeing it happen here in front of our very eyes. Devon Thomas now into bowl his 6th over. Can they grab another? And I think at this point in time, they believe.
Bowled him! Well, another wicket. Playing down the wrong line yet again. And there is Jonathan Drake's bowled, as they say, neck and crop. And what a delivery from Devon Thomas, as he just ran up, put the ball down on the spot. He played down the wrong line, and he lost his off stump as well.
I said they believe, and you can see it. Tails are up, tails are wagging, and Devon Thomas, That is now his second wicket of this game. This is brilliant. Stump to stump, straight. It kept a little low, but he played down in the round line just inside did Jonathan Drakes. And well, he's back into the hut. 4 down for Barbados Pride now, 66 for 4. What will this game turn out to be, ladies and gentlemen?
It's going to be interesting. Remember, it was 59 without loss. It's now 66 for 4. So in the space of just 7 runs, Barbados have lost 4 wickets.
And this is why I love this game called cricket.
I don't think the fans in Barbados are liking it too much right now.
Just from a neutral perspective, I would have to say I've lost the trident that I've come over the seas with. But no, this is what you want to see. You want to see competition. You want to see people fight. And this is what it's all about, especially at this level. A lot of people have talked about the fact that they're not seeing fight from our cricketers. They're not seeing heart. We mentioned the fact that, yes, they were looking down before the fall of those 4 wickets, but Cornwall took 1. And it just takes 1. That's the thing about this game. It just takes 1 to get back in it. And all of a sudden, 1 has brought 4. And dare I say, 4 might... I don't know. I don't want to say it.
And Wickham has arrived at the crease, and he is driving an immediate... This could be a run out here. And unfortunately, he lost his balance in trying to pick up the ball, and he couldn't release it. In fact, both fielders sort of got in each other's way almost, and he just failed to release the ball. But there was Wickham sprinting, going down the wicket, and was sent back by Dorich, and he almost had himself in some problems there. What's going to happen next? This one striking him on the pad, but not out, says the umpire, clearly going down leg. And but boy, their tails are up right now, and they're hunting. They're really smelling blood.
It's all about seizing the moment, capitalizing on opportunities. They did not do it in the first innings, and it was a case of Barbados Pride actually gave away their hand in certain scenarios in that first innings. Right now, Leewards are taking these wickets.
Short ball, and that one is handled nicely by Wickham, so he is finally off the mark. And we saw him play an aggressive hand when he first came in yesterday. I'm not sure if the captain Dorich will want him to do a similar thing. And it's also interesting, how will Dorich play as well? Because he too started like he was a man in a hurry yesterday. Although he played some pretty good shots. He did play that one atrocious shot that almost gifted his wicket away. And but now they set the trap again with the man at the deep square leg and the deep fine leg as well. Thomas from wide of the crease, way outside the off stump. So the game has really taken on a totally different complexion now, as the Leeward Islands try to fight their way back into contention. Still have a long way to go, but they're doing their part.
Yeah, a lot of time left, a lot of cricket left to play. And all of a sudden, if you were a betting person, you started to realize that the odds are just slightly shifting.
He's edging and he's out corner of the wicket. There you go. And Dowich goes for a duck. 124 in the first innings and out for no score in the second innings. And this game has been turned on its head. It's 67 for 5.
This is what pressure does. At one stage, there was no pressure. There were no loose strokes. All of a sudden, 4 wickets down. Shane Dorich gets one that is pitched up wide of the off stump. He throws his hands at it. It takes the edge. Accepted by skipper Jamar Hamilton. And oh my goodness. Things have gone from bad to worse for the Barbados Pride. 67 for 5 as we get that replay. Devon Thomas just pitching it up. Feet going nowhere there. Just the hands going at the ball. And Dorich, the century maker in the first innings, well, he's gotten none in the second. And things are just getting a bit dark now at the Queen's Park Oval. 67 for 5. 30 minutes ago, this was not a total that we would have thought that we would be seeing. But once again, I must say, this is why I love cricket.
It's certainly the game of glorious uncertainties, and it has really, this game has been transformed significantly by the bowling, and you'd have to say I almost say shot making, but I also have to say decision making on the part of the Barbados batsmen when you consider that Jonathan Carter left alone a ball pitched on the stumps and didn't even play a shot at it. He didn't get his pad behind it, and it just clipped the stumps on the way through. It's almost as if he was telling Cornwall, just bowl, and he did, and the ball hit the stumps.
We talk a lot about that shot selection, we talk about situational awareness, we talk about all these different things, and it's all showing its face here today on day number 2 of round number 3.
And this is going to be interesting here now, because let's see how Wickham will navigate Cornwall. Will he attack him, or will he be watchful as he was there? Shamar Springer is the new batsman.
We talked about possibly getting 400, clearing and having a day and a half to bat. 235 runs in the lead. Barbados Pride are actually extremely happy that they got the lead in the first place.
Here he is again, right on target, and I think the Leeward Islands are doing the smart thing here. They're really asking the Barbados batsmen to score runs now. That's the main thing. You score runs if you can. If you cannot, then we will just be churning over here and getting our overs in and building pressure. And Cornwall again is at the heart of it all. Bowls another one. There is an appeal, and I'm not sure if they were appealing for a catch or an LBW decision, but there was an appeal even before the attempt at the catch was made. Saunders again under the bat there, busy.
Yeah, I saw Jamar Hamilton signaling to the umpire. Was there a bit of bat on that one? Kevin Wickham coming forward and missing all of the bat on that occasion.
And again, he's watchful. So these are some tense moments here now for the youngster, Wickham. Can he survive this onslaught here by the Leeward Islands? He's on the back foot again, but he can't get it through. And it's the end of another brilliant over from Cornwall. He bowls, 5 overs so far, 1 maiden, 2 for 12. It's 67 for 5 at the end of it.
Interesting times at the Queen's Park Oval. 4:41 in the evening. I'm looking at the board and seeing 24 overs remain. I'm not sure we might get in those 24.
The thing about it is, if we continue at this rate that we're going, the Leeward Islands might actually be batting today as well. Because we did say the Leewards, we should send the Leewards into bat. That's what we were thinking that Barbados should do. So they may force themselves to bat a second time today. He is again playing his headset. He's gone. Wow. He's just played down. Shamar Springer is gone for a duck. Well, he just played at the delivery outside the off stump. It just hit the outside edge, and it went through. 67 for 6 now.
Well, I must take back what I said earlier when I said that it will be Rakeem Cornwall that will be the destroyer. In fact, it is Devon Thomas, the train that could, the little Thomas. And he is doing it here for the Leeward Islands. Shamar Springer guilty also of the same thing that Shane Dowrich was, just going with the hands away from the body, playing at one that was outside that off stump. And another edge found, another catch taken, and another wicket down.
And Barbados are wobbling here, to say the least.
67 for 6. Would you believe it? The thing is, you don't have to believe it because you can see it.
Yeah, they were 59 without loss, and they've now lost 6 wickets for just 8 runs. And it's not a turn-in wicket. It's not a green top. It's just boy. very, very inconsistent batting. It's confusing batting too, to say the least, because it's just the bowlers are just lining up these deliveries, and the batsmen are just failing to do the right thing, literally.
I would love to know what is going through Vaspert Drake's mind at this point, sitting and seeing all this unfold in front of his eyes, because the conversation that they had to have right before coming back out to bat is, guys, go out there, have a good time, score some runs, and then come back in at the end of the day, probably at worst 1 or 2 down.
And look to build tomorrow.
Exactly, because there's a lot of time left in this match, and they're batting as if there's not much time left here, as if they need to put on a total. A total was technically already on the board. It would just have taken good batting, but I'm not too sure what we're seeing here today.
Well, I could also tell you that it's 1-0 to Arsenal against Sporting Lisbon in their game, their return encounter. Granit Xhaka, the man getting the goal for the Gunners. So they're leading in that encounter. The winner of this game will go through to the quarterfinals. Manchester United have also booked their place in the quarterfinals with a 1-0 victory today as well. And Devon Thomas is really just slicing through this batting order. Right up in the block. Well, it's a Yorker. He dug it out well. And Dominic Drakes is off the mark. They're going back for a second run. And just made it home. Well, that's all happening here at the Queen's Park Oval. You can't take your eyes off this game because you never could tell what is going to happen next.
It almost feels like a circus of sorts, you would have to say, a juggling act, a bit of a balancing on a beam. I wonder who is on the tightrope right now. Is it Barbados Pride or is it the Leeward Islands? I would have to say Barbados Pride are the ones on the tightrope. And
because the game could be taken away from them in a lot of ways. And because there's so much time left in the game, the Leeward Islands don't have to bat with any degree of urgency. They just need to take their time if they can bowl out Barbados cheaply and give themselves anything under 300 runs to go at. You have 2 days to get 300 runs.
Yeah, anything under 300, they will know it is gold. And all it will take to get that target now is 2 partnerships.
Yep.
2 substantial partnerships. 2 partnerships with just about 100, just over 100. And all of a sudden, that's 200 in the bag. You just need 3 other guys to get 20s, and you're at that 300.
Pretty much you're knocking on the door. Right now, it is Thomas trying again. But this time, Drakes is watchful, allowing it to go through. He's gone around the wicket to the left-hander, and but certainly he showed his capabilities yesterday when they handed him the second new ball late in the day, and we thought that was because a couple of the fast bowlers were injured, but here he is putting his hands up and certainly doing a job here for Hamilton.
Doing more than a job plus 2, you would have to say. The little engine that could here is Devon Thomas.
Well, he's probably sending a message to the West Indian selectors as well. He say, if ever you need me, I might be able to give you an over or 2 or 3. Outside the off stump again. And it goes through to be taken by the keeper. It's the end of another interesting over once again. 69 for 6 at the end of it. And Barbados, their lead is now 237. And they must be thinking, boy, let's just get through to the end of play here today and see what we can do tomorrow.
So interesting that is the thought that they have to have at this stage. When we literally said 30 minutes ago, 59 without loss, we're telling ourselves, how is it shaping up? Where is it shaping up? How much will Barbados need before they decide to declare? Then all of a sudden now, we're looking at the prospect of Barbados Pride being bowled out on the evening of day 2. Ball in the hand of Rakeem Cornwall. He's picked up 2 wickets thus far. Could he get 3?
And you could just look at the energy in the field. Guys are bouncing around. The captain moved them a meter or two. They're not just walking to that; they're jumping into positions. Yes, another appeal for LBW's out. Wow! He just got into line there, and the bat again was a little bit late in coming down there, and that is the end of Wickham for 1. And the Barbados have lost wicket number 7. It's 69 now for 7.
I questioned if he could get number 3, and he's answered that question. Kevin Wickham offering no shot on that occasion, and I just want to wait on that replay, but it looked dead on the first look. That one, just the conventional off break. And yep, there he is, hit on the back pad. Height is not a question, and all the umpire had to do was raise that dreaded finger, and all he's done is put another nail in the coffin of the Barbados Pride. 69 for 7.
So it's 237 for 7 effectively now, Barbados, as this game has been turned upside down, as really. And Colin Murray is going to come and tell you a little bit more of how how it's going to happen here, how the rest of the day will go. But I'm not sure if he himself knows exactly what the future holds, because the way things are going, you never know. The Leeward Islands might actually be batting this evening.
Who would have thought it? Who would have thunk it? Oh, my dearie, not me. Problems in the camp of the Barbados Pride. They walked out and thought that they were in a secure home, but things are looking like a shattered tent right now. That lead 237. Leeward Islands Hurricanes have to be telling themselves that they are in this, they are in the hunt, they are in the fight, they are in the game, and they are certainly changing their fortunes here.
Good.
Listen, I have never seen this. $59 for 1. I handed over the microphone to Ruskin Mark, and I said, okay, 59 for 1. Maybe if they get to so and so by lunchtime tomorrow,
we talked about
400, and you know it. And look at that. They've lost 7 wickets with 10 runs. This is absolutely dramatic. I mean, I'm looking for a better. This is worse than the Titanic sinking. I have never seen something like this happen. Listen, you can. Devon Thomas has bowled really well. He's taking the ball up. He's moving it away. We know what Rakim Cornwall could give, but I mean, it's just a total disaster. Here we start back with Cornwall, and Cornwall he's doing his stuff as well. He's got 3. You know, we're thinking of Devon Thomas because it seems every time he bowls a ball, he gets a wicket. But Rakim Cornwall quietly has been picking up his wickets at his end.
Yes, in fact, he has 9 in the match so far.
Yeah. Right. This could be 10.
Yes, it is. Rakim Cornwall, 10 wickets in the match.
Umpire Basara took a little while. He thought about it, And you know, the thing is, when you think that long, you sometimes say, well, the batsman should get the benefit of the doubt. He thought, and then he raised that dreaded finger. 69 for 8. Well. I mean, it's
wickets.
incredible. And 10 wickets for Cornwall now in the match.
Yes, so Rakim Cornwall picking up his 10th wicket in this match.
Let's have a look at that. Ian, will you give him out? Let's have a look. Yeah, I think he's gone. I think that ball would have hit the stump.
It was close.
I think it would have hit the leg stump. You see, I am just judging it on the keeper.
Yeah.
You sometimes, because the keeper, Hamilton, wasn't really going down the leg side. He moved to his left. And I think that ball might have been cannoning into the leg stump. I am not going to complain about that and say, well, it's beaten. You know, it was close, but I think the umpire just about got it right. I think that ball would have cannoned into the leg stump. But 69 for 8. What a turnaround. We've got a match in our hands now because the Leeward Islands, you know, if they're chasing, let's give Barbados another, well, the way they're batting, I want to give them 13 more runs, but I don't think I can give them 13 runs. But let's give them another 13 runs, which would mean that the Leeward Islands will be chasing 250, and that is gettable.
That's very gettable.
And 2 days to bat, basically.
That's very gettable. That makes it, 8 wickets down, 20 wickets falling today because Barbados resumed their first innings on 284 for 2. They were bowled out. Leeward Islands were bowled out and now 8 wickets down. So 20 wickets falling today so far. We are not finished yet. And Rakim Cornwall with the ball in his hand. Kamari Boyce is facing. Anything can happen.
Kamari Boyce is the man in. He would have never thought he would have been batting today. Kamari Boyce at number 10.
As a bowler who would have done his part in getting the wickets. How disconcerting it is to come back and bat again after bending your back and doing all you can to get the wickets.
Well, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they are buoyant. Boyce is just playing this one out on the offside very calmly, but I don't think he's very calm at this point in time. Tell you, if Leeward Islands were to go on and win this game, Ian, they're back in it. They're back in the mix.
They are back in it.
Yeah.
But I'm seeing a lot of turn coming from Rakim Cornwall. You're getting some turn, and that might be encouraging to the spinners in the Barbados team.
Yeah. Well, you're saying that, but the man who picked up the wickets, 4 wickets, the guy who started the slide was Devon Thomas. He really started the slide, and I can't recall Devon Thomas, and you need to check it for me. I would love to see him the outside edge, and Powell, I thought he got up too quickly. They're going to pick up a couple of runs here. Yeah, what is the best bowling figures for Devon Thomas?
So I'm going to search that now because I wasn't even thinking.
I don't think he's ever got 4 wickets in an innings. I could be wrong, and I will apologize to him if that is so. But I know he's always been picking up a wicket or 2 when he comes on to bowl. He's a real partnership breaker.
Certainly, he is not going to go behind the stumps again.
It's the end of the over from Cornwall. It's picked up that wicket of Holder, who went without scoring. And look at that summary of the bottom one. 71 for 8, Barbados Pride, after getting 322 in the first innings.
So this is certainly Devon Thomas's best
I would
figures.
think so.
His previous was 2 for 20. So he has now gone 4
for 20.
4 for 20. So his best figures at first class level. So I think he will be sending a message to Craig Brathwaite as well, his West Indies captain. I am another option, he's saying.
Well, it's very strange. Well, it's not very strange. What he's done, Devon Thomas, now, he is sent mid-off and mid-on about 3/4 way back to the boundary, also cover. So I'm wondering if he's giving the single to Dominic Drakes. Yeah, because cover is gone. The field is widespread now. And Drakes plays it. He's not taking the single, so not much confidence in Kamari Boyce.
Yes, he's not taking the beat.
It's not a bad idea, actually. give him the single. If Kamari Boyce, let's have a look at Kamari Boyce. He's so far he's just had one innings, and he's just had one innings before this game. He got 12 in the first innings, but the one innings he had before this game, he didn't trouble the scorers.
So Dominic Drakes, who would have done well with the ball earlier today, taking up 3 wickets, has to come and bat again.
That's not well lined. That's a good take. Well, Dominic Drakes is down again. He was down in the first innings. He went down for the count. It must have clipped his... Did he hit the boot with the bat, or the ball clipped it? Maybe he did hit his boot with the bat. But he's back up. He's been in the wars, hasn't he?
All that Barbados needs now. He's an injured player now.
Yeah, especially Dominic Drakes, who's you expect him to do quite a bit of bowling in that second innings. But 239 lead.
That's still
Ian,
very challenging.
It's challenging, but it's gettable.
Very gettable.
And when you've got the likes of Powell and the man who's bowling now, he's bowled him! Oh my word! Well, Devon, what is Devon? I would like to go and face Devon Thomas. I don't know what he's bowling. I mean, this is incredible. I mean, he's getting that ball to swing back at the left-hander, and there was Drakes looking to work it through mid-wicket, went between bat and pad, and went cannoned into the middle and leg stump. Well.
I think Devon Thomas would want to take up this pitch and carry it with him.
And the ball. And the ball. Don't forget the ball. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this. Big in swing. Big in
getting
swing.
Some exaggerated movement.
Yeah, hit the pad with the swing, and cannon into the stumps. Well, 71-49. This is the score, believe it or not. If you're now tuning in here, Barbados Pride in their second innings, after leading by 158 runs, is it? Sorry, 168. They were leading by 168. They were 59 for none, coasting, and now they have added 12 runs and have lost 9 wickets. This is incredible.
Now,
that's the only
this is some superb bowling from Devon Thomas. Raheem Cornwall already taking up his 4th wicket, giving him 10 wickets in the match. So, and Thomas, his first fifer. His first 5-wicket haul, certainly his best figure so far, and he can wrap it up with his 6th wicket. If he can get it, very nice for the former wicket-keeper. I'm sure that he would take his gloves, if he still have his gloves, and give it away now.
5 for 20, Ian. Well.
I don't think we'll see this guy wicket-keeping again.
I mean, there's no doubt he's swinging the ball, and that's what's happening here. It has nothing, folks. This has absolutely nothing to do with the pitch. He is just getting movement in the air and off the pitch.
And of course, we have lost the sunshine, so and the overcast condition is helping.
Here is Thomas, driven by McAllister. Well, fight fire with fire. Pitched up to him, and he was driving.
12 runs, 9 wickets in this spell of bowling. Raheem Cornwall and
Devon Thomas, the destroyers. Well, you could say Raheem Cornwall. Would you ever thought you would have said Devon Thomas in the same breath of destroying a batting lineup? Ooh. He's even shortening the deliveries now. And it's the end of the over from Thomas. Another successful over. And when you think about it, Dominic Drakes was trying to shield the man at the non-striker. He was shielding Boyce. And he's gone back to the pavilion. And look at that. 71 for 9 from 21 overs. Well.
Now, Raheem Cornwall with the ball in his hand. He has 4 for 14.
Say, boy, let's end this tonight here. Let's go to the good dressing room or something.
Well, it's 5 o'clock, and we've got another 20 overs in the day's play. I don't think we're going to get the 20 overs in, but the question is, can Barbados survive the rest of the afternoon?
The captain might have to take off Devon Thomas. He's too quick for these conditions.
Oh, well, the question is, can Boyce last this over out from Cornwall? I don't think if they were to dismiss Barbados, I don't think they will come back out because of the conditions, the light.
Well, if they do come back out, this will be the first time I would have witnessed 4 innings in one day, because Barbados completed their first innings this morning. We saw 2 completed innings, Leeward Islands first innings and the Barbados second innings, if this should happen.
If they should happen, yeah. Right, Boyce looking to swing it. He may as well, because there's no point you just prod and push, and you may as well go for it. And Boyce is certainly looking to pull Raheem Cornwall. It's a good delivery. Well played from Boyce. It was a quicker delivery. Not much spin. Cornwall just pushing it through. 4 for 14. Raheem Cornwall. And Boyce swinging this one. That's going to be a boundary. So he's been looking to play that shot. This time he made good connection. And that goes into the boundary now for 4. So Boyce goes to 6. And when you think of that 6, it's the third top score of the innings. After the 2 openers, 29 with McCaskey and 27 with Mosley.
Yes, it's a rare boundary.
Rare boundary.
There are 4 ducks in this inning.
Yes. 4 players didn't trouble the scorer. Carter, Dorridge, Springer, and Holder.
There were 1, a 2, and a 3.
Loud appeal goes up. Not out this time, says umpire Bassarat, as Boyce swinging lustily at that delivery. And it's the end of the over. So we're going to see, no doubt, Devon Thomas is going to continue. See the 2 umpires having a chat. Wonder if they're chatting a little bit about the light. Still looks pretty bright to me. But then again, well, no, they're not there. No, it looks still, it's just what, 5 past 5? And it's just 5 past 5. I don't think it's going to be a problem. And Devon Thomas looking to pick up 6 wickets. And it's bowling to McAllister.
Leeward Islands 288 for 9. They lead by 407 runs now.
So McAllister is going to face up to Thomas, and he smashes that one. That's unlucky. It struck the stumps at the non-striker's end, because that certainly would have been heading towards the boundary. There is a man at long on that is, I would think he's about 3/4 way back to the boundary, but they're all coming in now for Boyce.
And this is what they wanted. They wanted Boyce to face Thomas. But although he's on 6 now.
No, that's it's strange, unless they've encountered McAllister before, because the field is well spread for McAllister, but for Boyce, the orthodox fielders come in. Yes, there is the 2 slips and the gully, and you look at, there's a cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket, all in run-saving positions.
The wickets falling at 59 for 1, then 65, 66, 66, 67,
67,
69,
69,
and then
71,
71.
and then 71. Well.
They should have been glad to come out of the 60s. 7.
Really, what a day's play we've had. And the Leeward Islands, credit to them. They were under the gun at one stage, and we were talking about a declaration tomorrow, A lead of 400. Cricket really makes you sound and look stupid.
Who would have thought this would have happened?
Well, Devon Thomas obviously had other ideas when he picked up the ball. I think somebody said that Thomas is just like Jonathan Carter. He'll pick up a wicket or two. Well, he's done better than that. He's picked here. They're going through for a quick single and they'll get it in the end. But McAllister was late in taking off. So one more to the total.
Nope.
So they're inching up to that 250-run lead that we spoke about.
Taking away the Curtly Ambrose 6 for 24 and in the 1993 test against Pakistan here, would this be one of the more destructive bowling spells you would have seen?
Yeah, it would have been. Here's a big swing from McAllister, but didn't make contact. Well, he's not. Boyce is going to have a word with him. I'm not too sure what that word is. McAllister is going to play one way. If it's there to be hit, if it's short, he's going to look to pull. If it's up to him, he's going to go over the top. So I'm not too sure of the conversation. So maybe it's just the final delivery. He's asking him to play it out. That's a good delivery, pitching and leaving the right-hander. Actually, the sun has come back here with us, Ian, so
we
it's
can get
no situation of light now
no
because the sun is back out.
So no problem with the light. We might go as close to
5:30.
5:30. So Rakeem Cornwall is going to continue already with 4 for 18. Devon Thomas, a star, the man of the moment.
5 for 21. Well, suppose if anybody told me that before the game, that Devon Thomas is going to take 5 wickets in an innings, I would probably said, well, what were you drinking before? Well, boys coming down the track, and they may as well now try and go after it. Here they're going to come back for the second. No, they're not. That's good, sensible cricket now. So boys coming down the track and swinging lustily at Cornwall. Picked up a single. So 245 the lead.
Still a balanced game when you're looking at that, because 245 is gettable, but
it's also a situation where if Barbados Pride bowl well,
yes,
they can restrict them to under 245. But it's much better than facing 400, tell you that.
A lot better.
So Cornwall is now going to try his luck against McAllister. And he's bowled him. So that's the end. Well, he played all over that one. I thought that it missed the off stump, but it cannoned into middle and off. And Cornwall has now picked up his 5th wicket. Well, so he's picked up 5. Thomas has picked up 5. There are high fives all over out on that field. As Barbados Pride, they have been dismissed for 78 in their second innings. It means that the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they've got to get to 246 to win this game. Let's look at that final delivery, and he's just playing outside of or inside of the delivery. It just ran straight on, and there was McAllister. Looked good playing an off drive and completely missed it. And they lead by 246, so it means that they will have 247 to win. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes 247 to win. Well. Ian, I can't say anymore. I'm dumbfounded here. I'm sitting down here. I'm amazed.
22 wickets falling to D.
You're talking about 22 wickets. Let's talk about 10 wickets that fell. For what? 18 runs?
10 for 18, and that's basically what happened.
10 wickets for 18 runs.
And Thomas running through the team. Well, of course, 2 bowlers taking 5 wickets each. This is something. This is certainly something at the Queen's Park Oval.
It reminded me actually of the test match, West Indies and Zimbabwe, And when Zimbabwe needed, I think, or was it England? I get in this Barbados game have me going off because and yeah, more off has me going more off because I mean when England needed 97 to win and Curtly Ambrose dismissed them for 46. I mean. Yes, that's right. When South Africa came back into Test cricket
in Barbados,
and they were coasting overnight, and they were going on to victory, and they lost 8 wickets for I think a little more than 18. But this game has turned on its head. That's the only thing I can say. The Leeward Islands, they're going to probably have a couple overs to bat because the light is still good.
Yes, the light is still good.
It's now just about 5:13. So they're going to probably come out and have to face 2 overs. Let's look at that batting lineup. McCaskey 29, Mosley 27, Drakes 3, Carter 0, Dorridge 0, Wickham 1, Springer 0, Drakes 2, Holder 0, and Kamari Boyce a big 8 not out, and McAllister 1. Well, this is absolutely crazy. They really say cricket, a game of glorious uncertainties, and we have witnessed one here this afternoon. That's all I can say. Let's look at the bowling and the 2 men down at the bottom, really and truly. Devon Thomas 5 for 22 in 9, and Rakim Cornwall 5 for 19. Absolutely superb on the part of those 2 guys. The 16 overs, or let's say 16.2 overs, they were able to pick up 10 wickets. Incredible. Really a wonderful display. And you got to give the Leeward Islands credit, Ian, because at 59 for none, we were all saying, well, they're going to drop their heads, things that thing, and they're hoping that maybe if they can pick up a wicket or 2 and slow the run rate down of Barbados and keep it a little bit tight. Well, boy, who knows? Who would have thought that not only they would have picked up a wicket or 2, they would have picked up 10. And the Leeward Islands, they're back in the game. Now, let us also, Ian, say 247, even though it's gettable, it's going to take some good batting on the part of the Leeward Islands to get those runs.
Yes, and it's very tricky. The pitch is only in its 2nd day. Tomorrow is the 3rd day, so it's still good. The pitch is far from cracking up. That is not going to happen anytime soon. So they have to just bat properly. Take your time. You have 2 days and a few minutes to bat.
Maybe a 2 overs probably
2
today.
overs. You have all that time to make 245 runs, 247 runs. Take your time. You could use all the overs tomorrow to make 100 runs, 120. Don't rush it. You have 90, 180 plus overs to make that runs. Take your time and bat. But the Barbados bowlers will be getting some kind of inspiration.
Yeah.
Because they might be thinking if they could bowl us out for 70, 78, we can do it too. We can take some wickets. There's some turn because we've seen that Rakim Cornwall getting some purchase.
Ian, put yourself in the dressing room of the Leeward Islands as the coach. What would you be saying to your batsmen at this point in time?
I would be telling my batsmen, go out there, just see off the evening. Do not, and let's come back out tomorrow with our full 10 wickets and let's take it from there. But we have to survive the evening without losing any wickets. None at all.
And of course, the Barbados Pride, even though they're leading by 246 runs, they must be a little bit deflated. They must be in that dressing room and they must be shaking their head. Well, they're back on the field in terms of their warming up, but they must have gone into that dressing room just shaking their heads.
Yes,
and wondering what went wrong.
They will, of course, but what I like what I'm seeing here, they're already out in the field warming up. They look like they're raring to go. Dominic Drake's just taking some pieces. He looks like he's ready to bowl. He looks like he is ready to run in.
The other thing is they're putting the light roller on now, so they're going to get a roll in now, and then they're going to get a roll in first thing in the morning. Mm-hmm. So that should sort of just level out this pitch. And I think I'm going to take my leave because Ruskin Mark, I just think that I need to give him a chance, Ian, to see if batsmen can survive a couple of overs. Because when he's on, wickets just keep tumbling.
And the thing is, Ruskin, Mark, and Joel Manning, they took all those wickets. Guys, a good thing they allowed us to come and take a few wickets in the end.
We got a couple, but it never happened in Ruskin's playing days when he was bowling. So I mean, kudos to him that he's able to come on here and pick up wickets. But this has been a really crazy afternoon of cricket, folks. I mean, it's just been one of those afternoons when you couldn't really predict what would have really transpired here. But the two umpires, they're making their way out as the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They require 247 runs to win. No doubt Hodge and Powell will be coming out to survive this afternoon. And Ian, I'm going to leave you in the hands of Ruskin Mark. Please don't hold it against me because with him on, anything is possible.
Anything.
But Hodge and Powell, their main aim, as you rightly said, is to bat out this afternoon, survive. It doesn't matter runs this afternoon, whether they come out naught for naught, 2 for none, 10 for none. It doesn't matter. It's survival here this afternoon for the two openers from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
This is the fourth innings of the match already, and this is the fourth inning we've seeing in one day, where Barbados would have resumed on 284 for 8 this morning. Barbados in there, they would have completed the first innings this morning. The Leeward Islands were bowled out for 154. And then Barbados was also bowled out for 78 in their second innings. So, and the Leeward Islands starting their second innings. So we are seeing all 4 innings in one day. After only 8 wickets fell yesterday in the first day, 22 wickets have fallen so far today. We still have maybe 2 or 3 overs to go. An eventful day today, Ruskin.
It certainly has been. It has been an eventful afternoon, really. When you think about it, because we expected the Barbadian bowlers to dominate the Leeward Islands batting, because we felt that their bowling was a little more concentrated, a little more professional than what we saw from the Leeward Islands. So I anticipated that they would have put pressure on the Leeward's batters, and so said, so done. Now, what we saw from the Leeward Islands is almost as if they took a page out of the Bajan bowlers' book and really applied it tenfold. And they basically put the squeeze, they attacked the stumps, and they just found the batsmen wanting, and they just kept taking wickets. So that is the scenario here, that we now have ourselves a contest where the game has really moved on rather quickly. And Kieran Powell is back out in the middle. I wonder if he ever thought he was going to be batting today once Barbados had decided not to enforce the follow-on.
He's batting twice. And after scoring 100 in the first innings, Dowich got a duck, but his average for this match is still 124 because he came out not out in the first innings.
So it's really going to be interesting now to see how Munston Hodge decides to approach this innings.
He will be facing first Kieran Powell with him at the non-striker's end. Dominic Drake's bowling for the second time today in his second innings.
Down the leg side it goes, and it's going for 4 wides, or is it 4 byes? 4 byes.
4 byes.
Well,
too much movement away from Dowich. He tried, he stretched all the way to his left, but he couldn't get it there. So the Leewards are on their way. They are looking for 247 runs to win. 4 runs first ball for 4 byes. So, but what Dominic Drake could take away from that, he's getting the ball to swing early.
So what else is going to happen today as we try to close out an amazing day of cricket? That's a good delivery, and that too is coming in, and it probably did a little too much.
Yes, it did too much.
And on that occasion, as you could see the ball curling, and it was curling late as well. And Munston Hodge lives to fight another day.
And let's look at it again. A very good movement from Drakes. Did too, but it was close actually.
Yep,
but it was
it
just
could,
missing.
Yep. It could have gone either way, really, when you think about it. The umpire decided that it
Very
was
close.
curling away. I'm not sure he touched it.
But it's quite possible because it was very, very close.
So anxious moments here now for the Leeward Islands. This time it's on the pad, but this one is missing by even further at the outside leg stump.
What he would want to do, if he could get, just send it across the batsman, just a bit, aim for the leg, for the off stump.
And this is the irony, isn't it? The left-hander is getting that ball to come back into the right-hander, and that is almost like a stock ball.
Yes.
And the surprise delivery now is the one that he gets to go across the right-hander. He's right in behind this time, and again this is what we call conventional swing. The ball is curling coming into the right-hander. So it's a little bit easier to play. Not that it's easy, but it's a little easier. It's when it swings late is when it gives you the hippie-jeepies, as they say, because you're not quite sure if you want to play or not. Here, you know you're going to have to play because once he starts angling it, you could anticipate where it's going to end up.
Dominic Drakes with the tail up. And if the Barbados would be looking to get at least one wicket this evening, it's a psychological thing.
3 slips and a gully. This one is wide outside the off stump. He was trying to just change it up a little bit, and he pushed it wide.
This is some nice cricket. This is where we should have had schools coming in. We have several schools around the Port of Spain area. We have good cricket here, exciting cricket, and the schools, they are really missing out on seeing some good cricket, first-class cricket in the Oval.
Or think back to when you say, boy, how many people were at the Oval to see Barbados bowled out for 78?
How many people were in the Oval to see Devon Thomas take 5 wickets, Rakim Cornwall take 5 wickets?
And can the Leeward Islands pull off an unlikely victory here? Again, he's on the legs, and he gets it down to fine leg this time. And but again, he was aiming to that big in-swinger, trying to maybe hit that middle and leg stump, and he just got it a little bit too early. It started to swing too early, and it ended up going down leg. So the end of an eventful first over, 5 without loss. And the drama continues here at the Queen's Park Oval.
But Dominic Drakes is developing into a very handy seamer, a very handy swinging bowler. Somebody who was already in the West Indies setup. He played 10 T20s already. Certainly improving. And he will continue his development in being a very good international player for the West Indies, and it's good to see him playing red ball cricket as well. Another option for him, and another option for Desmond Haynes.
Well, the thing is, even though players are quote unquote being labelled as white ball specialists and red balls, they should be playing at this level. All of them should be playing at this level.
Yes.
There should be any exception. As a delivery, he's touching down outside the off stump, and we saw Jaya McAllister really bend his back in the first innings, and but I suppose he's all fired up now because he wants to get a wicket this evening for Barbados. So I anticipate he's really going to be cranking it here in these, however long this inning goes for the rest of today. Whether this is the last over, if you get another one, you never know. But he's just going to fire them in. And this time he's punched away outside the off stump. It's going to run down the hill. It's getting close, and it beats him into the boundary for 4. So a nice way to get off, to get on the boards again. So Hodge goes to 5. And Powell is yet to face a ball. He's at the non-strikers end, taking it all in. 9 without loss. Remember, we had that 4 byes early in the innings. So can he line up a good one here, McAllister? And he's in behind it. And certainly he's bending his back here now. But he probably just needs to relax. You know, I think he's so worked up right now that he probably is forcing himself. He looks like he's fighting with himself coming up the hill there. I know bowling up the hill is always a challenge here at the Oval. But he just needs to relax and just try to go through his routines and just put it on target. You could see him, he's very eager to rush in. He wants a wicket, he wants something, he wants to do something for his team, you know. Bowls outside the off stump and short. And I don't think they want it too short. They want him probably pitching it up, forcing the batsman to drive at these deliveries. And if you notice, when Drakes is bowling Ian, look at the amount of swing he's getting.
Mm-hmm.
You're not getting anything from McAllister by way of movement.
But see, McAllister is bowling a different length as well. He's not giving the ball enough time to swing. He's bowling in the air.
This one is hammered away, and that's like taking candy from a baby. It was short. It was just standing up there, and he just helped himself. So 4 runs again to Hodge. So Hodge is not afraid to put bat to ball. 13 now without loss. And the thing about it is that we were thinking that maybe if they didn't score a run this evening, Hodge might be thinking maybe I could just wipe off 40 of these runs today. Outside the off stump, not tempted. And that's the end of play. So just 2 overs. And 13 without loss at stumps. Hodge is on 9. And Powell is yet to score. And so a fine response, so to speak, from the Hurricanes as they close on 13 without loss, chasing 247 for victory. They have all of 2 days. They have all 10 wickets in hand. But then Barbados were 59 without loss at one time, and then they got blown away for 78. So you just don't know what is going to happen next in this game. But these are 2 teams that just keep punching each other, and now it's who could deliver the knockout punch.
Yes, it's going to be very exciting and very interesting tomorrow on Friday, the 3rd day at the Queen's Park Oval. Barbados just they are defending 247. The Leeward Islands need 234 more runs to make, and they still have all 10 wickets in hand. That's the first step. That's the first thing that they wanted to do. That's the first tick, the first box that was ticked to survive the evening without losing any wickets, and that is done. So the next step now is to bat session by session, try to get to lunch without losing any wickets, see how quick you could put together some good partnerships and keep the innings together to get that 247. The 247 might look like a gettable score initially, but given what happened today, that 247 could look like 547.
Well, it really depends on how well the Leeward Islands batsmen apply themselves here tomorrow. And the thing about it, when you look at their batting, you know that Hodge is going to play his shots and probably try to score quickly. Kieran Powell, who didn't do that much in the first innings, but certainly has an opportunity here to really get a big score. If he could stick around for an extended period of time, because he too can score quickly, and so if these two give them a good start and set them on their way, who knows? Because you have the likes of Devon Thomas to come. We saw Kofi James look like he's a busy man. Jamal Hamilton, we know, can score. So they do have some firepower to get those runs. The question is, do they really have the resolve to dig deep and ensure that they get over the line in this encounter? But only time will tell. It's 13 without loss. The target is 247. And just again to quickly recap here, Barbados 322 and 78. No, that is not, you're not hearing things, you're not making funny songs, or you're not hearing anything strange. The Leeward Islands 154 and 13 without loss. They need 247 to complete a truly amazing victory. Join us tomorrow to find out if they will in fact get there, and hopefully by this time tomorrow we might be declaring a winner. We should be declaring a winner in this game tomorrow if the weather holds and if it has been as superb as it has been over the last 2 days. But certainly on behalf of the entire team, we want to encourage you to join us tomorrow morning from just before 10 o'clock as we start coverage of day 3 of this enthralling contest. The Leeward Islands chasing 247. They close on 13 without loss, and certainly they set up what could be a really enthralling day's cricket, and we want you to be a part of it, so we encourage you to join us for that. So on behalf of Colin, Joel, Ian, I'm Ruskin Mark, thanking you so much for being with us, and do join us again tomorrow for continued coverage.